Shin Shuling could hear Zhu Xinghua's urgent voice through the door. She picked up her changed clothes and went outside. Outside, Zhu Xinghua had already reached Gu Jinmo and was explaining the situation. Anin had an accident. She was being held by Technician 1, and suddenly she rolled her eyes and started convulsing. At that moment, he found the situation frightening. The little girl was obedient and eating candy 1 second, and the next she suddenly started convulsing. Gu Jinmo's face darkened when he heard this. He turned to Shin Shuling, who was pregnant, and said, "You walk back with Shuling. I'll go check on her first." This was directed at Zhu Xinghua. Then he added, "Shuling, walk slowly and don't rush." After saying this, Gu Jinmo strode away quickly. From their interaction today, he could tell that Wen Songbin loved Anin very much. Any trouble with Anin would affect Wen Songbin. The factory is short-staffed, and the country needs talented people. Anin cannot have any accidents now. Shin Shuling watched Gu Jinmo walk away quickly, her face showing worry. She hurriedly followed behind him. Sister-in-law, walk slowly." Gu Tuan said, "You must go slowly and not run." Zhu Xinghua kept saying, worried. "Sister-in-law is pregnant now, and she must be safe." Shin Shuling didn't listen to Zhu Xinghua's advice. She quickly returned to the compartment. Before she entered, she heard Wen Songbin crying. "Anin, don't scare Dad. You can't have an accident." Wen Songbin held his daughter's trembling little hand tightly. His gentle face was full of panic and despair. At this moment, Anin's eyes rolled back, her teeth clenched, her face pale and turning slightly blue, her limbs stiff and twitching, her back arched. Gu Jinmo stepped forward and pushed Wen Songbin aside. He turned Anin onto her side. Lying on her side can prevent saliva or from blocking her breathing, but because her body was still convulsing, she couldn't stay on her side. He spoke in a deep voice, "Come here and hold her up. Don't let her lie flat." When Songbin's mind went blank, he instinctively followed Gu Jinmo's instructions. He supported his daughter's stiff, trembling back. His whole body trembled involuntarily. He had stopped crying and looked stunned, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. At this moment, Gu Jinmo saw Shin Shuling and Zhu Xinghua return. He immediately said, "Take your military ID and go tell the train staff what's happening. Say we're on a mission and ask them to broadcast for a doctor on board. There are no doctors on the train. The crew only has basic first aid training." Zhu Xinghua turned and ran out quickly, with his military ID always in his pocket. Shin Shuling watched Anin's face change from pale to purple, her heart tightening with worry. Just as she was about to use some spiritual spring water from her space, a line of words suddenly appeared in her mind. "Seizure detected. Do you want to activate the new skill? Golden needle therapy?" Shin Shuling paused, her heart now tense and excited. Without hesitation, she clicked yes. In the next moment, she felt a long piece of information and data flood into her mind, and a beautifully packaged set of golden needles appeared on the table in her space house. These are special golden needles made with a unique material mixed with gold, and they work about 1/3 better than ordinary silver needles. They are not common gold needles, but crafted with a special alloy. When she clicked yes, her mind instantly absorbed detailed knowledge about human acupoints and how to use the golden needles, filling her with confidence. Shin Shuling immediately turned back to her bed. Using her canvas bag to hide the needles, she took the golden needles out of her space. Then she approached Anin, who was still convulsing. She saw a pale yellow liquid under Anin, caused by incontinence from the seizure. Anin had been convulsing for nearly 5 minutes. Without quick intervention, Anin could be in serious danger. At this moment, Zhu Xinghua hurried in with 2 crew members. One was the team leader, Liao Mei in her 40s, and the other was a young crew member, Zhong Yameng. Originally, only Liao Mei came, but when Zhu Xinghua explained the situation, Zhong Yameng was also present. Zhong Yameng heard that something had happened to the team leader who had helped catch the human traffickers. She eagerly said her father was a doctor and might be able to help. Liao Mei allowed her to come along. In fact, Zhong Yameng's father was a doctor, but she herself had no interest in medicine. She hadn't been exposed to it much over the years and couldn't even tell a cold from a fever. She just wanted to get close to Jinmo. When she saw his brave and noble appearance during the arrest, she was instantly captivated. Later, she learned from the chief steward that he was a military colonel, and her heart pounded even more. When Liao Mei and the others entered, they saw Anin's face was purple and still convulsing. They were shocked and immediately realized they had no ability to handle the situation. The child's current condition clearly requires professional treatment. After Jing Yuemeng entered, when Anin was so startled, she covered her mouth and let out a cry. She had only been working on the train for 2 months, and her professional skills were still developing. Liao Mei saw Jing Yueming's reaction and understood that she couldn't handle the situation alone. She looked at Jinmo and said, "Captain Gu, I will contact the nearest station and find a nearby hospital for you." There was no doctor on the train. Just as Liao Mei was about to leave, Jing Yueming spoke up. "Team leader, how about I try? My dad is a doctor, so I know a bit about this kind of situation." While speaking, Jing Yueming looked toward Jinmo, her eyes shimmering with concern. Shin Shuling noticed Jing Yueming's gaze and frowned. Women understand women best, and she knew exactly what that look meant. Liao Mei kept asking, "Yueming, do you have any ideas?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Jing Yueming, and Wen Songbin looked over with hopeful eyes. Jing Yueming lifted her chin and said, "Just press on her pressure point." She was about to go and press Anin's pressure point. "No, you can't press the pressure point during a seizure." Shin Shuling quickly stopped her, her tone serious and firm. Having just finished reviewing the Wanxiang medical canon, she was now clarifying her thoughts. According to the medical texts, Anin probably had epilepsy, and her current episode was triggered by emotional distress and crying. After stopping Jing Yueming, Shin Shuling immediately crouched down, opened her needle kit, and took out a thick, long needle, comparable to a large sewing needle, and aimed it at Anin's head. This was the Baihui acupoint. Shin Shuling's movements were quick and unexpected. She was precise. Even Jinmo was caught off guard. Holding the needle, Shin Shuling remained calm and steady. Her previously anxious mood settled. Her needle technique seemed guided by an invisible force, an ability granted by space, and the Wanxiang medical canon. What is she doing? How can she just stab the child like that? She's killing her. Jing Yueming was the first to react. Her tone was sharp and angry, and those who didn't know better might think she was Anin's mother. Why does this woman stop me? But she can act freely. Moreover, the needle in her hand is not made of silver. I have never heard of a doctor using gold needles for acupuncture. While Zhong Yuming was speaking, Shin Shuling continued to insert very fine gold needles into 2 acupoints, Anin's Higu and Taichung. "I'm saving Anin," Shin Shuling replied quickly, without stopping her needle insertion. She was pregnant, but her expression showed no panic, only determination and decisiveness. Does this lady really know what she's doing? Liao Mei looked at Shin Shuling's continuous needlework. Anin's convulsions hadn't stopped, and it looked like she was just randomly inserting needles. But she didn't dare to stop her, because this pregnant woman was from Gu Tuan's team. She didn't know if the other person was truly skilled. Jinmo kept a serious face and didn't speak. When Zhu Xinghua saw that their leader didn't stop her, he wouldn't act on his own either. The situation was beyond what he could handle now. Soldiers are trained to obey orders, so he wouldn't go against Gu Tuan. Wen Songbin, who was holding Anin, also didn't stop Shin Shuling from inserting needles. He was closest to Anin and noticed that although Anin was still convulsing, her symptoms had lessened, and her eyes, which had been rolling, were gradually returning to normal. In less than 30 seconds, Shin Shuling had inserted needles into several points on Anin's body. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 gold needles were in place, on her face, limbs, and head. It looked a bit frightening, but everyone nearby could see that Shin Shuling was indeed skilled at acupuncture. Zhong Yuming was not stupid. She also saw this, but she loudly said, "What are you all standing around for? What if she causes problems for the child? My father is a doctor. Don't I know whether she's professional or not?" This pregnant woman had just tried to stop her from helping, but more importantly, she was very pretty. Zhong Yuming couldn't help but want to smear her reputation and make her look bad in front of Gu Tuan. After Zhong Yiming spoke, no one paid attention to her. Everyone was sensible and understood that Shin Shuling was truly capable. Seeing that no one responded to her, Zhong Yiming became angry. She strode forward and bent down to try to remove the needles Shin Shuling had inserted into Anin. Just as she reached out her hand, her wrist suddenly hurt badly.
Ah!
Zhong Yiming cried out in pain. She was grabbed by Gu Jinmo's hand and pulled aside. The man looked very cold, with a hint of fierce energy that he usually kept hidden. As a crew member, you deliberately interfere with others' treatment. I can have your supervisor fire you right now. This made Zhong Yiming tremble all over. Her job was secured through her father's connections, and the man in front of her was the team leader. She believed he had the power to do so. Her anger was instantly replaced by fear. The pain in her wrist made her back sweat coldly. Her face turned pale, and she stepped back, not daring to say anything more. Shin Shuling finished the injection on Anin. Her sudden seizure was completely calmed. Using the cover of the gold needle pack, she took out a small piece of ginseng from her space and put it into Anin's mouth. Anin's seizure had lasted quite a while. When Shin Shuling was applying the needle, Anin was already foaming at the mouth. Her heart might have been damaged, so giving her the ginseng could protect her heart. This ginseng had been soaked in the spiritual spring water in her space and planted in the dark soil of her space. Its effect was much stronger than ordinary ginseng. When the ginseng piece was placed in her mouth and mixed with saliva, it turned into a ginseng liquid that automatically flowed down her throat, producing a healing effect. Anin should sleep for a while. When we reach the northwest, we need to take her to see a doctor first. She probably has a condition like epilepsy, Shin Shuling said. When Songbin nodded repeatedly, taking note of her words. He was surprised that Anin also had epilepsy, as Moon-kun had it too. In this era, medical knowledge was limited. Even when Songbin, who was skilled in his profession, might not know much about medicine. Shin Shuling looked at Anin's small face and said, "After I remove the needle, you should carry Anin to the sleeper and change her clothes. Earlier, Anin had a seizure, and to prevent her from falling off the bed, Gu Jinmo quickly caught her and held her on the ground." When Songbin nodded quickly, grateful. "Comrade Shin, you are Anin's lifesaver." There were no doctors on the train, and they didn't know how far they were from the hospital. If it weren't for Shin, he thought Anin might not have made it today. Shin Shuling waved her hand. "We'll talk about it later. The most urgent thing now is to take good care of Anin." When Songbin closed his mouth and focused entirely on watching over Anin. Recalling the recent scene, if Anin had any problem, he probably wouldn't want to live anymore. His heart is still very anxious now. At this moment, Gu Jinmo came over to Shin Shuling. He didn't ask how Shin Shuling suddenly knew how to give injections. Instead, he helped her to the bed and placed the water cup beside her. He softly said, "Injecting takes a lot of energy. Drink some water and rest. I'll go buy some food for you." He didn't forget that Shin Shuling hadn't eaten yet. "Captain, I'll go buy some food for my sister-in-law." "What does she want to eat?" Zhu Xinghua kept asking. Just now, sister-in-law was so impressive, like a miracle doctor. Shin Shuling picked up the water cup and drank all the remaining spiritual spring water, then smiled and said, "Little Zhu, just buy me some meat and vegetables." After all that fuss, she was very hungry and felt like she could eat a whole cow. "Okay, sister-in-law," Zhu Xinghua agreed and quickly left the compartment. Gu Jinmo then took Liao Mei and Zhong Yiming out of the compartment as well. The three of them stood outside in the corridor. Gu Jinmo said coldly to Liao Mei, "The person who gave the injection earlier was my wife. This crew member interfering with my wife's work not only harms the sick child but also affects my wife because of her actions. I think this crew member needs to improve her professionalism. Please have the crew leader handle this fairly." As he finished speaking, Zhong Yiming's face suddenly turned pale. Zhong Yiming didn't expect Gu Jinmo to be married, nor did she expect that his wife was the pregnant woman who gave the injection. She didn't care about anything else now and quickly explained, "I didn't interfere with that pregnant woman. Her operation was really unprofessional and incorrect. My father is a doctor. I can guarantee that." She even thought Shin Shuling was just lucky. Acupuncture uses silver needles, not gold ones. If she were to be fired just for that, she would strongly disagree. You don't even know if you can press on the middle of a seizure. How credible are your words? Gu Jinma's eyes were cold and sharp, like a blade. Zhong Yumeng trembled all over. She was frightened by Gu Jinma's gaze and took a step back, feeling more and more uneasy inside. Her family used many connections to help her get into the railway bureau. She hasn't been working long, and if anything happens to her, her parents will definitely scold her badly. At that time, jobs were assigned by the company, especially for train attendants, who were usually graduates from railway technical schools. Some positions were also filled by children of employees. Since Zhong Yumeng was not a student from a railway school and had no relatives working in the railway, her spot was not very honorable. The head attendant looked at Zhong Yumeng with disapproval, unhappy with her recent actions. She smiled politely and said, "Sorry, Leader Gu, I will honestly report the issue to the authorities. I won't hide anything, and I believe they will give a fair solution." This clearly indicated that Zhong Yumeng would face serious consequences. The head attendant didn't flatter Gu Jinma because of his position but knew he was carrying out orders from higher up. The little girl who had a sudden illness was the daughter of the person they were assigned to assist. If the mission was compromised because of Zhong Yumeng, no one could afford to take responsibility. No, you can't treat me like this. This matter can't be reported to the leaders, Zhong Yumeng said nervously. If it was reported, she would be punished, and even if not fired, she would lose face. Gu Jinma didn't care about Zhong Yumeng's panic. He nodded to the head attendant and then turned back to his compartment. He believed that making mistakes and being punished was normal. Inside the sleeper compartment, Shin Shuling had already removed the acupuncture needles from Anin. Anin's face had fully recovered, looking pale but otherwise fine. She told Wen Songbin, "Take the herbal slices out of Anin's mouth, help her onto the bed, and remember to change her into clean clothes." Okay. Wen Songbin nodded repeatedly. He didn't mind the stains on Anin and simply carried her into his arms. Shin Shuling watched Wen Songbin's actions with a bit of sadness, but didn't say anything. Gu Jinma entered and saw this scene. He approached Shin Shuling quietly and said, "I've already reported everything the attendant did earlier. She will face the appropriate punishment." When Shin Shuling mentioned Zhong Yumeng's earlier attempt to interfere with her needlework, she remembered the other person's gaze on Gu Jinma, which clearly showed affection. Shin Shuling felt a bit uncomfortable. She wanted to say something but held back because there were others around. After starting over and spending a few more days together, she had developed a good impression of Gu Jinma and looked forward to their future life. The man stood right in front of her. His tall, straight figure was like a pine tree, with sharp, handsome features that looked cold but striking. He was definitely the kind of guy young girls liked. As she looked at him, her discomfort turned into a dull ache. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his waist, but he had only firm abs with no extra flesh. She just pinched him lightly, like tickling. Gu Jinma didn't expect her to be so bold. His breath caught, and his body stiffened. He instinctively took a step back, as if trying to avoid a big threat. He looked serious, but was clearly a little embarrassed, with his ears turning slightly red. Shin Shuling's initial frustration suddenly disappeared. She thought, never mind. He looked even more shy and reserved than herself. It wasn't his fault if he attracted attention. "Sister-in-law, I brought back the food. Eat it while it's hot," Zhu Xinghua said as he entered with a lunchbox. Gu Jinma coughed softly and took the box, reminding him, "Keep your voice down. Anin isn't awake yet." Zhu Xinghua immediately hushed himself and quickly looked at An's bed. The little girl was still sleeping, her clothes had been changed, and Wen Songbin was watching nearby. When he saw Zhu Xinghua come back, Wen Songbin lowered his voice and said, "Please, Xiao Zhu, accompany me to the bathroom. I need to wash An's clothes." He had already cleaned the stain from earlier, but the clothes he took off still needed washing. "No problem." Zhu Xinghua agreed happily and soon left the cubicle with Wen Songbin. Shin Shuling sat on the bed eating her lunch, one meat dish and one vegetable. The taste wasn't as good as what she had with Gu Jinma in the space, but it was still pretty good. She ate quickly because she was really hungry. Gu Jinma saw her and made her a cup of malted milk. His eyes showed some concern. Xu Ling, eat slowly. If you don't have enough, I'll ask Xiao Zhu to buy another one. Xu Ling shook her head. I don't want to eat too much. Just bring out a few more sticks of malted milk. When Anin wakes up, I'll make her a cup too. Each stick of malted milk is just right for 1 glass of water. The young girl is a good child, but also a unfortunate one. Although they just met by chance, she still feels a lot of sympathy for her. Jinmo quietly agreed and turned to take a few sticks of malted milk from his canvas bag. He came back to Xu Ling and asked casually, "When did you learn acupuncture? I didn't know you could do it before." He was very curious about this. He and Xu Ling had only spent a short time together each time, and he had never heard or seen her do acupuncture before. From how she treated Anin just now, her skills looked very good. Even when Anin was twitching a lot, she could do the needling steadily. Even he, as an outsider, could tell her technique was impressive. During dinner, Xu Ling had thought about this question. She said, "I've been interested in traditional Chinese medicine since I was young. After my parents passed away, I felt very lonely for a while. I read many books about Chinese medicine and learned from an old Chinese doctor. But I never took any certification and I rarely mentioned it to others. That old doctor passed away last year. I thought what he taught me would be lost with him, but I didn't expect I could still use it now." Her tone carried a bit of happiness at this. She really didn't expect her knowledge from the ancient medical texts to be useful. Jinmo looked at her and felt a pang of sympathy in his eyes. He didn't ask more, but said in a deep voice, "Xu Ling, you've suffered a lot these years." To him, it was normal for Xu Ling to find something to help her deal with her sadness and loneliness after losing her parents. He didn't want to ask more or uncover her wounds. Xu Ling smiled and said casually, "It's all in the past now. I have a new family and I'm much happier than before." By new family, she meant Jinmo. "Good, from now on, we will live better lives. I will take good care of you and the children," Jinmo said softly, his dark eyes full of tenderness. He will give Xu Ling a warm home just for them. Xu Ling looked back at Jinmo with a warm gaze. At this moment, Zhu Xinghua and Wen Songbin returned. Wen Songbin was holding freshly washed clothes and went to hang them by the window. Xu Ling looked at Anin, who was still asleep, and asked, "Technician Wen, does Anin have epilepsy from before?" She wasn't sure, but she still wanted to ask. Wen Songbin was silent for a moment before answering softly, "Anin's mother did have epilepsy. Her passing was also related to this. It was a letter from Yueqin's older brother to his factory, saying Yueqin died after an episode. It was one night. Fortunately, Anin was sleeping with her grandmother that night and didn't see Yueqin having the episode. Later, he thought Yueqin probably knew her time was near, or she wouldn't have let Anin sleep with her grandmother. Since Anin was born, she had been sleeping with Yueqin at night." Hearing Wen Songbin's answer, Xu Ling's heart sank. According to the contents of the Wanxiang medical canon, this hereditary epilepsy has little chance of being cured. It can only be controlled with medication. The thought of Anin needing to take medicine every day made her feel uneasy. "Comrade Shin, is it very difficult to treat?" When Songbin noticed her changing expression and asked cautiously. He was prepared to do everything to treat Anin. He wasn't afraid to give his all, only worried about Anin's condition not improving. Wen Songbin and Yueqin rarely had a free love relationship. Yueqin had openly admitted she had epilepsy from the start. Their relationship was good from the time they got together until marriage. Even when Wen Songbin had to go to the northwest and couldn't take care of his family, Yueqin's love for him remained unchanged. She had no complaints until the end of her life. One reason Anin could accept Wen Songbin so quickly was largely because of Yueqin's love shown in front of Anin. Hearing Wen Songbin ask this, Xu Ling thought about how to answer. "Papa," Anin, who was lying on the bunk, woke up. She opened her big eyes and looked at Wen Songbin with full dependence. Wen Songbin immediately calmed his emotions upon seeing her. He quickly approached Anin and softly asked, "Anin, how do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you do, you must tell Dad, and he will take you to see a doctor." Anin shook her head, her slightly pale face showing guilt. "Dad, I'm fine." I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere right now. After saying that, she added, sorry, I caused trouble for Dad and everyone again. Grandma often said she was a troublemaker, always causing problems, which made her feel very ashamed and embarrassed. No, Anin, you didn't trouble anyone. You don't need to worry about causing trouble, when Songbin quickly comforted her. He noticed that Anin was very sensible. Every time she faced a problem, she would take the blame herself, which made him feel both sad and distressed. Shin Shuling also said, Anin, your dad is right. You didn't trouble anyone. You don't need to worry about bothering everyone. You're just a child, and it's normal to cause some trouble. Hearing this, Anin quietly relaxed a little, but then she felt fear and sadness again. She thought she must look very ugly right now. Would her aunt and dad dislike her because of her appearance? She had tried very hard not to look like that, but she couldn't always control it. When she was at Grandma's house, whenever she looked that way, everyone would look at her with dislike and disgust. Although she was used to it, thinking about it still made her feel scared. She didn't want her dad and aunt to look at her with those same eyes. Anin was feeling very down and couldn't seem to get out of her sadness. At that moment, a sweet, fragrant smell drifted over. Jinmo came over holding a glass of water, which contained malted milk drink. Drink some water first, he said. Then he handed her the glass. When Songbin quickly took the glass from her and said, thank Uncle Gu. There's no need to thank me. The malted milk drink was brought by your aunt, Jinmo said. Anin's eyes widened slightly. Thank you, Auntie. She knew that the drink was mixed with water and malted milk. She had smelled this scent at Grandma's house before, and every time she smelled it, she really wanted to drink. Shin Shuling smiled at Anin and said cheerfully, drink more. You just woke up from a nap and need to regain some energy. Okay? Anin quickly nodded. She started drinking from her father's hand, and the sweet taste spread in her mouth before flowing into her heart. Auntie, Uncle Gu, and Uncle Zhu, who had not spoken much, all seemed to like her and not dislike her. Thinking of this, Anin felt the sweet taste of the malted milk powder even more. The atmosphere inside the compartment was warm and happy. The next day, after breakfast, Shin Shuling was about to take Anin to the bathroom. As they stepped out, they met Zhong Yuming, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. When Zhong Yuming saw Shin Shuling come out, her face lit up with joy. But when she saw Jinmo standing behind Shin Shuling, her smile turned into fear. Still, she gathered her courage and said to Shin Shuling, Comrade, I have something to talk to you about. Can we speak alone? Yesterday, the train conductor reported her mistake. The higher-ups immediately decided to dismiss her. She was angry and felt unfairly treated, so she went to argue with the leaders. The leader scolded her thoroughly and sternly told her that after the train reached the final station and she finished her handover, she could leave. Her heart sank at that moment. She felt not only resentment but also sadness. Was it because of the other person's status that the leader and train conductor treated her so harshly? If the other person weren't someone important, would they be so cruel? Last night, Zhong Yuming stayed awake in her dorm, thinking hard. She finally came up with an idea: to apologize to the pregnant woman. Everything had started because of her. If she apologized, maybe she could keep her job. People who like to use connections and go through back doors never admit their mistakes when problems arise. They only think others are abusing their power to treat them unfairly. Shin Shuling looked at the tired Zhong Yuming and said, let's go to the front to talk. Then she told Jinmo, you take it into the bathroom first. I'll wait in the corridor. Nothing will happen. The bathroom was also in the corridor, so Jinmo could see her while taking it in there. Jinmo agreed, without objection. His cold gaze swept over Zhong Yuming. Then he took an N and left. Zhong Yuming felt a shiver run down her spine. Yesterday, she looked at the man and thought he was handsome and brave, but now she felt scared of him. This kind of emotionless, unkind man was no different from a cold-blooded animal. Shin Shuling followed Zhong Yuming to a spot in the corridor a little farther from the bathroom. She asked, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? She probably had a rough idea of what was going on. Zhong Yuming awkwardly said, Comrade, I mainly want to apologize. I shouldn't have doubted you yesterday, and I shouldn't have stopped you.
I'm sorry.
Please forgive me. After saying this, she bowed to Shin Shuling. Shin Shuling took a step back and said calmly, You don't need to do that. What's past is past. She wouldn't ruin her mood over such a person. Hearing this, Zhong Yuming's eyes brightened. Comrade, does that mean you forgive me? Since you forgive me, please go talk to our leader. Tell him that you're not angry about yesterday and ask him to cancel my punishment. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She thought she would have to apologize humbly and maybe even pay money to the other person. Shin Shuling listened to Zhong Yuming's confident words and smiled. First, I said it's over, but that doesn't mean I forgive you. Second, even if I forgive you, you still have to face the consequences. If I had really stopped you while I was giving the injection yesterday and something went wrong, could you take responsibility? I am also pregnant. If something happened to my baby because of your actions, could you be responsible? The way she spoke so freely was almost laughable. Zhong Yuming didn't expect Shin Shuling to refuse so straightforwardly. Not only did she refuse, but she also scolded her. She stared with sharp eyes. You said just now that it's over. Why don't you help me talk to the leader? Are you so heartless that you want me to lose my job because of you? Stop blaming me. I didn't lose my job because of you. You lost your job because of your own reasons. Even if it wasn't because of yesterday, it would have been because of something else, Shin Shuling said, feeling that Zhong Yuming's words were ridiculous. She frowned, full of suspicion. Aren't you a graduate of the railway school? Don't you have the basic qualities of a train attendant? Even if you replace someone in the family, you wouldn't normally be influenced by what you see and hear at home, right? She felt that what Zhong Yuming said was completely opposite to the profession of a flight attendant. As soon as she spoke, Zhong Yuming's face turned red. She nervously took a step back and said, What are you talking about? Don't say nonsense. Her stammering only made Shin Shuling more suspicious. What she had casually said suddenly became very important. At that moment, Jinmo came over holding Anin, followed by Chief Steward Liao Mei. What are you doing, Zhong Yuming? Who told you to secretly approach the passenger? Your punishment was decided yesterday. Please go back and pack your things. Don't bother any more passengers, Liao Mei said sternly. She didn't expect Zhong Yuming to secretly meet Shin. If the leaders found out, she would also be involved. Jinmo also looked at Zhong Yuming with a cold expression. Chief Steward, I suspect that Zhong might have entered the railway bureau through improper means. It's best to send someone to investigate. If she really got in unfairly, someone might have been replaced, and she could have ruined someone's life, Shin Shuling said seriously and directly, without any hesitation. A stable job is truly like a lifetime guarantee. With this thought, she openly shared her suspicion. Liao Mei was stunned. After a few seconds, she reacted. Zhong Yuming, standing nearby, was even more blank. Her face turned pale and looked terrible. Who would have thought that this woman would just start talking nonsense? It must be a lucky guess. Zhong Yuming, Liao Mei looked at her expression. There was nothing she didn't understand. Even if this wasn't true, the other person must have some reason. Zhong Yuming snapped out of her daze. She shouted and lunged at Shin Shuling. You wicked woman! How dare you slander me? In the next second, Jinmo grabbed her arm tightly. With a strong push, she was thrown against the wall of the train. Her back hurt badly, and she slid to the ground. If you hurt someone again, it won't be as simple as a leader's punishment, the man said coldly, like a winter wind. He didn't mind sending her to the police station. Zhong Yuming's face showed despair and fear, but she didn't dare say anything more. Liao Mei felt a bit of a headache. Although she was in the corridor of the sleeper car, several crew members had gathered around to watch. She waved to the onlookers and said, Take the person back to the dormitory to watch over her. Regarding what Comrade Shin just mentioned, she needed to speak with the leader. If Zhong Yuming really got her position through improper means, this matter could involve a lot. Recently, an inspector was coming to check, and if this was true, the consequences could be serious. Zhong Yuming was helped by a few crew members to the staff carriage. Liao Mei hurried to the middle office where the train conductor was working. After taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Conductor, I have something to discuss with you. Soon, a steady voice from a middle-aged man came from inside. Come in. Inside the office, there was not only the conductor but also the head of the security team, both discussing official matters. After entering, Liao Mei looked at the security team leader and decided to tell him directly what had happened. The conductor was nearly 50, calm and reserved in manner. He listened to Liao Mei and then knocked on the desk, saying immediately, "Start investigating this matter right away. Don't worry about the inspector. When problems arise, they must be dealt with immediately." That was his usual way. Liao Mei hesitated a little. Should we wait until the inspector leaves to investigate? If the inspector found out about this, it might leave a bad impression of their train. The conductor shook his head directly. No need to wait. When higher-ups send someone down, it's to understand how we handle problems normally. Just do things as usual. In his mind, there was no idea of covering up anything for the sake of achievements. Hearing the conductor's words, Liao Mei couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. No wonder he could hold this position. His calm attitude toward handling matters already surpassed many. "Conductor, I want to mention something." The security team leader suddenly spoke. The conductor signaled him to continue. The security leader looked a little embarrassed. Just 3 days ago, when our train stopped at a station, a young woman suddenly rushed over. She looked very excited, shouting that someone was harming her and that someone had ruined her work. She said she was the crew member, claiming that everyone at our railway bureau was a bad person, corrupt, and taking bribes. At that time, she said many unpleasant things, and she seemed a bit crazy. Since the train was about to depart, I was worried she might have an accident due to her emotional state, so I asked someone to stop her. After the train stopped again, I didn't see her anymore. He thought that if Liao Mei's story was true, then the crazy girl might actually be someone who had her job taken away and replaced. The train conductor frowned and looked at the head of the security team, speaking seriously. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" The security team usually reports daily incidents related to safety, but they missed this one. If he had known about it 3 days ago, he would have sent someone to investigate right away. The security team leader scratched his head and said, "I thought it was just a normal disturbance. Plus, the girl said some very harsh things. If you had heard her, you would have been angry too." That girl had directly cursed all the train staff, especially the conductor. From now on, everything must be reported immediately. The train conductor sternly reminded the security team leader. The security team leader nodded. Soon, he and Liao Mei left the office to investigate the matter. Xin Shuling and the others returned to their compartment, tidied up, and prepared to have lunch. After eating, she remembered seeing Yi Yuzhen yesterday. She then said to Gu Jinmo, "When I was catching the human traffickers, I saw Aunt Yi. Can we call her over? I want to ask about her progress in finding her child. Aunt Yi is a very kind person." She was curious about where Aunt Yi was going on the train. Yesterday, she saw her holding Anin, so she thought it would be good to invite her over and ask. Without Aunt Ye's enthusiastic help organizing the banner and newspaper, she probably wouldn't have gotten them so easily. Although these aren't life-saving items, they still added a nice touch. Before she received the certificate that Director Zhang helped her apply for, if someone doubted her, she could show the newspaper and the banner to clear her name. The family residence was a new environment, and her identity was quite sensitive. Gu Jinmo had no objections. He also thought Yi Yuzhen was a very good person. Soon, Yi Yuzhen followed Gu Jinmo to the door. "Shuling, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things earlier," Yi Yuzhen said excitedly. During the chaos of catching the human traffickers, she only thought that the person standing in the corridor looked a bit like Xin Shuling. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Xin Shuling stood up from the bed and walked to the door. She smiled and said, "Let's go talk in the corridor." There were many people in the compartment, so it wasn't easy to have a private conversation. Gu Jinmo heard her say she wanted to go to the corridor and didn't stop her. He just quietly followed behind, keeping a distance so they could speak freely. Yi Yuzhen and Xin Shuling went to the window in the train corridor, where no one else was around. Seeing Xin Shuling's big belly, she couldn't help but reach out and gently touch it through the air, her expression soft and caring. "It's been at least 6 months, right? Your belly is so big, and you're still traveling around. That really makes people worried. Everyone in Shueisha City knew Shin Shuling's story. She was a noble person who also made people feel sorry for her. She was a very outstanding woman. I'm on a soft sleeper, so I'm not too tired. It's just not very spacious, Shin Shuling said with a smile. Yi Yuzhen knew she was going to join the army, so she nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Once you get to the army, everything will be fine. You'll settle down, and after the baby is born, your family will be happy and peaceful. When she said this, her eyes turned red, and she sighed. Honestly, I think we're really lucky. Director Lee helped me find out about my biological child. He's also in the Northwest Army. She could find out about her child so quickly because of the help from Director Lee and the leaders. Hearing this, Shin Shuling's eyes lit up. Really? I knew there was a reason you were on this train too. You're going to the Northwest as well. Maybe in the future, we can even be neighbors. Her words sounded so optimistic that Yi Yuzhen couldn't help but smile bitterly. She shook her head. I only know the child's name. If I go there and the child doesn't want to recognize me or is upset, she didn't dare to ask for much. Even if her child resented her or was angry, she just wanted to see her once. Whether the child accepts her or not didn't matter. As long as she could see that her child was doing well, she would be happy. At worst, she would just visit once and then leave. She had spent so many years in a dangerous place, and even if she was alone now, life would be better than before. Shin Shuling could sense Yi Yuzhen's worries. She said, Auntie, don't think too much. Finding the person is good news, and it also helps you settle a worry. After the train arrives, you will leave with me and Jinmo. We will take you there. She liked Auntie's personality and was happy to help. Auntie's eyes turned red, but she didn't refuse. She said, Thank you, Shuling. Thank you. Meeting you is truly a great blessing. Shin Shuling smiled at Yi Yuzhen. I really like your character, Auntie. We are all from Water City, so we should help each other. Then she gave a thumbs up. When we caught the human traffickers earlier, I heard you were the first to go up. Talking about this, Yi Yuzhen's eyes welled up again. She waved her hand and said, My own children were given away by and made to traffickers. I was so angry that I rushed in without thinking. Shin Shuling understood. They talked in the corridor for over 10 minutes. Fearing that Shin Shuling, who was pregnant, couldn't stand for long, Yi Yuzhen quickly told her to go back. As Shin Shuling was returning to her compartment, she saw that the dark curtain between the sleeping and sitting areas was lifted by Liao Mei. 3 train attendants led a middle-aged man dressed in a suit into the carriage. She wasn't very curious. She just nodded at Liao Mei and then went back to her sleeping berth with Gu Jinmo. Meanwhile, Liao Mei enthusiastically introduced to the special officer, Commissioner Yang, Please come this way. This entire carriage is for sleeping. She didn't expect that the people sent from above had been on the train all along. The other side also noticed the matter with Zhong Yuming and paid close attention. Fortunately, the train conductor's attitude was calm. At this moment, the train's announcement sounded. Attention, passengers. The train from Water City heading northwest is about to arrive at Jiangzhou Station. The train will stop here for 10 minutes. Passengers getting off, please take your luggage and line up at the ticket check. He stood in the corridor, looked around, and decided not to visit again. Instead, he said, I bought a soft seat ticket. I heard that there was a human trafficker over in the hard seat area, and with the help of kind-hearted people, they managed to catch the trafficker. He was very interested in the brave, helpful people. As for the passengers in the soft sleeper, he didn't want to bother them. He was on a mission and didn't want to interact with the people inside. Even the train conductor, who wanted to accompany him, was not allowed. Yes, a kind lady helped out. I'll take you to see her. Liao Mei quickly understood what the special envoy Yang meant. Liao Mei led Yang out of the soft sleeper corridor. The train slowly stopped at the station. The station staff began guiding passengers to get off. Many passengers were getting off here, carrying luggage, and some had children. The crowd was very crowded. Sun Xiangzi was mixed in the crowd. She wore clothes that looked washed out and was very thin. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face looked unwell. She seemed full of resentment and frustration, as if she hadn't rested well for a long time. She kept pushing toward the train door, wanting to get justice. Sun Xiangsao was small and thin but very strong. In a short time, she managed to get on the train and headed straight to the office seat in the middle of the train. The train conductor's office was in a tiny space about a few square meters at the junction of the hard seat and soft seat cars. Ordinary passengers usually didn't go there. Just in front of the office was the dining car, which was usually guarded by staff. "Comrade, do you need help?" Chenling looked at Sun Xiaoxiang, who was walking quickly with her head down, and asked with a smile. The passengers coming this way usually had something to ask the staff. Sun Xiaoxiang looked up at Chenling, but didn't answer. Instead, she continued toward the train conductor's office. Chenling kept watching her. When she saw Sun Xiaoxiang lift her face, she was shocked. Her face was thin, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked numb but with a strange expression. "Comrade, do you need any help?" Chenling forced down her fear and maintained her professionalism. Sun Xiaoxiang clenched her teeth and didn't speak. She quickened her steps, trying to pass Chenling and reach the train conductor's office behind. Another male crew member, Ma Chuan, saw this and became alert. He stepped into the aisle and directly blocked Sun Xiaoxiang's way. Ma Chuan is a retired soldier who has transitioned to a new job. He is tall, strong, and looks tough. Standing in the corridor, he can be quite intimidating. Sun Xiaoxiang had to stop. She looked up at Ma Chuan with bloodshot eyes and trembling lips. She said, "Comrade, please let me pass. I need to see the train conductor." She was determined to explain her situation to the train conductor today. She couldn't let her future be ruined. The passengers nearby noticed Sun Xiaoxiang's situation and stopped what they were doing to look. Even Yang Taipayuan, who was talking to Yi Yuzhen nearby, looked over. Yang Taipayuan's eyes showed. He was thinking. He asked, "I heard there was an issue on your train involving someone pretending to be an employee?" He had just learned about this from Chief Steward Liao. He thought this woman must have a significant background. Liao Mei felt nervous. She looked a bit stiff and said, "Sorry, Yang Taipayuan, I need to go check on that situation. I'll go with you." Yang immediately stood up to say, "How well a train is managed depends not just on whether problems happen, but on how they are handled afterward." When he toured the train earlier, he asked about the trouble caused by Comrade Zhong. Chief Steward Liao was calm. She explained the situation directly and said they would investigate. If someone was pretending to be an employee, they would seek justice for the victim and hand the case over to the police. They would not protect anyone involved. Yang felt reassured by her words, but remained suspicious. A thorough investigation into the impersonation could involve many staff members, including some senior employees who had contributed to the train's success. Could the train conductor truly be fair and just in handling this? Hearing Yang's words, Liao Mei didn't say anything. She simply took the person and led her away. In the corridor, Ma Chuan and Sun Xiaoxiang were still arguing. Liao Mei saw Sun Xiaoxiang was tense and alert. She said directly, "Comrade, I will take you to see the train conductor. You can tell me everything. Please come with me." Instead of arguing in front of everyone, it was better to take her to the office for a proper talk. The matter was sensitive and could damage the train's reputation if exposed. Sun Xiaoxiang couldn't help but cover her chest and breathe quickly when Liao Mei said she was going to take her to see the train conductor so easily. It had been 2.5 months, and she had tried everything to see the train conductor. Seeing Sun Xiaoxiang so excited, Liao Mei felt a bit worried and realized that this matter was probably almost certain. She said to Chenling nearby, "Go call Zhong Yiming over too." Then she took Sun Xiaoxiang to the office, with Yang Taipayuan following. When Chenling was called over, she thought it was about her interfering with Xin Shuling's acupuncture again. She felt resentful and unwilling. She believed she probably couldn't keep her job, and the things Xin Shuling said were things she had seriously considered. The other side had no evidence, and the higher-ups wouldn't investigate based on just words. With resentment in her heart, Zhong Yiming went to the train conductor's office. When she saw Sun Xiaoxiang standing next to Liao Mei, looking angry, she felt like everything was over. With Sun Xiaoxiang as the victim, the truth would soon come out. After understanding the situation, the train conductor personally called the police station at the next stop. This matter was no longer something he could handle. Zhong Yuming fainted from fear. Before she lost consciousness, she heard Sun Xiaoxiang say, "I would rather give up this job than let her go to jail." Her legs went weak, and she fainted. Inside the sleeper compartment, Xin Shuling was reading a book with Anin. The little girl had recovered quickly and was now smiling happily again. At this moment, Zhu Xinghua came in holding a cup, looking mysterious. He said, "Do you know what I just overheard when I was getting water?" Everyone looked at him when he said this. "Uncle Zhu, what happened?" Anin was especially curious, blinking her bright eyes. Gu Jinmo also looked up from today's newspaper. Seeing everyone's interest, Zhu Xinghua cleared his throat and said, "It's about that crew member with the surname Zhong." Xin Shuling also became interested. "What about her?" "Actually, your sister-in-law was right. Zhong Yamen got her job through improper means. I heard from Chief Steward Liao that this case has been handed over directly to the police. She might even face jail time," Zhu Xinghua said happily. That Zhong Yamen clearly isn't a good person. If she were, would she interfere when her sister-in-law was saving someone? Comrade Shen is really good at judging people. When Songbin couldn't help but give Xin Shuling a thumbs up, feeling she was very impressive. Anin clapped her hands happily and flattered her dad. "Auntie is so amazing. Auntie is the best, the most amazing person." The little girl didn't have many words, so she kept saying amazing. Xin Shuling was so cute, she couldn't help but gently pinch her soft little face. "You really know how to talk." She was surprised inside, never expecting her casual words to be true. Shuling observes carefully. Gu Jinma also said, his tone deep but with a soft, gentle, and loving feeling that was hard to notice. This made Zhu Xinghua look at him more. His usually cold-faced boss was so tender just now, so lovable. He was a soldier under Gu Tuan, but he'd never seen Gu Tuan look like that before. People who haven't interacted with Gu Jinma might not know his personality. He's very serious and proper. Only Xin Shuling could make him praise someone and show such gentle affection. Hearing the man's brief words, Xin Shuling felt a little shy for some reason, even though she never felt that way when others praised her. The train arrived at the station on the third afternoon. When it stopped, Anin's big eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. "Auntie, I don't want to leave you." Anin hugged Xin Shuling's arm, reluctant to let go. In just 3 days, the little girl had already considered Xin Shuling her closest person besides her dad. Xin Shuling gently comforted her. "And be good. We are both in the Northwest. If you miss Auntie, write her a letter. It only takes 2 days for the letter to arrive. Once I settle down, I'll come to stay with you for a while." She liked the little girl very much. She was obedient, smart, and adorable, fulfilling all her childhood fantasies about children. "Anin, your auntie is right. She's been on the train for 3 days and is very tired. You need to let her rest." When Songbin crouched beside Anin, patiently speaking. Although Anin still felt reluctant, she finally let go and went into her dad's arms. Seeing Wen Songbin pick up Anin, Xin Shuling couldn't help but remind him. "Technician Wen, remember to go to the hospital to check. Anin's illness couldn't be delayed." When Songbin understood her meaning and nodded seriously, saying, "Comrade Xin, don't worry. I'll tell the leaders when I go back, and I will leave immediately." In his heart, Anin was more important than anything else. "Group Leader Gu, I will take Technician Wen off the train first. There are people on the platform to assist us, so we will go ahead." Zhu Xinghua saluted Gu Jinmo respectfully. Gu Jinmo nodded. Be careful. Although they had arrived in the Northwest, they couldn't let their guard down. Technician 1 is a top expert in the country, and he was sure to have been noticed by various enemies early on. Yes, Group Leader Gu, Zhu Xinghua and Wen Songbin, along with his daughter, left. Anin, with tears in her eyes, kept waving at Xin Shuling. Xin Shuling stood at the door and also waved back at Anin. She continued until the three of them left the train through the sleeper car door, then she reluctantly lowered her hand. She felt quite reluctant. Let's wait a bit longer. Although the train isn't crowded, there are still quite a few people getting off. Gu Jinmo looked at the platform through the train window. Shin Shuling had no objection. They waited about 5 more minutes before getting off the train. Near the trash can closest to the sleeper car door, Yi Yuzhen had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Shin Shuling and Gu Jinmo step off the train, she quickly waved and approached. She didn't bring much, only a couple of bags with a few sets of clothes. "Let me carry it," Yi Yuzhen said with a smile, trying to take the large canvas bag from Gu Jinmo's hand, but he simply dodged her. Gu Jinmo said in a deep voice, "No need, Auntie. This bag isn't heavy." Yi Yuzhen didn't insist. She smiled a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry to trouble you." She didn't know where the military district was, and trying to find out on her own might mean she wouldn't arrive today. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Auntie, don't be polite. It's no trouble to carry one more person." The military vehicles were large jeeps, and 4 people could sit comfortably without feeling crowded. Group leader Gu Xiao Mao ran over quickly. From a distance, he saw Gu leader with a beautiful, lively girl. Most importantly, this girl was pregnant. Her belly was already quite big. Clearly, this was from the time Gu leader visited home last time. It was double happiness. His wife had joined the army and was now pregnant. Xiao Mao took the bag from Gu Jinmo's hand and grinned, showing his big, white teeth. He said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Gu Tuan's assistant. My name is Liao Xiao Mao. Just call me Xiao Mao." Sister-in-law is definitely the most beautiful military family member in the entire compound. No wonder Gu Tuan cares so much about her. Shin Shuling smiled at Xiao Mao and said, "Hello, I am your Gu Tuan's wife. My name is Shin Shuling." Seeing Shin Shuling's gentle and beautiful smile, Xiao Mao's mouth almost stretched his ears, and his face turned bright red. "Sister-in-law is really very pretty. Hurry up and put the luggage down." Gu Jinmo stepped forward and blocked in front of Shin Shuling, frowning as he spoke. Xiao Mao quickly responded. He didn't forget to bring Yi Yuzhen's bag too. He jogged toward the military vehicle. He only thought Yi Yuzhen was a family member of Shin Shuling. "These young men are all good people," Yi Yuzhen said, but she couldn't help but think about what her son, whom she hadn't seen in over 20 years, might look like. Her son is 25 years old this year. She hasn't seen him since he was born, and now she only knows his name. Shin Shuling understood Yi Yuzhen's implied meaning and softly said, "People who join the army usually have good qualities." Gu Jinmo looked at Yi Yuzhen but didn't say anything. Shin Shuling had told him that she was going to find someone in the army. He also asked if she wanted his help, but she refused. The exact words were, "This is Aunt Ye's family matter. Since Aunt Ye didn't mention it, it's better for outsiders not to interfere. Anyway, they are in the family compound. If Aunt Ye really needs help, we can help." The 3 quickly got into the military vehicle heading to the Northwest Military District. Xiao Mao was driving and couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, once you get to the family compound, those aunts will probably like you even more. From now on, you can be relaxed in the family compound and don't need to worry too much," said Gu Jinmo. He didn't want Shuling to try to fit in with the military families inside by pleasing others. Shuling turned her head to look at the man, feeling warm inside, and said, "I will." He seemed cold and tough on the outside but was very caring, worried she might feel wronged. Xiao Mao didn't catch Gu Jinmo's hidden meaning and casually said, "Yes, sister-in-law, the women in the military family compound are very kind. Just be yourself." Although he hadn't visited the compound much, he knew the women there were very friendly. Shuling looked at Yi Yuzhen and said, "Thank you, Annie." The train station was some distance from the military area. An hour later, the military vehicle entered the Northwest Military District. Yi Yuzhen looked at the solemn gate, where 4 soldiers with guns and serious eyes stood. Sandbag barricades were stacked on both sides of the gate, and a movable wire mesh was nearby. A big slogan on the wall read, "Military and civilians united as one. See who can defeat us." "Shuling, I'm glad I met you. If I came alone, I probably wouldn't dare to go inside," said Yi Yuzhen, feeling nervous just looking at the armed soldiers. Gu Jinmo said, "Auntie, let's go to the family compound first, so Shuling can rest. I'll have Xiao Mao go with you to check the archives. Do you have your household register and documents ready?" The military district was large, and it was hard to find someone directly. It was better to go to the archives. All right, thank you so much for your trouble today, said Yi Yuzhen, feeling both happy and a bit overwhelmed by the kindness of the young couple. Shuling's man was a regimental commander, and she felt honored that he personally sent someone to help her. Gu Jinmo replied calmly, "You're Shuling's friend, and I am also a soldier. Auntie, don't worry." He could see that Auntie Yi was sincere and trustworthy. The military vehicle entered the family compound. It was afternoon, and the summer in the northwest was not as hot as in the city. Many family members sat under trees, cooling off and relaxing. Every day, not many military vehicles enter or leave the family compound. Only senior officers at the regiment level or above have such vehicles. So when Gu Jinma's military car drove into the compound, the military family members sitting by the roadside cooling off and mending shoes all looked over together.
Wow.
It must be Commander Gu's wife coming. That car is Commander Gu's. Finally, after waiting so long, she's here. It's really not easy. I think the commander's wife must be very beautiful, or else Commander Gu wouldn't have gone all the way back home to pick her up. That's not certain. Maybe she's a spoiled young lady who insisted that Commander Gu come to pick her up. These women sat together, watching the military vehicle and chatting non-stop. Everyone in the family compound was eagerly waiting for Gu Jinma's wife. These women usually had little to do, so they loved to gossip about such things. Even the woman who had just given birth and was feeding her baby would be the subject of gossip, let alone the commander's wife. "Let's go see." Zhuangning pouted and, after putting down her peanuts, called a few women to walk toward the military vehicle. Xiaoyan had already asked her to help watch over things here. She wanted to see if Gu Jinma's wife was capable of anything extraordinary, making Gu Jinma think about her day and night, even returning to her hometown to pick her up and treating the train ride like a bus ride. Rich young ladies shouldn't have to work so hard, right? When Zhuangning said they should go take a look, a few women nearby immediately stood up. They were already very curious, and when someone called out to go, they hurried over. On the military vehicle, after Gu Jinma's car stopped steadily, he said in a serious voice, "Shuling, don't get off by yourself. Wait for me to come down and help you." Shuling, who was pregnant, had been on the train for a long time. The military vehicle was a bit high, and he didn't want her to get off alone. After saying that, Gu Jinma opened the car door first and got out. He circled around the vehicle to open the door for Shun Shuling. The women who had come over to watch the excitement saw that the cold-faced Commander Gu got out of the car himself and hurried to open the door for his wife. When she got out, he even gently helped her. Shun Shuling was helped out of the car by the man. Most of her body was blocked by the door. Only her cloth shoes and black pants were visible, looking plain and ordinary. After she got out of the car, she looked down and into the vehicle. She told Yi Yuzhen, who hadn't gotten out yet, "Aunt Yi, this is my home now. If you need anything, just come here to find me." In case Aunt Ye's son doesn't recognize her or she can't find him, she would have nowhere else to go. Yi Yuzhen kept waving her hands. No, there must be a guest house here. I'll stay at the guest house. Shuling, I really appreciate all you've done for me. I won't trouble you anymore. Earlier on the road, she had already thought it through. If she could find her son, he might not accept her right away. She might need to stay here for a few more days. She definitely couldn't stay at Shuling's house. Seeing that Yi Yuzhen had her own plans, Shin Shuling didn't say much. She just nodded and closed the car door. As soon as the door was shut, she heard someone gasp. She instinctively looked toward the sound. 7 or 8 women with slightly yellowish or dark faces, dressed in black and gray clothes, stood not far from her. They looked at her curiously, eyes wide with interest. Shin Shuling was startled by these suddenly appearing women. She instinctively touched her belly and took a step back. Gu Jinmo, who was grabbing her luggage from the trunk, quickly stepped forward and gently supported her waist to prevent her from falling. Gu Jinmo glanced at the women who were watching the scene. The women, who had been staring intently, quickly looked away and didn't dare to stare directly at Shin Shuling anymore. Gu Tuan, the leader, had a well-known reputation in the army. Not only soldiers and young troops felt intimidated by him, but also the family members of the soldiers found him formidable. These are the women and neighbors from the family compound, Gu Jinmo quietly explained to Shin Shuling. Chinju thought her eyes nearly popped out. Girl, you look so fresh and beautiful. Your skin is like a peeled boiled egg, better than a little child's. The other women also thought so. They couldn't help but praise her. I've heard that Commander Gu's wife is pretty, but seeing her in person, I realize it's true. Definitely not a waste that Commander Gu went so far to pick her up. If I looked like you, my husband wouldn't just go to pick me up. He'd carry me all the way. They all thought Shin Shuling was very beautiful, especially her skin, which looked so delicate it seemed like it might break at a touch. The wind and sand in the northwest are strong, and the sunlight is quite intense. People living there, even if they take good care of their skin, tend to have rough skin. Plus, these women usually live frugally and don't bother much with skincare. In contrast, Shin Shuling's skin is much better because the climate in Shueisha is humid and suitable for skin. With the blessing of the space spring, her skin looks even better. When she stands in front of these military wives, she seems to glow like a bright light, naturally drawing everyone's attention. Girl, you take good care of your skin, right? Zhuang Ying's words sound a bit jealous. It's clear she's from a wealthy family. Her skin is so good, she must use a lot of fancy creams. Xiaoyun is better at managing her life and household. Thinking this, Zhuangming looks at Shin Shuling's pregnant belly, and I can't help but ask curiously, Girl, you're pregnant, right? Looks like you're at least 6 months along. Experienced women can tell the pregnancy month just by looking. Shin Shuling glances at Zhuangming, but doesn't answer. Instead, she smiles and says, Thank you all for your concern. I've been on a train for several days, and am a bit tired. I'll go home to rest today. I'll come back another day to chat with everyone. After saying that, she turns and walks into the house. She's been on a long train ride and just wants to lie down and rest. She has no time to satisfy their curiosity. Gu Jinmo also says nothing. He simply carries his luggage and follows her home. Usually, he rarely interacts with these women from the military wives' courtyard. Zhuangming watches the couple leave and mutters softly, What are you so proud of? No matter how good-looking someone is, what does it matter? Can they erase their identity? She remembers when she first got married. She was like a flower. The harsh environment in the northwest made her age quickly.
Tianyu stands beside Xuan Ying.
She overheard her muttering and looks at her with a strange feeling a bit puzzled by her jealousy. I have water boiling at home, so I'll head back first, she says lazily, ignoring Zhuang Ying's expression. Both their husbands are battalion commanders. Chunju's husband, Zhou Baogua, is a full battalion commander, while Zhuang Ying's husband, Lu Jianjun, is a deputy battalion commander. Their positions sometimes cause friction and competition, but outwardly, they get along. Chunju turned around and went back to her house. Zhuang Ying felt disdainful, thinking Chunju was pretending to be noble. She smiled at her sisters-in-law and said, The wife of the team leader is tired. Let's go ask Xiao Mao. She then headed toward the military vehicle that hadn't left yet. But before she reached it, the vehicle suddenly sped off with a loud engine roar. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zhuang Ying spat out a mouthful of exhaust fumes, feeling the driver was very rude. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Mao said kindly, Auntie, you don't need to worry too much. The archives office doesn't close until 6 o'clock. Just now, Auntie had suddenly told him to drive quickly, worried that the archives office might close. Xiao Mao understood her feelings well, so he followed her instructions, but still comforted her softly. On the way, Xiao Mao learned that Yi Yuzhen was there to find someone in the army. Yi Yuzhen looked away from Zhuang Ying and the others, smiling. Thank you, Xiao Mao. I just want to find my son's file quickly so I can see him sooner, Xiao Mao responded politely, thinking that Auntie was really a kind person. Meanwhile, Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma entered the yard. It was a single-story house with red brick walls and gray tiles, each with its own small yard. In winter, they kept warm with a coal stove. There were also a few apartment buildings for family members, but Gu Jinma chose a small house because Shin Shuling didn't like crowded places. The yard was quite spacious. Usually they hung clothes and cooled off there. Many military families with houses also grew small vegetables like greens in a little garden. Shin Shuling looked at the bare yard. In the corner, there was a stone table and chairs. A clothesline was set up, and there was a cellar on the right side for storing potatoes and carrots for winter. Next to the cellar was a well for drawing water, used for washing vegetables and clothes. This yard is yours to do whatever you like, plant vegetables, flowers, or nothing at all, Jinmo said as they walked. Shin Shuling looked at the stone table and said with a smile, I want to plant some grapes near the table and build a trellis. At the very edge of the yard, I'd like to plant flowers and a small vegetable patch for green onions and such. From now on, this would be her home. She wanted to make it warm and cozy. Anything you want, Jinmo replied softly, remembering her words and speaking gently. After speaking, he pointed to a small separate room opposite the cellar. That's the bathroom and shower room. There are 2 rooms separated. He built this specifically because he knew Shuling didn't like using public toilets and she usually kept things clean. Seeing this, Shin Shuling's smile deepened. The 2 of them entered the central room, which is a small suite connected by 3 rooms. On the left is the kitchen, in the middle is the main hall, and on the right is the bedroom. The kitchen has a small storage room for grains, oil, and tickets. The bedroom has a Kong bed, which can be heated in winter. On the left side of the 3 rooms, there are 2 smaller connected rooms. They are suitable for family members visiting or for storing miscellaneous items. Jinmo led Shin Shuling directly into the main bedroom. She was pulled to sit on the bed, and she was surprised to see that the bedspread and sheets were bright red with gold peony and phoenix patterns, which are usually used for weddings. Jinmo noticed her surprise and said in a deep voice, I bought these bedclothes myself. When we got married, we didn't have a proper wedding or anything new. I thought it was a bit inappropriate. Not only was it inappropriate, but he also felt it was a pity. He loved his wife very much and wanted to celebrate grandly, but Shuling didn't like that. Thinking of his cold attitude toward Jinmo in his past life, Shin Shuling felt a twinge of guilt. She touched her belly and said, After the baby is born and we celebrate the full moon, we will hold a banquet. We can invite more people then. Jinmo's heart moved and he immediately agreed. Before knowing Shuling was pregnant, he planned to hold a banquet right away, but now that she was pregnant, he had to wait. Thinking of the baby in Shin Shuling's belly, Jinmo felt that waiting was worth it. Soon, their family of 3 would be happy and harmonious. Shuling, lie down and rest for a while. I'll put things away and then go to the cafeteria to get some food, Jinmo said. Shin Shuling nodded. She was tired too. Although she wanted to see the house, for the sake of the baby in her belly, she decided to sleep first. She could feel that this house was carefully decorated by a man. The cabinets and furniture in the main room were brand new, and even the table was covered with a floral cloth, clearly chosen to suit her taste. Jinmo knew she liked to keep things clean, so he said, I'll borrow some hot water from next door. Wash your hands and feet before you sleep. Shin Shuling had no objection. She had planned to wait until the man left to go back to her space and get hot water to wash her face and feet. Now that he offered, she was too lazy to fetch it herself. Jinmo found a kettle, handed it to her, and then left. The kettle contained warm water from the train, with more than half a cup remaining. Shin Shuling wasn't thirsty now. She stood up and casually placed the kettle on the nearby desk. The bedroom was quite spacious, and there was a desk by the window. She sat down on a chair next to the desk. Since she had just returned from the train station, she felt her clothes were dirty and didn't want to sit by the bed anymore. Soon, Jinmo returned, carrying a thermos bottle of warm water, followed by a kind-looking ant. Shin Shuling noticed that the ant was holding a bowl with 2 large steamed buns inside. Girl, I live next door. My name is Chinju.
Just call me Aunt Chen.
We're neighbors now. I heard from Captain Gu that you haven't eaten yet. I just made some buns for lunch. Come and eat some, Aunt Chen said, handing her the bowl. Thank you, Aunt Chen. My name is Shin Shuling. Just call me Shuling. Shin Shuling smiled. She remembered that when she first saw this ant at the door, she was surprised but didn't say anything inappropriate. She had seen how the other military wives reacted. She already had a rough idea of how to get along with them in the future. Aunt Chen's gaze lingered on the bright red quilt. Then she smiled and said, Shuling, don't be polite. We're neighbors now, so we should get to know each other better. If you need any help in the residential area, just tell me. I'll definitely help. She was a warm and hospitable person. Plus, Captain Gu was her husband's superior, so she was even more friendly to Shin Shuling. She thought it was important to build good neighborly relations. She was not like Zhuanging, who was superficial and daring enough to offend the wife of the regiment commander just to get her daughter into the military hospital. Anyone with good judgment can see that Commander Gu genuinely cares for his wife. Even if he didn't like her, it wouldn't be her place to interfere. Gu Jinmo poured hot water into a basin nearby. He then went outside to fetch some cold water. After mixing the hot and cold water to make it warm, he said, Shuling, wash your hands and face first before eating. He placed the basin on the table for Shin Shuling to wash her hands. Seeing this, Chenju wisely said, I won't bother you anymore. Shuling, when you have time, come chat with my older sister. The young couple had just returned and probably had many things to talk about. She didn't want to stay and bother them, so she quickly left. After Chenju left, Gu Jinmo took Shin Shuling's clothes out of the canvas bag. Shin Shuling was washing her feet. Once you're done, change your clothes, have some steamed bread to fill your stomach, and if you're sleepy, go to bed. I'll go prepare your meal now. It was mealtime, and the dining hall had opened. He was worried that by the time he returned with food, Shin Shuling might already be asleep. Shin Shuling responded a little sleepy, Thank you for your effort. Gu Jinmo was about to leave with the lunchbox when he thought for a moment. He took out a green military-style thermos from inside the room. After washing it thoroughly with well water, he headed out. Shin Shuling finished washing her feet, changed into new clothes, and put one steamed bun into her space. She took out a beef bun, ate quickly, and then lay down. The weather in the northwest was dry, and the temperature was about 3 or 4 degrees lower than in Water City. As autumn approached, Water City was still somewhat hot, but in the northwest it was very comfortable. She lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. When Gu Jinmo returned with the thermos, he saw Shin Shuling was already asleep. Her breathing was light, and her fair face had a faint blush. She was sleeping peacefully on the bright red wedding quilt in their home. Just looking at her made his heart feel full of happiness. He went inside, placed the thermos on the table, then gently tidied her shoes, placing them properly. He quietly closed the door and left the bedroom. He had installed the door after receiving Shin Shuling's letter. Before, there was only a cloth curtain for privacy. In the main hall, Gu Jinmo took everything out of the large canvas bag and packed it neatly. Most of the items had been sent by Shin Shuling in advance, probably arriving in a day or two. At this moment, Xiao Mao ran over. He stood at the gate of the yard and loudly called out to Gu Jinmo, who was tidying up inside the main room. Captain Gu! Captain Gu! Every day, the little soldier shouted slogans during training, and his voice could be heard by several neighboring households. The military wives sitting nearby also looked over, and Zhuanging watched eagerly, wishing she could walk over and listen to what they were saying. Gu Jinmo put down his things with a serious face and said coldly, Lower your voice. Xiao Mao shrank back under Gu Jinmo's sharp gaze and whispered, Captain Gu, the superior officer wants to see you to report work. He had just taken Auntie to the archive room and was called away immediately after. When the superior heard that Captain Gu had returned with his wife, he quickly asked Captain Gu to come over. Gu Jinmo looked back toward the bedroom and said, Wait for me first. He turned around, went to the main room, and left a note after grabbing some paper and a pen. Only then did he follow Xiao Mao to the military district. As soon as Gu Jinmo and Xiao Mao left, the military wives sitting under the tree couldn't help but start gossiping. One short-haired wife asked curiously, Why doesn't the captain's wife come out for a walk? Sitting inside all the time isn't good. She thought the captain's wife should come and greet the neighbors in their residential area, since everyone would be neighbors in the future. She must be tired. Look at her belly. It's so big. She's probably resting inside now. Sitting with such a big belly for 3 days must be exhausting. They didn't know that Gu Jinmo and Shin Shuling had traveled by train with sleeping berths. The captain's wife should be about 6 or 7 months pregnant. Traveling by train like this is really inconvenient. It would be better if she just stayed at home to have the baby before coming here. You're just not understanding. Captain Gu has been looking forward to this for a long time. His wife must be getting better and better, or he wouldn't have come to pick her up himself. That's true. Our residential area probably cares for Captain Gu's wife the most. Most of these military wives were kind-hearted and didn't speculate much about Shuling, especially since her husband was the captain. Zhuang Ying, however, was different. She was a person with her own ideas and a sharp mind. She listened to everyone's words and couldn't help but say with a slight smile, Commander Gu is now loving his wife, but it might not last long. She was confident that once Commander Gu figured out that matter, sending Shuling back would be an easy thing. Hearing Zhua Ying say this, the other sisters-in-law became very curious. Aunt Zhua, what do you mean? What do you mean by very soon? One military wife asked eagerly. Zhua Ying looked at her with a half-lifted eye and stood up, putting away the small stool she brought. She cleared her throat and said meaningfully, just watch, Commander Gu and his wife, they won't last long. After saying that, she carried her small stool and walked home happily. She was so pleased that when Xiaoyan found out, she would be very happy. Maybe she would even arrange for her little one to go to the military hospital. This Aunt Zhua is really too mean, one military wife whispered as she watched Zhuang walk away. Not only does she not wish them well, but she also curses their marriage won't last. Isn't that unkind? Another military wife quickly said, Shu, don't let her hear you. She's close to Lu Xiaoyun. Be careful, or she might tell her husband and cause trouble. The others immediately stopped talking and switched to other topics. The Lu Xiaoyun they mentioned is the daughter of the political commissar. Her family lives in a small apartment, a bit far from the courtyard. Everyone in the family compound knew that Lu Xiaoyun could have gone to a better place after graduation, but she stayed because Commander Gu stayed. She missed a great opportunity. They also knew that Lu Xiaoyun's feelings for Commander Gu were one-sided. She had shown her affection by inviting him to eat in the canteen and giving him gloves and scarves, but Commander Gu never went or accepted anything. At that time, everyone learned that Commander Gu was engaged and planning to marry soon. But since Commander Gu refused Lu Xiaoyun so clearly when she graduated from medical school and was assigned her job, she refused the chance to go to a big city and chose to stay in the Northwest Military District. At that time, Commander Gu wasn't married yet. It seemed Lu Xiaoyun wanted to use this to pressure him, to show her determination. Look, I've done so much for you. Can you really bear to refuse me? Lu Xiaoyun is quite good-looking, actually very pretty. She is a rare college student who even sacrifices better job opportunities for love. Other men would have given up easily, but Gu Jinmo remains unmoved. Later, Gu Jinmo went back to get married. Lu Xiaoyan asked her father to find out about Shuling. When she learned that Shun was an orphaned heiress from a wealthy family, she felt instantly insulted. Her father is a military political officer, her mother is a kindergarten principal in the military district, and she herself is a doctor. Why did Gu Jinmo choose her over someone with a questionable family background? Lu Xiaoyan felt resentful. From initial disappointment, her feelings turned into stubbornness. She couldn't accept losing to an orphan girl who seemed less capable. After hearing that Gu Jinmo planned to take Shuling to join the army, she asked her good friend Zhuang Ying to watch over Shen. Gu Jinmo is a proper and promising leader. How could he be with someone from a family with a questionable background? She just needed to wait patiently. Meanwhile, the group of military wives soon dispersed, each returning home to cook and eat. Elsewhere, Yuzhen, with help from the archives office, found out about her biological son's situation. Su Shuyuan is 25 years old, a company commander, married, with a 5-year-old son. When Yi Yuzhen learned her son was a company commander, she felt a surge of happiness. Her son is truly successful. Ma'am, I can help call Commander Su over, said Xiao Zhang from the archives office kindly. Yi Yuzhen shook her head quickly. No, just give me his current address. I'll find him myself, so I won't trouble you. She didn't want everyone to know she was looking for her biological son. She wasn't sure if her son would want others to know, so she decided to go alone. Xiao Zhang agreed not to insist and said, Commander Su's family lives in the staff housing. I'll give you the address, and a soldier will take you there. Yi Yuzhen thanked him repeatedly and soon followed the soldier to the staff housing with a note. On the way, she asked the soldier guiding her, Comrade, may I make a request? Ma'am, just tell me what you need. As long as it's not against the rules, I can help, Xiaobing said with a simple smile, scratching his head. Yi Yuzhen replied directly, I don't know if my son is willing to acknowledge me. If someone asks later, just say I am a relative of Lieutenant Su. She didn't want to cause trouble for others. Hearing this, Xiaobing felt a bit of sympathy. He nodded and comforted her. Ma'am, Lieutenant Su and his wife are good people. Don't worry. He hadn't interacted much with Lieutenant Su, but no one had spoken ill of him. The only thing was that his wife was too modest and often got bullied by her family. Yi Yuzhen's eyes crinkled with a smile. Yes, I can tell they are good people. Her son had a happy family and her daughter-in-law was happy, so she felt happy too. They quickly arrived at the bungalow area of the family housing. Xiaobing pointed to a nearby yard and said, Ma'am, that's Lieutenant Su's home. His wife is a doctor at our military hospital's obstetrics department. They probably aren't home right now, so you might have to wait. I have nothing else to do, so I can wait. Comrade, thank you so much. You should go back and get busy, Yi Yuzhen said, not minding waiting a little. She also needed some time to calm her excited and nervous feelings. She wanted to gather her emotions. Xiaobing looked at her with some concern. Ma'am, if you don't see Lieutenant Su's family when you wait, you can go to the guest house or the archives instead. It was touching that this lady traveled so far to find her lost son from years ago.
Ye Yuzhen nodded gratefully.
After watching Xiaobing leave, she went to wait at the door of the Su family house. As Chunju, who was passing by on her way to the cafeteria, saw her, she curiously glanced at the unfamiliar woman carrying a bundle on her back and then looked at the Su family yard. Her expression suddenly became cautious. She asked, Ma'am, are you here to see Lieutenant Su's family? The Su family was just next to Colonel Gu's house. Chunju knew about Lieutenant Su's household. Now that a stranger was here, she was worried it might be a relative of Lieutenant Su's wife causing trouble.
Ye Yuzhen similed.
Yes, I am a distant relative of Lieutenant Su. I came here for a small matter. Chunju looked at the closed gate of the Su family yard and said, Lieutenant Su doesn't know when he'll be back. Xin is probably still at the military hospital. Auntie, since you came so far, why don't you come to my house for some water first? Xin is pregnant now. She needs to find out what this distant relative wants. If they're here for money like Xin's family, she needs to tell Xin and Lieutenant Su. Yi Yuzhen saw Chunju's friendliness and smiled, shaking her head. Thank you. I brought my own water, so I don't want to trouble you. I'll just wait at the door for Lieutenant Su. Annie, are you here to visit Lieutenant Su for something? Chunju noticed Yi Yuzhen didn't want to go inside and started asking about her purpose. Yi Yuzhen saw Chunju's curiosity and half pretended, I came specifically to see Lieutenant Su. I haven't seen him in a long time. I just want to check on him and then go back. Chunju didn't fully believe her, but still smiled and went inside to get a small stool. Auntie, you can sit and wait. I'm busy going to the canteen to get food. Chunju said goodbye and left. Yi Yuzhen sat on the small stool, feeling that although Chunju didn't believe her, she was still a kind person.
It was mealtime now.
Yi Yuzhen sat at the door of the Su house. Passers-by looked at her curiously, some greeted her, and others looked at her with strange eyes. Yi Yuzhen didn't mind. When people greeted her, she responded. She didn't care about the strange looks. Everything she experienced in Shueisha had made her very strong inside. Hey, you're related to Yuan Xian? Did you come to see her because you know she's pregnant? Zhuang Ying came over, munching on sunflower seeds. She had heard someone say that Lieutenant Su's family had visitors again, so she came to see. Everyone in the military compound knew Yuan Xian's family was always asking for money from her brother. Lieutenant Su has been living in the family yard for years. Since his parents died, no relatives from that side have come. Only Yuan Xian's family keeps running over for money. Everyone in the yard saw Yuan Xian as a joke. So, what if she's a doctor? She still can't make her life better. She's not even as good as the women who stay at home and don't work. Yi Yuzhen knew her daughter-in-law was Yuan Xian. When she heard Zhuang Ying say Yuan Xian was pregnant, her eyes lit up with happiness. She said, "Is Yuan Xian really pregnant? That's wonderful. Maybe I can help take care of her." It didn't seem like she was there to ask for money. Seeing there was nothing interesting, Zhuang Ying simply shrugged and said a few polite words before leaving. She still needed to go to the apartment building to talk to Xiao Yun about today's events. Standing around was just wasting her time. Meanwhile, Yuan Xian hurried home on her bicycle. Earlier, Sister Chen had sent a message through a young soldier at the gate, saying her family had come again, probably asking for money. She didn't think much and quickly pedaled toward the military housing area. Just thinking about her family made her feel annoyed and stressed. As Yuan Xian entered the military housing area, Tian, who had just finished kindergarten, was already home before her. Su Tian is Su Shiyuan's son. He is 5 years old, lively and cute, like a little bean. "Hey?
Who are you?
Why are you sitting at my door?" Tian was curious because he saw Yi Yuzhen sitting at the door every day. He ran over on his short legs to see her. Yuan Xian had taken good care of Tian. His face looked soft and chubby, and his body was round. Because he was from the northwest, his cheeks were a little red, looking like a little doll with a red face from a New Year picture. Yi Yuzhen looked at Tian and felt her heart beat faster. She asked, "Are you Su Lianzhang's child?" She thought the little boy looked very much like her when she was young, especially his mouth and nose, which seemed to be a perfect match. Tian tilted his head proudly and nodded. "My dad is Su Lianzhang. My mom is Dr. Yuan. I am their child, Su Tian." Even though his mom couldn't always be with him like other children, he didn't feel sad. He was proud of his parents because they both contributed to the country. "Good boy, good Tian. Auntie is a relative of your dad. Come, Tian, sit with Annie," Yi Yuzhen said as she stood up to let Tian sit down. She also took out a small handful of wild strawberries from her pocket and offered them to him. She had picked these strawberries by the roadside and washed them. She had tasted them. They were very sweet. Tian, these are wild strawberries. Try one." Yi Yuzhen's eyes were full of hope. She carefully handed the wild strawberry to Tian. Seeing the little boy in front of her, she felt very happy. Tian knew about this fruit, but he shook his head politely and refused, saying, "Auntie, I won't eat it. I'll wait until Mom comes back." His mother had told him not to eat things from strangers. Although this auntie was a relative, he didn't know her. He was afraid that if she was like his little uncle, eating her wild strawberry might make his mom upset. Yi Yuzhen saw this and didn't get angry. She smiled and put the wild strawberry away, saying, "Then wait until your mom comes back." Tian nodded without saying anything. Actually, he had a key in his small shoulder bag, but he didn't tell her. He was still a child and couldn't let strangers in. His mom said this was a military family area and soldiers guarded the gate, so bad people wouldn't dare to do anything. Although he thought this Annie was quite nice and kept smiling at him, he still listened to his mom. When Yuan Xian rode her bike back, she saw Tian sitting on a small stool with a kind-looking auntie standing beside him. Looking at the auntie's skin, it was rough and dark yellow, probably from daily work. But her skin was still a little lighter than the local people's. She didn't have any relatives like that. Yuan Xian got off her bike and asked with some doubt, "Who are you looking for?" Yi Yuzhen looked at Yuan Xian, who appeared gentle and beautiful. She felt a little nervous. "Mom, this auntie is a relative from Dad's side. She said she came to see Dad about something." Tian happily ran over to Yuan Xian and said cheerfully. Yuan Xian examined her carefully. She noticed that the auntie looked a bit like her son, especially her mouth and nose. But she knew her husband's situation well. How could a relative suddenly appear? When Yuan Xian married Su Shiyuan, she knew he was adopted. His parents had both passed away shortly after their marriage. Everyone in Su's family knew he was adopted, so after his parents died, they didn't keep in touch much. Moreover, even if this relative was from Su Shiyuan's side, they had no blood relation. How could there be a resemblance to Tian? Yuan Xian looked at the nervous Yi Yuzhen in front of her. An unexpected but understandable idea came to her mind. Yuan Xian said, "Auntie, let's go inside and talk." Yi Yuzhen nodded repeatedly. "All right, my name is Yi Yuzhen. You can just call me Auntie Yi." She wanted to speak more affectionately, but was afraid that revealing her feelings might lead to rejection or annoyance. Yuan Xian quickly led Yi Yuzhen into the courtyard. Gu Jinmo came out of the leader's office. His expression was unusually gentle, and those who knew him well could tell he was in a very good mood. The old leader had just called him in, saying it was to report work, but really, he asked about Shuling's situation and told him to take good care of her. Gu Jinmo told the old leader about Shuling's pregnancy. The old leader was very happy for him and said he would visit once the baby was born. Seeing how much the old leader cared about Shuling made Gu Jinmo even happier than if it were about himself. After leaving the office, Gu Jinmo headed straight to the family quarters. His work for the day was done, and the old leader had told him to spend more time with Shuling. He didn't know if Shuling had woken up yet. Passing by the training ground, Zhou Baohua, who was still training, couldn't help but tease Gu group leader, busy going home to see her wife. As soon as he finished speaking, friendly laughter from the soldiers around followed. News of Gu Jinmo's wife arriving had already spread through the entire group. Gu Jinmo just waved his hand and walked away quickly. His expression showed no change. He didn't mind their jokes at all. In fact, he was a little happy. Being teased about Shuling didn't make him uncomfortable. Gu Jinmo didn't go straight home, but stopped by the military service center. He bought some vegetables, fruits, and candies. Carrying several bags, he was on his way back to the military family quarters when he met Xiao Mao, who was delivering a letter. "Gu group leader, a letter from your wife," Xiao Mao said, handing over an envelope. Gu Jinmo took the letter and waved to Xiao Mao. "Go back now. Tell Xu Yuan and old Zhou that everyone gets a day off tonight, so no training." He had been in such a hurry earlier that he forgot to tell them. Xiao Mao's eyes widened in surprise, and he saluted. "Yes, Commander." Gu Jinmo carried the envelope and continued walking toward the military residence. Within seconds, he heard a mischievous giggle behind him and footsteps running farther away. Everyone knew that Gu Tuan was crazy about extra training. Whether he was the battalion commander, company commander, or the original squad leader, as long as there was no mission and he stayed in the camp, he would train tirelessly every day. This was a daily routine after dinner. Now, this training fanatic surprisingly gave his brothers a day off, which made everyone happier than New Year's. Xiao Mao happily ran ahead, eager to tell everyone in their group the good news. He thought Gu Tuan was being kind for once. Gu Jinmo returned to the military residence. When passing by the Su family, he saw Tian playing alone in the yard. He looked at the closed main hall door and then called Tian over from across the yard. "Tian, why aren't you inside?" Tian was a little afraid of Gu Jinmo. He thought Uncle Gu always looked cold and fierce. He hesitated and said, "Uncle Gu, someone came to our house. Mom wants to talk to Annie, so she told me to play outside for a while." Gu Jinmo nodded. He took some fruit candies from his bag and said seriously, "Be careful when you're alone. Don't go somewhere dangerous." Although the military residence was safe, he was worried that children might get into trouble if they were too playful. When Tian saw the candies, his eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gu." Gu Jinmo glanced at the closed main hall door of the Su family again before turning to leave. He guessed who was inside talking to Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian was one of his soldiers. Because he trained especially hard, Gu Jinmo liked him and knew more about him. He knew Yuan Xian's family situation, which matched Yi Auntie's circumstances. Gu Jinmo reached his own yard. After unlocking the door, he found the yard quiet, so he was pretty sure Shin Shuling hadn't woken up yet. He first put down what he was holding in the kitchen, then opened the slightly ajar bedroom window to look inside. Shin Shuling was indeed still sleeping on the bed. Her fair face was slightly red, and she looked very deep in sleep. The thermos on the table hadn't been opened. Gu Jinmo softened his expression. He reached in and took out the thermos, then went to the kitchen to get busy. He needed to put the watermelon in the water basin to chill so Shin Shuling could eat it after waking up. A tall man, nearly 2 meters tall, put on an apron and started busying himself in the kitchen. Everything in the kitchen, including the apron, was freshly arranged. Soon, smoke rose from the chimney, and the sounds of chopping and stir-frying filled the quiet courtyard, creating a warm, lively atmosphere after nearly a year of silence. The man, wearing a short-sleeved training uniform and an apron, cooked in the kitchen. His tall figure could support everyone and also hold up his own small family. Shin Shuling woke up to the smell of food. Through the half-open window, she saw that it was already dark outside, and the room was dimly lit. She paused for a moment, then remembered she had moved to the military family compound with her husband. Lying on the bed there, she reflected on everything she had experienced recently, feeling a bit dazed and unreal. The aroma of food drifted in through the half-open window. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A tall man stood in the doorway, backlit, and Shin Shuling could see his deep blue apron. Jinmo asked in a deep voice, "Shuling, are you awake?" Shin Shuling responded softly and looked directly at the man in the apron. "Food is almost ready. Take your time getting up. I just bought a watermelon and will cut some to put on the table in the main hall," the man said gently but with a low tone. Then he added, "I received a letter earlier, sent from Lin province for you." Shin Shuling's eyes brightened at this and she said eagerly, "Uncle Zeng sent it. I'll go read it now. Jinmo, help me turn on the light." The light switch was right next to the man. Jinmo, hearing this, reached out and turned on the lamp. He worriedly advised, "Don't rush. You're pregnant now, so don't move too quickly. The letter is on the table in the main hall. Once you put on your shoes, you can go read it." If his hands weren't greasy, he would have gone to help her. Seeing how nervous he was, Shin Shuling couldn't help but smile and said, "I'll be careful. You go ahead and get busy." Jinmo saw she wasn't in a hurry and nodded before heading back to the kitchen, where a chicken was still simmering. Shin Shuling put on her shoes and casually drank some spiritual spring water before leaving the room. She went to the main hall, where a bright red watermelon was on the table and a light yellow envelope sat beside it. Eagerly, she picked up the envelope and opened it. It has been more than half a month since Uncle Zeng's family went to the countryside. I wonder how they are doing in Lin province. Shin Shuling opened the letter and read it quickly. The more she read, the wider her smile became. In the letter, Uncle Zeng said that their family was doing very well in the village in Lin province. Since they were a large family of educated youth going to the countryside, the village had directly assigned them 2 temporary rooms. Uncle Zeng was considerate of his pregnant daughter-in-law and offered to buy a better house with a yard using money. He also told the village head that his daughter was married nearby in the neighboring village. The village head was very happy to hear this. Since his daughter married into their village and was willing to spend money on a new house, it showed she was eager to become part of their community. Back then, educated youth going to the countryside were proud and didn't want to mix with the local villagers. They believed they would return to the city eventually, so they didn't bother to socialize with the villagers. The educated youth formed small groups among themselves. The villagers, who had little exposure to the outside world, could see the pride of the educated youth. They didn't want to associate with them. But Uncle Zeng's family was different. They moved to the countryside as a whole family and even bought a house in the village. This made the village head very happy and proud. No other educated youth had ever bought a house directly in the village. From now on, Uncle Zeng's family would be the representatives of the educated youth in their village. When the village head was pleased, he would take extra care of their family. Just a few days after they arrived, he even sent a message to the daughter of Uncle Zeng in the neighboring village, inviting her to visit her family. Now, Uncle Zeng's family had a good relationship with the villagers. Although many educated youth thought they were giving up and becoming complacent, it was undeniable that they were living quite well now. Shin Shuling finished reading Uncle Zeng's letter and let out a long sigh. Her smile never faded. There was still more than a year before the movement started. Uncle Zeng's family's work and background were completely fine, except for the fact that he had worked with his father for a few years before. Many people in Shueisha City knew about this, but Lin Province was far from Shueisha City, so it wouldn't be included in Uncle Zheng's family records. When the movement officially began, it didn't have much impact on the village. Most villagers were poor farmers with clean political backgrounds. At that time, Uncle Zheng's family had also settled in the village and became part of it. Uncle Zheng's past with his father would be completely buried. Even if someone from the village checked, they could only find out about his family's work when they were in Shueisha. After reading the letter, Shin Shuling folded the paper neatly and put it back into the envelope. She thought to herself that after dinner, she would reply to Uncle Zheng. Just as she was about to put the letter away and pick up a piece of watermelon, Jinmo came into the room carrying dishes from the kitchen. The man smelled of food, his shirt collar was damp with sweat, and his arm muscles looked strong. His deep blue apron seemed a bit out of place on him but also suited him, giving him a wild yet cozy vibe. Seeing her holding the watermelon, Jinmo knew she had just finished reading the letter. He said, "Shuling, eat a piece of watermelon first, then have dinner. I'll go next door to give Sister Chen some watermelon." In the afternoon, Sister Chen lent them hot water and 2 steamed buns. Although these things weren't expensive, he still decided to take a plate of watermelon to her. From now on, Shin Shuling would live here. He stayed in the camp during the day, so she had a lot of time at home. He didn't really like dealing with neighbors, but rather than making her do it, he preferred to handle it himself. Sister Chen was a kind person, and the man was also a good person, someone he could get close to. He didn't need Shin Shuling to flatter anyone, but he didn't want her to be lonely either. The military family courtyard would be their home from now on. He hoped Shin Shuling could meet some friendly neighbors and aunties. Shin Shuling understood that she was delivering something to Chinju, and she smiled, saying, "This afternoon, Sister Chen gave us water and buns again. It's time to send her something." She was too lazy to go out herself, especially now that it was dark outside and she was pregnant, so it wasn't convenient. One day, she thought Jinmo should install a light bulb in the yard. While thinking this, she watched Jinmo carry a plate of watermelon out of the kitchen. Once that tall figure left the yard, she finished eating the sweet watermelon in her hand and then looked at the dishes on the table. There was braised eggplant and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There probably were more dishes. She had just smelled meat earlier. Their bowls and chopsticks hadn't been used yet. She got up, washed her hands at the well, and then went into the kitchen. The kitchen had 2 large windows, which would be very bright during the day. There was a brand new cabinet and water tank against the wall, and in the middle was a clay stove for burning firewood. The wooden lid was still on the pot, and it was clear there was still something inside. She didn't open the lid right away. Instead, she went to the water jar, emptied all the water, and replaced it with pure spring water. Only then did she lift the lid. As soon as she opened it, a strong smell of meat hit her nose. The steam dispersed, revealing a pot of chicken cooking inside, with many potatoes added as side dishes. Shin Shuling was already hungry, and now she couldn't help but swallow hard. She took a large, white-bottomed, blue-rimmed enamel basin from the cupboard, decorated with images of workers, peasants, and soldiers, and with the slogan, "Serve the people," on the edge. She scooped out a big bowl of chicken and potatoes, then took the bowls and chopsticks for both of them. After finishing, the man also returned. Shin Shuling called to Jinmo, "Come quickly and eat." She felt like she could eat a whole cow now. Jinmo first washed his hands at the well, then sat down in the main room. He picked a chicken leg from Shin Shuling's bowl and said, "Eat more meat, it's good for you." Shin Shuling was not polite. She lowered her head and started eating the chicken leg. The man's cooking was very good, and the food suited her taste. After finishing the first leg, she put the other into his bowl. "Eat too," she said with a smile. There was a large pot of chicken, and Jinmo didn't refuse the second leg. Both of them enjoyed the meal very much. The atmosphere was warm and just right. From time to time, Shin Shuling's voice could be heard in the main room, along with Jinmo's brief responses. After dinner, Shin Shuling sat on the sofa in the main room eating watermelon, while Jinmo was clearing the dishes at the table. He said, "Aunt Ye's person seems to be Su Shiyuan. He's a company commander and lives right next door to us." Their house on the left was Chinju's, and on the right was Su Shiyuan's. Shin Shuling was surprised. I didn't expect the person Auntie is looking for to be right next door. At the same time, she felt a bit worried. She asked Gu Jinmo, "How is Lieutenant Su? Is he easy to get along with?" Gu Jinmo thought for a moment and then said, "Su Shiyuan is a good person. He often talks about his adoptive parents, but they are not his biological parents. As far as I know, his adoptive parents passed away shortly after he got married. Others just think he is their biological son. He has never mentioned his real parents, and only those who have seen his file know the truth. It seems that Lieutenant Su's foster parents treated him very well, or perhaps he still harbors resentment toward his biological parents, or maybe both." Shin Shuling spoke with some emotion. If he didn't hold any resentment, he would have already tried to find Auntie, and he wouldn't be avoiding the topic. Gu Jinmo nodded, agreeing that this was true. After so many years as comrades, only he and the people in the archives knew that Su Shiyuan was not their biological son. And at this moment, the Su family. Su Shiyuan sat on a bench in the main hall, while Yi Yuzhen nervously sat across from him. The atmosphere between them was tense. Occasionally, sounds of cooking came from the kitchen, where Yuan Xian was busy preparing meals with Tian. She deliberately gave the main hall to Aunt Yi and Shiyuan. Before Shiyuan returned, Yuan Xian had a brief chat with Aunt Yi. She only learned that Aunt Yi was Shiyuan's biological mother. Yuan Xian thought she was a good person. Since Shiyuan currently had no family, she felt it would be good if they could acknowledge each other. Yuan Xian grew up in a family that favored boys over girls. Becoming a doctor was her greatest effort. Her family's neglect made her long for family love since she was young. Today, when Aunt Yi came, Yuan Xian could see her cautiousness and sincerity. This made her consider helping them recognize each other. Aunt Yi looked at Shiyuan, who resembled her by about 30 to 40%. He was taller and more handsome than she expected, with a calm demeanor and a soldier's aura. She couldn't help but speak first. "Shiyuan, Before she finished, Shiyuan gently interrupted her. "Auntie, I think it's better for us to keep things as they are. In my heart, my parents have already passed away. From now on, let's not bother each other." When she cruelly abandoned him on the roadside, their kinship was already broken. His foster parents had found him there. His foster mother told him this before she died. She said that when Aunt Yi abandoned him, she never intended for him to survive. In the cold winter, she was about to throw him into the water. Luckily, his foster parents passed by and stopped her. Seeing this, Aunt Yi simply left him on the ground and walked away. His foster mother told him this before she died, fearing that Aunt Yi might come back someday and use her kindness to threaten him. That's why he needed to know these things. Su Shiyuan felt no emotion or resentment toward his abandoned birth mother. Instead, he was glad she had abandoned him, because otherwise he might never have met his adoptive parents. If the person in front of him hadn't abandoned him, he would probably still be stuck in his biological parents' home, and he didn't know how hard life might have been all these years. Now, he has a happy and peaceful family. The only regret in his life is that his adoptive parents passed away early, and he never got to enjoy family happiness. Yi Yuzhen listened to Su Shiyuan and couldn't help but feel surprised. All her words caught in her throat. As expected, her guess was right. She stood up and smiled. "Shiyuan, since you've said that, I won't insist anymore. As long as I see you're doing well, I'll be at peace." She felt bitter inside, but tried to keep a smile on her face. She didn't want to show her sadness or let her feelings affect Shiyuan. Hearing her words, Su Shiyuan was surprised. He had thought Yi Yuzhen came to acknowledge him this time. Years ago, she had cruelly abandoned him. He didn't think she would easily forgive him now. Although he was prepared to never have anything to do with his biological parents, facing this situation still made his heart feel uneasy. The middle-aged woman in front of him was dressed simply, looking very modest. Her expression was kind but tinged with sadness, and she didn't seem like someone capable of abandoning her own child. If it weren't for his adoptive mother telling him the truth before she died, he might have been fooled by her honest appearance. Thinking of this, Su Shiyuan took a deep breath and said, "It's not easy for you to come all this way. Tell me, how much money do you want? He didn't believe she came all this distance just to acknowledge him. Did she really want to do so, or was she planning something else? Yi Yuzhen's heart tightened at his words, and her nose also felt sore. Her forced smile finally couldn't hold. She opened her mouth and, with a bitter feeling, said, Xu Yuan, I don't want anything from you this time. Seeing you happy is enough for me. Whether you acknowledge me or not is up to you. After speaking, she took something wrapped in a handkerchief out of her cloth bag. Yi Yuzhen choked up and said, You blame me for not wanting to acknowledge me, but I deserve it. The money in here is not much, but it's my heartfelt gift. She didn't hand the money to Xu Shuyuan but placed it directly on the table, then turned and headed outside. At that moment, Yuan Xian, busy in the kitchen, came out carrying some dishes. She saw Yi Yuzhen about to leave and asked with some confusion, Auntie, aren't you staying for dinner? Yuan Xian thought that, given Xu Shuyuan's nature, he would probably invite anyone to stay and eat, whether they knew each other well or not. No, little girl. I'll head back to the guest house now, Yi Yuzhen said, side-tilting her head to wipe away tears. She forced a smile and said, Thank you. That smile was bitter and awkward. Yuan Xian looked at her husband sitting on a stool and then at Yi Yuzhen, whose eyes were red and who was forcing a smile. She understood that these two probably had a falling out. Then, Auntie, I'll get you 2 steamed buns, she said, feeling a bit sorry but not stopping her from leaving. Yi Yuzhen's current state made Yuan Xian feel sympathy, but she wouldn't keep her husband from talking to her. They had been married for a long time, and she knew her husband was a reasonable man. There must be something she didn't know, something not good. No need. Thank you, little girl. Yi Yuzhen finally glanced at Xu Shuyuan, who sat motionless on the stool, then hurriedly left. As she walked, she still wiped her tears. But she didn't look back. Yuan Xian watched Yi Yuzhen leave and sighed softly. She went over to her husband and said gently, Let's eat first. Xu Shuyuan nodded and silently got up to wash his hands. His back looked a little heavy. Even though he had just acted coldly, his heart still felt stirred. Blood relatives are the hardest to cut off. Watching his father's figure walking into the yard every day, he always felt something was wrong. He looked up at his mother and asked, Mom, is Dad upset? Did Auntie Yi make Dad unhappy just now? Children are quick to sense adult emotions. Yuan Xian patted his little head and smiled. Dad is just a little upset. Later, you can help him by putting more food on his plate. That will make him feel better. Tian nodded eagerly. I understand, Mom. I'll put more food on Dad's plate. The little boy was very sensible. During the family meal, Xu Shuyuan felt gloomy, but luckily Tian remembered her mother's words. Not only did he make playful comments, but he also took the initiative to serve Xu Shuyuan food, which helped lighten the heavy atmosphere. In the evening, after washing up, the couple lay in bed. Yuan Xian then asked, Shuyuan, today you asked Auntie to leave. Did something happen in the middle? As a married couple, she felt it was necessary to know what was going on. Xu Shuyuan paused for a moment before finally telling Yuan Xian everything. Yuan Xian listened with mixed feelings but fully understood her husband's actions. She said, Shuyuan, whatever decision you make, I support you. Xu Shuyuan felt warm inside and reached out to hold his wife's hand. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Gu family, Shin Shuling was lying on the bed, looking at the man close to the edge of the bed with some frustration. Gu Jinmo, come closer and sleep. Why was he still like this? Gu Jinmo looked at Shin Shuling's large belly and felt a bit nervous. He couldn't understand why he always thought Shin Shuling's belly seemed bigger than other women who were over 5 months pregnant. This made him even more anxious, and he wished he could just sleep on the floor under the bed with a blanket. He noticed Shin Shuling looked a little unhappy and softly explained, Shin Shuling, I can just sleep here. You're pregnant now, and I'm worried I might press on you. Although he was a very quiet sleeper, what if? Shin Shuling frowned. Come closer and sleep. I won't be pressed. They were married now, but he kept avoiding her like she was dangerous, which made her very uncomfortable. Seeing his wife about to get angry, Gu Jinmo clenched his teeth and moved over to sleep in the normal position. At worst, he would wait until Shin Shuling fell asleep and then move to the side of the bed. Seeing that her husband was obedient, Shin Shuling felt a bit better. She reached out to hold his strong arm, ready to sleep. Her belly pressed against the back of his hand. Gu Jinmo's whole body stiffened, but dared not move. He was afraid that if he moved, Shin Shuling would think he was trying to shift away. Although he was very nervous, he could still feel the softness of her skin and the faint scent in the air. It was a sweet torment. Because Shin Shuling was pregnant, she soon fell asleep, breathing evenly. She held onto her husband's strong arm, feeling very safe. Now, as autumn approached, the nights in the northwest were not hot. They even needed a thin blanket, and snuggling together was just right. Gu Jinmo listened to her breathing and found himself reluctant to move away. Happiness filled his heart as the woman's shallow breathing gradually grew louder. Gu Jinmo finally decided not to move away from the bedside. Shortly after Shin Shuling fell asleep, he also drifted off. He had a dream similar to the last one, not in scene but in the presence of the same person, two delicate, carved little children. These two children had appeared in his previous dream too. Last time, Shin Shuling was holding them, but this time, the children were by a small pond with a little house behind it. The little girl reached out to be held, repeatedly saying, "Papa, Papa." The little boy sat quietly by the pond, with big, curious eyes watching him. This time, there was no fog around. Gu Jinmo saw the two children clearly. He felt a strange sense of familiarity and closeness. He couldn't help but lean forward to pick up the little girl, but he woke up while bending down. When Gu Jinmo woke, the image of the two delicate children was still in his mind. He turned his head to look at the window. It was already dawn outside. He looked at the woman sleeping beside him. Her fair skin had a healthy glow, and her delicate features looked like they were faintly shrouded in mist, as if they might disappear at any moment. Gu Jinmo couldn't help but reach out and touch her soft face. The gentle sensation told him this was not a dream. As he studied her closely, he suddenly remembered that the two children in his dream looked a bit like his wife. His breath caught, and he looked more carefully. The more he looked, the more he thought they resembled. Could the two children in his dream really be his own? Gu Jinmo couldn't help but focus on Shin Shuling's rounded belly. Were there really two babies inside? Just thinking about it made his heart race, but he quickly calmed his excitement. He knew he shouldn't bring dreams into reality. The scenes in dreams were not real. After calming himself for a while, Gu Jinmo quietly got out of bed. He washed up, prepared breakfast, and left a note in the bedroom before heading to the military camp. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take the letter Shin Shuling wrote last night to Lin Sheng and send it. Zhuang Ying went to wait for Lu Xiaoyan at the alley early in the morning. Yesterday, after dinner, she went to the dormitory building to find Lu Xiaoyan, but she was working overtime, so she didn't go to the military hospital. She planned to come again this morning. Zhuang Ying was waiting on the road leading from the dormitory to the military hospital. Whether her little one could get a job as a nurse at the hospital depended on this. Soon, a woman with a braided hairstyle on a bicycle came by. Standing by the roadside eating sunflower seeds, Zhuang Ying saw her and quickly spat out the seed shells and stopped her. Lu Xiaoyan saw it was Zhuang Ying and brightened her eyes. She immediately grabbed the brake and stopped her bicycle. She was riding a white women's bicycle with a red scarf tied around the handlebar, very bright. Looking at her outfit, she wore a light yellow fitted dress, which looked very elegant. Even her braids were tied with colorful elastic bands, very fashionable. Her style was quite eye-catching to ordinary people, and it was undeniably attractive. "Wow, Xiaoyan, your dress looks so nice. Auntie almost didn't recognize you. The color really suits you." Zhuang Ying praised her enthusiastically, sounding very friendly. Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile a little proudly when she heard the compliment. She tilted her head and said, "This dress was bought secretly from Hong Kong City by someone I asked. It's very popular there now. It's different from the dull styles here." Hearing this, Zhuang Ying's eyes flashed with greed. She reached out to touch the hem of the dress and couldn't help but sigh. From Hong Kong City, No wonder it looks so good. The fabric is soft too. It's really different. Xiaoyan, this dress wasn't cheap, was it? With the shipping fee, it cost 300 yuan. For me, money isn't important. As long as I feel happy wearing it, Lu Xiaoyan said proudly. She looked down on the women in the military compound, most of whom were from the countryside. They only knew how to cook and do laundry, with no sense of femininity at all. Zhuangning nodded repeatedly and praised Lu Xiaoyan again before bringing up her purpose for today. Xiaoyan, you are like a flower in our military district, much prettier than Commander Gu's wife. When Lu Xiaoyan heard Zhuangning mention Shuling, her smile turned a bit mocking. She couldn't help but ask, did Annie Zhuang see her yesterday? Zhuangning kept saying, hey, isn't that right? Yesterday, she came in grand style, and the entire military family compound went to see her. I've never seen anyone so eager to show off. As for her looks, she's not even as pretty as you, sister. Only Commander Gu treats her like a treasure. But I think if she weren't pregnant, Commander Gu definitely wouldn't go to pick her up himself. Luxian felt somewhat relieved when she heard Zhuangying's words, but her smile faded completely when she heard that Shuling was pregnant. She sharpened her tone and said, what? You mean she's pregnant? Luxian's eyes were full of disbelief. She was angry and resentful, unable to accept it. How could that woman be pregnant? How dare she get pregnant? Brother Gu and that woman are only engaged, but now she's pregnant. Does that mean it will be hard for Brother Gu to divorce her? In Luxian's view, Gu Jinmo's marriage to Shuling was just to keep his promise. He didn't love Shuling at all. When Gu Jinmo realized they couldn't get along, he would naturally divorce Shuling, and then he could marry her. But now that Shuling is pregnant, everything has changed. Xiaoyan, don't worry. I tell you, that child isn't even Brother Gu's. Zhuangning quickly whispered to Luxian. Luxian's eyes brightened as she listened, and finally she said, Shuling dares to treat Brother Gu like that. She's doomed. She looked at Zhuangning and said, Aunt Zhuang, please help me. Luxian muttered to Zhuangning, who listened and then praised her repeatedly, almost praising her to the sky. Aunt Zhuang, you just need to tell Brother Gu what's going on. After this, I will immediately arrange for Xiaojun to work as a nurse at the military hospital, Luxian said to Zhuangning. Zhuangning happily agreed. After watching Luxian ride away on her bike, she returned home. Luan had been resting at home these days. Seeing her mother so happy when she came back, she couldn't help but ask, Mom, did you find some money? Why are you so happy? Zhuangning went to Luan's side and smiled, saying, You're happier than finding money. Your future job has been arranged. You'll work at our military hospital, so you'll be closer to Mom, and you might marry a good officer. Your future looks bright, very bright. She was really hoping Luan would stay in the Northwest Military District. Luan listened but didn't feel happy. She said, Mom, did you talk to Lu Xiaoran about this? Did you forget that Dad told you to keep your distance from her? Also, I don't have to stay at the military hospital. Actually, she preferred to work at a hospital in a big city where there are more opportunities and she could grow faster. Even though she's a nurse, she still wanted to see more of the world. Nonsense. How can a girl leave home and run around everywhere? Mom only contacted Lu Xiaoran for your future. Do you think just saying a few nice words will make her help you? Luan, just stay obedient and stay at the military hospital, close to your parents. Girls should stay at home to take care of the family. Later, your brother can go out and try things. He's a boy and he's tough. Guys can handle hardships outside, but you, as a girl, should enjoy a happy life at home. Mom doesn't want you to suffer outside, Zhuangning said firmly, but her tone softened at the end. In her view, girls should live a peaceful life, taking care of both their family and in-laws. Luan listened to Zhuangning and thought she was doing it for her own good. She nodded and swallowed her words. Mom was right. Everything she did was for her own good. Otherwise, why did she keep trying to please Lu Xiaoyan? She knew Lu Xiaoyan wasn't easy to get along with. Since her mom cared so much for her, she decided to listen and stay at the military hospital. Seeing Luan obey, Zhuangning was very happy. She casually asked, I'm so hungry after talking so much. Xiaowan, What did you make for breakfast this morning? I made porridge and bought some steamed buns and pickled vegetables from the canteen to go with it. Dad just finished breakfast and has already left, Luan said. As long as she was at home, she usually cooked the meals. Today, after eating, she wanted to read a book. In a few days, school would start again. This semester, the school assigned internships, and she wanted to leave a good impression at her internship place. Zhuang Ying was unhappy when Luan made porridge. Her face looked a little upset. She said, "Mom wants to eat some meat. Xiaowan, please make some steamed buns for Mom. Mom wants buns. Lunch is probably not closed yet. If you want to eat, I can go to the cafeteria and buy some for you," Luan said. Zhuang Ying immediately replied, "Mom prefers the ones you make yourself. The buns from the cafeteria are not as good as what my daughter makes. Xiaowan, please help me make a few buns. I'll give you a hand." Luan felt a bit reluctant. It took about an hour or two to knead the dough and cook the buns, but Zhuang Ying still pulled her into the kitchen to start making buns. During this time, Luan was a little distracted, but Zhuang Ying was very happy. She kept talking about what had happened in the military family yard recently and mentioned that Shen Shuling and Gu Jinmo hadn't been together for long. Luan didn't want to listen to these stories. She just wanted to finish making the buns quickly, then go back to her room to read a book. After Shen Shuling woke up, the man beside her had already gone to the military camp. There was a note left on the table saying breakfast was simmering in the pot. She lay on the bed without moving, touched her growing belly, and talked to the two babies inside her for a while. Then she slipped into her space. Shen Shuling stood on the dark land. She looked at the space, which had changed again. She felt excited and confused. She had been on a train these days and hadn't brought anything into the space. How could it have upgraded again? Could it be because she used acupuncture to save people? The space had expanded a lot. The small mountain had grown into a tall mountain. A lake appeared at the foot of the mountain. The trees she had stored in the space had turned into a forest. The places without vegetable fields were covered with grass. But this grass was managed by the space's intelligent system. It looked trimmed. The spiritual spring in front of the house had turned into a fountain, with spiritual mist floating around it. She could feel that the quality of the spiritual spring had improved. Just standing by the fountain made her feel lighter. Her heavy belly from pregnancy was completely gone. Shen Shuling's eyes shone brightly. She quickly went into the bathroom of the house. After filling the bathtub with spiritual spring water, she couldn't wait to lie down. The spring water wrapped her like silk. Every inch of her skin seemed to absorb spiritual energy. Her pores relaxed, and it felt like every cell was cheering. During her bath, she thought about the recent space upgrade and was pleasantly surprised to find that it had gifted her a house. She could design the house herself, but only needed to imagine it. The space would help her perfect and modify the design, which was very smart. She had thought she would have to wait a long time to build the house her parents left her, but it happened so quickly. Maybe the space heard her thoughts and was helping her. Shen Shuling didn't think much and immediately imagined the look of a waterfront house in her mind. She soaked in the bathtub for 20 minutes. When she got out, another house appeared next to the first one, exactly like the Shen family house in Shui City. The furniture and items she had moved into the space from the house were also placed inside. After she got up, she looked in the mirror and noticed her skin seemed to be getting better. She didn't look too much and quickly went to the shower to rinse off. Then she eagerly went to the neighboring house. The entire house was exactly as she remembered. Even the slightly weathered walls from rain were perfectly replicated. She had already handed over the house to the country, but luckily, the space could help her preserve and rebuild it. She walked around the house several times, then reluctantly left the space. Because she had just taken a bath, she felt very energetic. She went to the kitchen and replaced everything Gu Jinmo bought with items from the space. She also hung the banner she brought from Shui City in the middle of the main hall. The bright banner was very eye-catching. Even standing in the yard, it was easy to see. At this moment, Chenju from next door came to the yard door with a basket, calling out to her, "Shen Shuling, Shen Shuling." Just after hanging the banner, Shen Shuling heard Chenju calling her at the door. She responded and went to open the door. Be careful now, you're pregnant, Chinju warned as she saw Shin Shuling walking as if she wasn't pregnant at all. This girl still made people worry. Shin Shuling had just soaked in the spiritual spring water and felt full of energy. She smiled and said, Aunt Chun, I'm fine. My body is very healthy. Seeing her rosy complexion, Chinju didn't say anything more and turned her gaze toward the main hall. Hey, Shin Shuling, what are you hanging on the wall? Is it a banner? She asked curiously. At this moment, receiving a banner of honor is a big thing. To get one, not only do the leaders need to approve, but the relevant departments also have to sign and stamp it. The value of this is very high. Shin Shuling listened to Chinju's questions and didn't hide anything. She simply invited the person in. Is it a banner? Sister Chun, do you want to see it? Of course, Chinju wanted to see. She followed Shin Shuling into the room, asking non-stop, I haven't seen your family hang a banner before. Shin Shuling, tell the truth, is this banner yours? She asked because if the banner belonged to Gu Jinmo, the people in their military housing area would have known long ago. It wouldn't be hanging out without anyone noticing. Shin Shuling smiled and replied, It's a banner I received after doing good deeds in Shueisha. I knew it. Shin Shuling, you're really capable. Chinju clapped her thigh happily, looking proud. She followed Shin Shuling into the main hall. Just seeing the bright red banner hanging on the wall made her feel proud. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it, then started praising it again. Shin Shuling, the first military wife in their housing area to get a banner, was a big deal. Chunju said with a big smile, Shin Shuling, you're a role model for all the military wives here. Everyone in our housing area is proud to have you. She was happy for her own good judgment. The other military wives didn't want to get close to Shin Shuling before, but now they saw her as a good example. From now on, she would be the best sister to Shin Shuling. Hearing Chinju praise her, Shin Shuling showed a shy smile. She humbly said, As a military wife, I also want to do something for the community. It's all thanks to the opportunities everyone gave me. Chinju gave her a thumbs up. Shin Shuling, with your attitude, how can those outside say anything bad about you? They chatted for a few more minutes. Then Chinju asked if she wanted to go to the service center to buy some vegetables. Shin Shuling naturally agreed. Gu Jinmo had left a note saying he wouldn't be home for lunch, and that Xiaomao would get food from the cafeteria. She had plenty of good things in her space, so she wouldn't eat at the cafeteria. Now, going to the service center with Sister Chen, she could also take some things out of her space. Shin Shuling took out her canvas bag and also took out the red silk scarf Gu Jinmo had given her earlier. She wrapped it around her head, ready to go with Sister Chen to the service community. Today, it was windy outside, and the wind carried fine sand. Wearing a silk scarf could help keep hair clean. Chunju saw the bright-colored silk scarf she was wearing and couldn't help but remind her, Your scarf looks like a high-quality one. Our family compound encourages simple living. Shuling, maybe you should change to a different scarf. Look at the blue cloth on the older sister's head. It's quite nice. If you don't have one, I have a new one at home. When I go back, I can give you that one, she added. Chinju was worried that Shin Shuling might attract gossip from other military wives if she appeared too flashy. She thought it was better for her to stay low-key since she had just arrived at the military family compound. Hearing Chinju's words, Shin Shuling casually took off her scarf and shook it out to show her. The pattern on the scarf was visible once it was unfolded. This is a pattern of female militia members. It's very impressive. Did Commander Gu give this to you? It looks quite special. Shuling, you should wear it. Chinju quickly helped Shin Shuling put the scarf on. Soon, the two of them left the military family compound, chatting and laughing as they headed toward the service station. It was the time for grocery shopping, and people from the compound were walking in groups toward the store. When they saw Shin Shuling, they whispered among themselves, especially noticing her scarf. Shin Shuling didn't bother with their gossip. When passing the gate of the military area, she asked a young soldier on guard to send a message to Gu Jinmo's office, saying she didn't need lunch and would cook for herself. The young soldier saw how beautiful Shin Shuling was and blushed deeply. He stammered in response and hurried to Gu Jinmo's office, not daring to look at her again. Chinju watched this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The service station was very close to the military compound, only a 10-minute walk. It was spacious and sold not only vegetables but also daily necessities. I see that Commander Gu has everything prepared at home. You just need to buy some vegetables and whatever you want. Let's buy meat first, then vegetables, or else everything might be sold out, Chinju said as she led Shin Shuling toward the meat section. Shin Shuling bought 2 jin of pork belly and several vegetables. She didn't buy much, just enough to cover her supplies with items from her space. Chinju also bought a small piece of meat and then left. Her yard was full of vegetables, so she usually didn't need to buy any. She asked, Shuling, do you want to buy anything else? Shuling shook her head. I don't need to buy anything else. I sent some things here before I joined the army. Considering the time, her things should have arrived in the past few days. All right, let's go back. You're pregnant, and I can help carry the meat, Chinju said as she stepped forward and took the bag with the meat from Shuling. She thought Shuling's belly looked big, and carrying things might be difficult. Shuling didn't refuse. She just smiled and thanked her. The two of them slowly headed back. When they reached a quiet place, Chinju lowered her voice and said, Shuling, I see you as family, so I want to tell you something. Seeing Chinju's serious face, Shuling asked, Sister Chin, just say what you mean. Chinju looked at her rounded belly before speaking. I remember that Captain Gu took leave to visit family over 5 months ago. Your belly doesn't look like it's only 5 months. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. If you're having twins, you need to take good care of yourself. Carrying twins isn't easy. She was experienced enough to see that Shuling's belly was too big for the months, but she didn't doubt her character or morals. She just thought it might be twins. Shuling smiled gently, touching her rounded belly. She said to Chinju, Sister Chun, you're right. There are 2 babies inside me. Chinju's eyes widened and she blurted out, Really twins? Shuling nodded. She looked around and then said, Sister Chun, please keep this a secret for now. I haven't told Captain Gu yet. I want to have the checkup as a surprise for him. Chinju nodded repeatedly. Yes, you should tell him. If Captain Gu finds out you're having twins, he'll be overjoyed. After saying that, she couldn't help but gently touch Shuling's belly. Suddenly, she felt a kick from the little baby.
Wow.
That little one has quite a temper. The kick must be from a little boy. Chinju smiled with her eyes squinting, looking at Shuling's belly with anticipation. No one could dislike a baby who hasn't been born yet. Shuling's eyes also softened. Boy or girl, I like both. Although she knew she was carrying a boy and a girl, she wasn't particular about their genders. Captain Gu's ideas are just like yours, Chinju said happily. The two quickly returned to the staff housing. Soon after, Chinju brought her some small green vegetables from her own yard, looking fresh and lively. She accepted them and gave her 2 large pork buns made by her own hands this morning. Chinju happily left with the buns. Meanwhile, inside the military hospital, Lu Xiaoyan was wearing a beautiful light yellow dress and swaggered into the hospital for work. She looked like a proud peacock, very proud. She deliberately wandered around the hospital, successfully attracting everyone's attention. She naturally thought these gazes were envy and admiration. These people didn't have the same beautiful clothes as her. Even if they did, they lacked the ability or courage to wear them. Lu Xiaoyan stepped in her small leather shoes toward her office, smiling happily. At the corner, she almost bumped into Yuan Xian, who was holding a thermos. Be careful. If water spills on my dress, can you afford to pay for it? Lu Xiaoyan said harshly. This was her new dress. Yuan Xian, wearing a white coat, quickly apologized. Sorry, comrade. I didn't see you. She had just arrived at the military hospital and thought she almost bumped into a patient's family member. Lu Xiaoyan looked Yuan Xian up and down, then took a step back and asked, Which department are you from? I haven't seen you before. The woman in front of her looked gentle and pretty, quite attractive. Yuan Xian realized Lu Xiaoyan was also a doctor when she asked, and she smiled. Miss, my name is Yuan Xian. I just came to the obstetrics and gynecology department. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and also a doctor. She then extended her hands, wanting to shake hands. Lu Xiaoyan didn't want to shake hands with Yuan Xian. She just said sarcastically, so you're Sue squad leader's wife. No wonder you can follow the military. So you've come to the military hospital. Captain Sue didn't qualify for the staff housing, and she didn't know whose connections Yuan Xian used. She thought Yuan Xian must have used some relationship to get into the hospital. Yuan Xian didn't quite understand Lu Xiaoyun's words. She looked at her pretty dress and couldn't help but smile and remind her, "Comrade, it's work hours now. You should change into your work uniform quickly, or it won't look good if the leaders see you." She thought the comrade's dress looked nice, but it was never suitable to wear at any time. It was too eye-catching and easy to attract attention. However, since this was their first meeting, she didn't feel it was appropriate to say much. When Yuan Xian said that, Lu Xiaoyun immediately sneered and mocked, "You should mind your own business first." Then she stepped into her office in her small leather shoes. Back in her office, just as she put on her white coat, she was called to the leader's office. The department head looked at Lu Xiaoyun standing in front of him and said earnestly, "Xiaoyun, you're at an age where dressing up is good, but you shouldn't be too obsessed with it. You need to fit in with the group." He looked at the small yellow hem of her skirt that showed from her legs, and his meaning was clear. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyun felt very annoyed. She said, "Director, now in Gangcheng, this kind of clothing is popular. I think we shouldn't be too strict about these things." She loved to look pretty, but her environment didn't allow her to do so. Seeing Lu Xiaoyun's defiant expression, the department head felt a headache coming on. She was someone with connections, often relying on her family ties to do as she pleased in the hospital. "Go back and change your clothes before coming to work," the director said more firmly. He didn't want to waste time arguing with her. They couldn't let one person hold back the whole hospital. Lu Xiaoyun's face darkened. She suspected someone had reported her, but she could only obediently go home and change. She stomped her small leather shoes hard, venting her frustration. The department head added, "Change your shoes too." Lu Xiaoyun left the office but didn't go straight back to her apartment. Instead, she went directly to the obstetrics and gynecology department to find Yuan Xian. After scolding her, she left the hospital riding her bicycle home. Yuan Xian looked pale after Lu Xiaoyun's words. The nurse nearby quickly comforted her, saying, "That's Lu Xiaoyun from the surgery department. Her father is a military and political officer. You're pregnant now, so next time you see her, just avoid her. She's quite proud and hard to get along with," she whispered. Yuan Xian touched her flat belly and nodded. She rode her bike home to change clothes. Just as she took out her keys to open the door, it swung open from inside. Her father, Lu Weimin, looked at her with a stern face. "Why are you dressed so fancy? What do you think you look like?" Lu Weimin frowned. He looked at his daughter's dress and leather shoes and felt very annoyed. He felt that his image in the army was ruined by his daughter. He came home immediately after receiving a call from the department head. Lu Xiaoyun pouted and spoke arrogantly. "Dad, can I even wear a dress now?" She thought her dad was old-fashioned and overly controlling, which made her very frustrated. Inside, Ding Guifan stepped forward and pulled the father and daughter inside, trying to smooth things over. "All right, both of you, stop arguing. It's just a dress. Once you change, it's fine." Then she looked at Lu Xiaoyun and said, "Xiaoyun, this dress is too eye-catching. Don't wear it anymore. You should think more about your dad." She didn't even know when her daughter bought such a dress. Lu Xiaoyun felt annoyed listening to Ding Guifan's nagging. Seeing her dad's serious face made her even more irritated. She sat on the sofa and said, "I won't change. I want to wear this dress out. Every time I try to consider Dad, but have you ever thought about me? When Brother Gu was involved, it was the same. You all promised to help, but in the end, you not only backed out but also asked me to be understanding towards Dad. You never really thought about me." When she mentioned this, she felt very wronged. Hearing this, Lu Weimin thought it was ridiculous. He looked at his daughter sitting on the sofa, looking upset, and said in a deep voice, "At first, I agreed to help you match with Captain Gu, but I didn't know he had a fiancé. You can't expect me, a political officer, to do something shady, right?" This daughter was spoiled by him. "It's just that she isn't married yet. I even gave up the chance to develop in Beijing. If you don't want to help me, you value your work and your position more than me," Lu Xiaoyan accused. If her dad hadn't refused to help, she wouldn't be like this now. Some daughters are born to pay off debts. Others are born to collect debts. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyan was the latter. Lu Weimin rubbed his pounding temples and said, "You sneaked off to the military hospital without telling me. Who can you blame? I told you this matter was hopeless, but you still secretly came to the hospital. Captain Gu only cares about his fiancée. How can I make him choose me? I can't just threaten him and force him to be with me," said Lu Xiaoran with a hint of blame. She had always been spoiled since childhood, surrounded by many admirers. But she hit a wall with Gu Jinmo. She even gave up a great opportunity because of it, so she couldn't accept it. Lu Weimin was so angry, he was trembling. He took several deep breaths to calm his rage a little. "You're staying at the military hospital anyway. In a few days, you'll go on a blind date. Don't think about other things. And you're not allowed to wear that dress anymore," Lu Weimin said sharply, and then left the room, not wanting to see his useless daughter anymore. After Lu Weimin left, Lu Xiaoyan picked up a water cup from the table and smashed it on the ground. "I won't go on a blind date. I refuse. Don't try to throw me out." Boo-hoo. She smashed things and cried loudly. Ding Guifan saw her crying and felt very sad. She quickly went over and hugged her, comforting her. "Xiaoyan, your dad is doing this for your own good. Even if you like Captain Gu, he is already married. I asked your dad to find someone good for you. Your future will be better than Captain Gu's. His wife comes from a bad background, and he has little chance to advance. You should stop obsessing over him." She thought Gu Jinmo was being unreasonable, ruining his future just for a wealthy young lady. It was really a loss. Lu Xiaoyan looked angry and stubborn. "I want him. I don't care. I won't give up." She was determined to be with Big Brother Gu. Otherwise, staying in the Northwest after leaving Beijing would be a joke. She didn't want to be outdone by that wealthy young lady. After saying that, she pushed everything off the table. The sound of things crashing echoed loudly in the room. Okay, whatever you want," Ding Guifan said, just wanting Lu Xiaoyan to calm down first. She kept talking softly, afraid that her daughter might get angry and break more things. Xiaoyan is her only child. She was raised with a lot of love and care from her mother and old Lu. When she was born early and had heavy bleeding, she only weighed 4 pounds, looking like a tiny kitten, which was very pitiful. Because of this, she could never have children of her own. Over the years, her parents focused all their love and attention on Xiaoyan and were very indulgent with her. When Ding Guifan said this, Xiaoyan felt happy and said, "I knew my mom loves me the most." With her mother's love, she felt brave enough to do anything. At noon, Xiao Mao went to the military family compound to deliver a letter. Xin Shuling casually boiled some hot water in the kitchen, then brought out the prepared food from her space. There was steamed pork, cabbage, and pork stew with vermicelli and some small green vegetables. All these dishes were made in her space, tasting better than outside, with the added benefit of spiritual spring water. As Xin Shuling was taking the dishes to the main hall, she heard Xiao Mao calling her from outside the yard. Xiao Mao handed her a letter, smiling, and said, "Sister-in-law, I brought you a letter." "Thank you, Xiao Mao. Have you eaten yet?" Xin Shuling took the letter and asked. Xiao Mao scratched his head.
"Not yet."
"I'll go back and eat now." He still had time to go back. Xin Shuling said, "I just cooked lunch. Take some to your squad leader, and I'll pack some for you too. You should try my cooking." She didn't want him to make a trip for nothing. When Xiao Mao heard there was food, his eyes lit up. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xin Shuling asked him to wait, then went inside to pack 2 servings of food. One was in a thermal container with more meat for Gu Jinmo. The other was in a lunchbox for Xiao Mao. Although it had less meat than the thermal container, it was still enough. Since he was the squad leader, he deserved better things to distinguish him from ordinary soldiers. She put the thermal container and lunchbox in a mesh bag and handed it to Xiao Mao, softly reminding him, "Walk slowly, don't spill the food." Xiao Mao knew the lunchbox was for him. He happily said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law." He was just a service soldier for the squad leader, so being able to share sister-in-law's cooking was already a great honor. He didn't dare ask for more. Xiao Mao quickly left with the mesh bag. Gu Jinmo was originally in the cafeteria, getting food with Zhou Baogua and Lu Jianjun. When Xiao Mao came over carrying a mesh bag and said it was sent by his sister-in-law, it immediately caused a hush among the people nearby. Zhou Baogua smiled and said, "You even asked Xiao Mao to get food for your wife. Now, everyone thinks your wife is someone who can't do any work. What kind of man are you? Not only did my sister-in-law send food to Gu Tuan, but she also gave me a share," Xiao Mao said proudly, though no other soldier had such treatment. At this time, meat and vegetables were very precious. Giving them away without meat was not impressive, and if he kept it for himself, he wouldn't have anything to eat. So, it was better not to give anything. Lu Jianjun teased, "Gu Tuan, open the thermos and let us see your sister-in-law's cooking skills." He had heard from his wife that Gu Tuan's wife came from a wealthy family and her background was not very clean. How could a rich girl know how to cook? Lu Jianjun's wife was Zhuang Ying. They weren't related by blood, but they still had some suspicion of each other. Gu Jinmo didn't know if Shen Shuling could cook, but since she asked Xiao Mao to bring food, it must be good. He didn't hesitate. He took the thermos from Xiao Mao and opened it directly. "Wow, your sister-in-law is really generous. 2 dishes with meat, and they smell so good." Zhou Baogua looked at the steamed pork and pork with vermicelli, his eyes wide with amazement. Such good food would normally be found in the cafeteria, and these dishes looked delicious. Gu Jinmo looked at the full container of food inside, and his usually firm eyes softened immediately. Upon closer look, there was a hint of tenderness mixed with some worry. In his mind, Shen Shuling definitely couldn't cook. But now, looking at the food in the thermos, it clearly tasted very good and seemed to have been made many times. When Shen Shuling was in the Water City, had she been living a hard life for a long time? He had been too careless to notice. "Gu Tuan, let me try this steamed pork and see if it's delicious." Lu Jianjun picked up his chopsticks, reaching to grab some. With a loud snap, Gu Jinmo slapped his hand away. He hadn't even tasted the food yet, and this person was already reaching for it. Lu Jianjun rubbed his red hand and felt a bit helpless. "Gu Tuan, do you really have to be like this? It's not like he's never eaten before." Without needing Gu Jinmo to speak, Zhou Baogua spoke up. "It's not that serious. This is the meal your sister-in-law made for Gu Tuan. How can an outsider eat it? Just because you don't mind doesn't mean others don't. Gu Tuan gets along well with your sister-in-law." Lu Jianjun was really in the wrong. Hearing this, other soldiers nearby also started to speak. "Exactly. If my future wife made me such good food and brought it to me, I would definitely eat it all, even lick the lunchbox clean. You're just gross. No wonder you can't find a wife. From now on, I want my wife to bring me food too. I'm so jealous of you guys. Hey, you should aim to become a company commander first. Otherwise, if you find a wife, you'll still be working in your hometown fields, and she won't be able to bring you food." Haraha. These soldiers kept talking, all full of envy. Lu Jianjun once tried to steal Gu Jinmo's meal, so he simply covered the thermos and went back to his office to eat. Xiao Mao was quick this time and followed along. His sister-in-law also served him a portion. The big chunks of meat looked so tempting, they made his mouth water. If he ate here, he would definitely be snatched away by these guys. At noon, Shen Shuling finished her meal and directly put her bowls and chopsticks into the space to wash. After cleaning, she took them out and put them back in the cabinet. The letter was sent by Anin. The little girl's handwriting was crooked, with some words replaced by pinyin and many misspelled. Still, she carefully read the letter from start to finish. In her letter, the little girl wrote that she had already returned to her family's courtyard in the factory area with her dad. Her dad bought her many things, and the neighbors in the courtyard were very friendly. She was happy but also missed Shen Shuling a little. At the end of the letter, the little girl asked when she could come to visit Shen Shuling and play. After reading the letter, Shen Shuling felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She took out some paper and wrote back, planning to ask Gu Jinmo to help her send it tomorrow. She was already settled here, and whenever the little girl came, it would be fine. After replying to the letter, Shen Shuling got up and slowly moved around the yard. She planned to take a walk and then go back to her room for a nap. After walking back and forth a few times in the yard, she looked through the low fence and saw a familiar figure outside the neighbor's yard. Shin Shuling's heart lit up. Auntie. Next door was Su Shiyuan's family. Last night, after returning to the guest house, Yi Yuzhen cried for a while. Then she decided to go back in a few days, but before leaving, she wanted to see her own son's family one more time. She didn't plan to bother them, just wanted to watch from afar a few times. At this moment, she heard Shin Shuling call her and felt very happy. She quickly walked over. Yi Yuzhen smiled and asked, Shuling, so you live right next door? Shin Shuling looked at the closed yard door next door and replied, Yes, the military housing assigned by Jinmo is here. Aunt Yi, come in and sit for a bit, have some water. She noticed that Aunt Yi looked a little unwell, tired, with red blood vessels in her eyes and swollen eyelids, clearly having cried a lot. Considering what Jinmo told her yesterday, she could guess most of the situation. Aunt Yi looked at the yard of the Su family and nodded, saying, Then I'll come over to your place to sit. In a few days, she would leave. During this time, Shuling had helped her a lot, so it was right to say goodbye properly before she left. Shin Shuling led Aunt Yi into the main room. She went to the kitchen, brought back a glass of water, and also took out 2 buns from her space. Aunt Yi, you've already eaten, but have some more, she said. Yi Yuzhen knew Shin Shuling was being polite, so she wasn't picky. She took a big sip of water and then ate 1 bun. She had only eaten a bowl of porridge that morning and hadn't had anything since. Now, she found the water very sweet and the buns very delicious. She originally planned to eat just 1 bun, but she couldn't resist and ate both. Yi Yuzhen felt she had eaten too much and felt a little embarrassed. Shuling, I'll pay you for the buns. She thought she had received a lot of help from her and shouldn't take more advantage. Aunt Yi, you don't need to do that. We're all from Water City. Don't be so formal. Look, I've already hung the banner you gave me. I rely on it to protect my home, Shin Shuling said jokingly. Yi Yuzhen looked at the bright banner and felt her eyes water unexpectedly. Then she took the initiative to tell Shin Shuling everything that happened at the Su family yesterday. Finally, she sighed and said, I expected this result a long time ago. Of course, I feel sad and guilty, but the child doesn't need me right now, so I won't insist. In a few days, I will return to Shueisha City. I plan to sneak over and take a look before I go back. After speaking, Yi Yuzhen wiped away her tears. Although she shed tears, her face showed a sense of relief. Shin Shuling listened and didn't know how to comfort her. She could only say, Aunt Yi, I think your idea is very good. Lieutenant Su is a good person, and life is going well for him. Now that you've made peace with yourself, you can do what you want in the future. She believed life isn't only about children and family. Yi Yuzhen agreed and nodded. Yes, Shuling, I think you're right. Before I got married, I worked hard at my parents' house. After I married, I worked at the Yang family's place. For all these years, I haven't had a single day that was truly my own. Now that I am divorced and my son is found, I can live the life I like. I believe I will live better than before. Having gone through a big setback in life, she now felt nothing could defeat her. Shin Shuling saw that Yi Yuzhen was truly at peace, and she felt happy for her. The two talked heart to heart in the main room. Shin Shuling decided not to take a nap since Aunt Yi was about to leave the Northwest. She needed to talk more with her. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Mao came again. This time, Xiao Mao was helping Gu Jinmo run errands. He brought grapevine cuttings, some vegetables, and flower seeds, saying they were for planting when the other person returned. He also brought back the lunchbox and thermos. Xiao Mao praised Shin Shuling's cooking skills a lot. After complimenting her, he poured her a glass of water. Your sister-in-law's water tastes better than others, he said. He wasn't joking. He felt the water was especially sweet, and drinking it made him feel more energetic. Shin Shuling smiled and waved her hand, telling him to go do his own work. Xiao Mao quickly ran off, like the wind. Next to her, Yi Yuzhen saw all the flour, vegetable, and seed packets and immediately said, Shuling, I'll help you till the land. You're pregnant, just watch from the side. Without hesitation, Yuzhen took it from the corner of the yard and came over to the small vegetable garden to turn the soil. Shin Shuling felt a bit guilty and said, Auntie, don't worry about working. When Gu Jinmo comes back this afternoon, let him do it. Auntie was a guest, so she didn't feel right asking her to help with chores. Shuling, you don't need to be polite. Even though I used to live in the car repair factory staff housing, I was a rural girl before I got married. I work in the fields every day. I can help you tidy up this small vegetable garden in no time, said Yuzhen, waving her as she spoke. She was strong and worked the soil very efficiently. Hearing this, Shin Shuling decided not to stop her and went back inside to pour a cup of spiritual spring water. She also took out an apple from her space. The fruits in her space were bought at the water market. She had some summer fruits, and she collected the seeds, placing them casually into the spiritual spring water. After a few days, her space would automatically help her plant them. Now, several watermelon seedlings had already sprouted. Shin Shuling placed the apple and water on the stone table, then took out a clean towel. While Yuzhen was bending over to turn the soil, Shin Shuling separated the seeds and small green vegetables she had brought, planting the vegetables in the small garden and the flowers near the fence in the yard. She planned to wait for Gu Jinmo to come back to handle the grapevines. The two were busy in the yard, and time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was 5 o'clock. The vegetable garden was fully tilled by Yuzhen, and she had already planted half of the green vegetables. Shin Shuling cut the apple into pieces and said, Auntie, you don't need to work anymore. I'll ask Gu Jinmo to do the rest when he comes back. You should go wash your hands and rest a bit. Yuzhen put down her, washed her hands and face at the well, then smiled as she came to the stone table. Before I got married, I worked even faster than this. I can do more than the men in our family, she said, wiping sweat with a towel. Throughout her life, she always thought of others. When she was at her parents' home, she tried to do more so her family could relax a little. Shin Shuling handed her water and smiled. Auntie, drink some water and rest. Also, have this apple. Yuzhen took the water and drank it quickly, finishing the whole cup in one go. The spiritual spring water was sweet and helped reduce fatigue. She couldn't help but say, this water is really good. I feel like I get more energy after drinking it. The water from the northwest seems different from the water market water here. She didn't think much about it, just assumed she was tired from working in the fields earlier. Shin Shuling smiled and gestured. Eat some more apples and rest. I'm going to cook now. Tonight, you can stay and eat with us. After Yuzhen left this time, neither of them knew when they would see each other again. Yuzhen was eating an apple, but waved her hand. Shuling, I won't eat anymore. School is about to start soon, and I want to go see him. After that, I'll go back to the guest house. She had already caused Shin Shuling enough trouble. Hearing that she wanted to visit Tian, Shin Shuling didn't stop her. Instead, she went inside and took 5 buns from her space, packed them up, and came out. Take these buns with you. If you get hungry on the way to see Tian, you can eat them, she said. Since she had helped her all afternoon, it was only fair to give her something to eat. Yuzhen didn't refuse. She smiled, took the buns, and quickly left. By nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, Gu Jinmo returned and saw that half of the vegetable garden in the yard had been planted. His expression froze for a moment, then he hurried into the main hall. Shuling, did you work today? He asked anxiously. In the afternoon, he had asked Xiao Mao to bring over some vegetable seeds, but he didn't mean for Shin Shuling to do the work. Shin Shuling was just bringing food to the table when she saw him rush in. She smiled and said, You're just in time. Go wash your hands and eat. She had just brought the food from her space, and the water in the stove had just boiled. Gu Jinmo immediately took the dishes from her hands and placed them on the table. Then he placed his hands on her shoulders, looking her over with a tense expression. He even looked worried as he said, Shuling, there's no need for you to take care of the yard. I'll do it when I can. If I don't have time, you don't need to worry. He was worried about hurting the baby. Seeing how nervous he was about her, Shin Shuling's smile deepened, and her eyes sparkled like stars. The vegetables in the yard aren't planted by me. Auntie helped me plant them. Seeing him worry and care for her made her feel unexpectedly happy and satisfied. Jinmo finally relaxed after hearing her words. Then he said, "Your belly is big now, so you shouldn't cook. What if you lose your balance and fall while cooking?" He thought Shin Shuling should rest well now and not do any chores. Shin Shuling said, "Don't worry, I won't push myself. If I feel uncomfortable, I won't do anything. But I get bored at home sometimes, so doing some light activities helps pass the time. Her health is good now, and she usually uses her space to cook. She only pretends to cook on the stove in the kitchen." Jinmo saw her face was rosy and her spirit was good, so he agreed. He went to the kitchen and brought out the remaining dishes. Tonight's dinner includes fish soup, meatballs, and stir-fried cauliflower with meat. The main dish is a large bun she took from her space, making the meal very rich. "Today, Aunt Chin took me to the service center. I bought some vegetables and meat there. You should wash your hands first, and then try the food to see if it suits your taste. I left soap by the water well. Remember to use it," Shin Shuling said as she pushed the man toward the yard. Washing without soap always feels unclean. Jinmo obediently went to wash his hands by the water well. Knowing she cares about cleanliness, he carefully washed his hands with soap before returning to the main room. On the table, their bowls were already set. His bowl had a meatball, shiny and tempting, with a glossy surface and sprinkled with green scallions, making anyone drool. "Come try this meatball," Shin Shuling called out as she saw him approaching. The main room was warmly lit, and the delicious food on the table looked cozy under the electric light. The pregnant wife smiled, inviting him to taste the dishes and see if they suited his taste. Jinmo suddenly felt that this kind of life was exactly what he had been seeking. The couple supported each other and leaned on each other, living this way for a lifetime. He sat down, took a bite of the meatball. The outside was crispy, and the meat inside was firm and chewy. The aroma of meat mixed with a hint of sweet and salty flavor, making it especially delicious. After swallowing the meatball, Jinmo felt a slight pang in his heart. He said softly, "Shin Shuling, your cooking is very good. It's delicious." The dishes Shin Shuling made were the best he had ever tasted. With such good skills, he wondered how much hardship she had endured before. Shin Shuling smiled warmly, "Then eat more." Indeed, food made with her space could truly win everyone's stomach. Jinmo, feeling affectionate for his wife, ate 3 big bowls of rice in one go. After finishing, he took the initiative to wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Shin Shuling sat inside the main hall, watching the man busy at work. She felt especially warm seeing his tall figure working hard for the family. During this quiet moment, she also told him about Auntie, with a tone full of sympathy. Jinmo paused while wiping the table, then comforted her. "Actually, that's good. Commander Su's biological father was executed. If he recognizes Auntie, it might affect his work." Shin Shuling was surprised. "I didn't think of that. Auntie probably also doesn't want a relationship to affect Commander Su's future." Jinmo nodded. After finishing the table, he went to the kitchen to wash up for a while. When he came back, he was holding an envelope and a dark blue savings book. "Shuling, put the savings book and this cash away. From now on, after I get my monthly salary, I will give it to you." Shin Shuling looked at the money and the envelope he handed her. She didn't refuse. She opened the savings book and looked at it. Then her eyes widened. How can there be so much? The savings book showed a total of 24,000 yuan. Could his salary be that high? She also opened the envelope and saw it was full of banknotes, at least 20 or 30 bills. Jinmo saw her shock and explained, "I'm a regiment-level officer. My monthly salary is 150 yuan. I usually go on several missions each year, and when I complete them successfully, the organization gives extra bonuses." He said several missions a year, but sometimes the missions are back-to-back. The current situation in the country is far from peaceful on the surface. Hearing this, Shin Shuling understood immediately. All this money was earned through dangerous missions in the midst of gunfire. She remembered what she saw after her death in her previous life, her floating in the air, watching him risking his life to complete missions. She felt these savings were too little. Her chest felt tight, and she couldn't help but say, I don't care what you were like before, but now I am with the army, and we have a child. If you go on missions again, you must prioritize safety. She was his wife, and her request was that his safety come first. This was her personal wish. Jinmo felt a warm feeling in his heart after hearing her words. I'll listen to you. From now on, I will try to prioritize safety when I go on missions. He is indeed different from before. Now he has a family and an upcoming baby. Thinking of this, he looked at the woman's growing belly, and the dream about twins from last night came to mind. He said, "Tomorrow, I will go with you to the hospital for the checkup." Although he reminded himself that last night's dream was not real, he still held some unrealistic hopes. He also worried about Shuling's health. Okay, we'll go first thing in the morning. Shuling nodded, feeling a bit excited. She wanted to see how he would react when he found out she was expecting twins. After the checkup tomorrow, we can go to the city to look around and buy you a suitable bicycle, Jinmo added. Shuling had no objections. Her belly was getting bigger, and she might not be able to ride a bike for long, but it was better to buy one early. The couple talked for a while before tidying up and going to wash up. Water is often scarce in the northwest. When Jinmo tried to fetch water, he found the well was dry. No water again. Neighbor Chinju stood in the yard, sounding helpless. Water outages here last over a week, sometimes more than half a month. Although each family usually has some stored water, during outages, the water supply is limited for drinking, washing, and laundry, let alone taking a bath. Jinmo looked at the well and turned back to the main room. Shuling asked, "What is Sister Chen talking about?" She had heard Sister Chen's voice from next door, but since there were no lights in the yard, she didn't go outside. "It's out of water. I'll boil water from the water tank for your bath," Jinmo said. Shuling paused for a moment, then realized that water was indeed scarce here. She quickly replied, "The water in the tank is full. We can use it together." Her storage had enough water, and since her husband trained all day in the military camp, he needed to wash up too. Jinmo responded with a nod. He still had some medals on his chest, but from now on, they could just use water. Their family wasn't short of money for now. The next day, Jinmo got up early as the sky was just beginning to brighten. He had just finished preparing breakfast when he received a sudden call about an urgent mission. He looked toward the bedroom, feeling a bit guilty. Jinmo went to the kitchen, kept the breakfast warm on the stove, then left the house. Soon after, he drove the military vehicle back loaded with supplies. These are the things Shuling sent from the northwest earlier. Besides that, he also bought a light bulb, planning to install it in the yard. When Shuling got up, she saw a large pile of items sent from the water market, stacked in the main room, and a man wearing a vest planting vegetables in the yard. She noticed that a wire was connected to the stone table in the yard, and a light bulb had been installed. "Captain Gu, come and see if this bicycle is suitable." Xiao Mao, pushing a brand new women's bicycle, came over. Outside, neighbors who had finished breakfast and a few women curiously looked over, including Zhuangying. "Captain Gu, planting vegetables? With the water cut off now, won't your plants die?" Zhuangying spat out a sunflower seed shell, thinking that the other person probably wouldn't be able to manage. Jinmo ignored Zhuangying's words through the fence. He went forward, opened the yard gate for Xiao Mao, and signaled him to push the bicycle inside. He had planned to take Shuling to the city today, but he received a last-minute task that would take a month, so he asked Xiao Mao to check if there were any bicycles at the service station, bringing his military ID and ticket. The service station mostly didn't supply bicycles, but he asked Xiao Mao to try his luck. Shuling also came into the yard, looking a bit curious. "Aren't we supposed to go to the city together today? Why did he suddenly buy one for her?" Jinmo didn't answer her directly. Instead, he said, "Shuling, try it on and see if it fits. If not, I'll ask Xiao Mao to find another style for you." He wasn't sure if the service station had other options, but since Shuling was pregnant, riding something uncomfortable wouldn't be good. "Come on, sister-in-law, try it." Xiao Mao pushed the bicycle in front of Shuling. The bicycle was white, smaller than the usual big bikes, looking modest, but not too flashy. Its style suggested it was a bit more expensive. Shuling liked the small size of the bike. If she had to ride a big bike, it would be difficult for her now. She took the bicycle from Xiao Mao and rode on it. Gu Jinmo, who had finished planting the last vegetable, came over to watch her. Zhuang Ying stood by the fence, eyes fixed on the white bicycle, looking eager. With a sour tone, she said, "Girl, you're pregnant. Can you ride a bike? Do you know how to ride?" Zhuang Ying is a rural woman who has been with the army for several years, but still doesn't know how to ride a bicycle. Lu Jianjun didn't plan to buy a bicycle for the family. It's not because their family can't afford it, but because Lu Jianjun sends most of his salary back home to his parents. The money left for her and their 2 children to go to school is very little. Over the years, she has been living a tight life with Lu Jianjun. Seeing others in the military family compound riding bicycles, she feels a bit jealous because she doesn't have one. Xin Shuling didn't pay attention to Zhuang Ying's words. Instead, she rode her bicycle out and circled around the yard. Since women's bicycles are lighter, she stopped and said to Gu Jinmo, "It's okay, riding it feels pretty easy." Gu Jinmo nodded to Xiao Mao, saying, "Let's take this one." "All right, I'll go register at the service station now," Xiao Mao said, then quickly ran off. He hadn't paid for the bicycle yet. He only said he wanted to try it out. If it didn't fit, he would exchange it for another one in the warehouse. Since it was also because of Gu Tuan's reputation, they let him push it over. Now that he's sure about this bicycle, he needs to pay for it quickly. Xin Shuling parked the bicycle under the eaves and saw that Gu Jinmo had already finished fixing the vegetable garden and the grapevines. She was about to call everyone inside for breakfast. At this moment, Zhuang Ying, standing at the gate, rolled her eyes and said, "Captain Gu, I see your wife's belly is quite big now. The country encourages prenatal checkups. Don't you want to follow the call and take your wife to the hospital for a checkup?" Gu Jinmo paused, turned around, and looked at Zhuang Ying with a cold gaze. He said, "No need for Annie Zhuang to worry." Zhuang Ying felt the other person's gaze was very cold and warning her. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and said dryly, "Haha, I'm just concerned about my sister-in-law." Gu Jinmo ignored Zhuang Ying and took Xin Shuling into the main room. Zhuang Ying quickly left, feeling the captain's gaze was quite frightening. When she looked around, the people who had been watching the fun just now were gone. Inside the main room, Gu Jinmo brought the warm breakfast from the stove to the table. While eating breakfast, he mentioned that he had to go on a temporary mission. Xin Shuling felt a little reluctant, but didn't think much of it. She fully accepted that her husband might go on missions. Since she chose to be a military wife, she wouldn't be upset about this. Her only worry was about the man's safety during his missions. Gu Jinmo saw that she didn't speak and thought she was upset. He felt nervous and couldn't help but apologize. "Sorry, I couldn't keep my promise to go with you to your checkup. Sorry, I can't always be by your side." This was the worst part of his role as a husband. Xin Shuling saw Gu Jinmo apologize and couldn't help but laugh. "Fool, why are you apologizing? I already know your situation. I was just thinking about whether I should make some stop-bleeding pills for you to take. If you can't go with me to the checkup, then Sister Chen can go with me. It's the same." As soon as she got the checkup report, she could still surprise him. Gu Jinmo looked surprised for a moment, then gently hugged the woman beside him. "Xin Shuling, thank you for understanding me." The woman in his arms was soft and carried a calming scent. After dinner, Gu Jinmo went to pack the luggage Xin Shuling had sent from Water City. He left at noon, so there was still plenty of time. Xin Shuling went into her room alone. Using her mind, she started working on making some hemostatic pills and other useful items for injuries. She found that she could do very little because she lacked materials. Besides a special life-extending pill made from ginseng that she could produce with her space, she couldn't make anything else. It seemed she needed to find time to buy some herbs from the pharmacy, preferably by going up the mountain to gather herbs directly into her space. That way, the medicine would be more effective. She wasn't interested in this kind of work before, but now, considering her family, she decided to put in some effort. In the end, she made a few packs of the life-extending pills for Gu Jinmo to take with him. At noon, Gu Jinmo finished packing and left. Xin Shuling watched the military vehicle drive away, feeling a little empty inside. Next door, Chenju came out to hang clothes. Seeing her standing in the yard, she called over the fence, "Shin Shuling, come sit with me? Later, we can make pumpkin pancakes together." Shin Shuling's eyes lit up. "I still have some meat. Let's make some scallion pancakes for lunch." After saying that, she went into the kitchen, took some meat from her space, and the feeling of emptiness immediately disappeared. Meanwhile, on the military vehicle, Jinmo sat in the front passenger seat, frequently glancing at the rear-view mirror. He couldn't help but wonder if Shuling would eat well after he left, if she would be scared alone at home at night. His worries were heavy and made his heart feel a little sad. Xiao Mao, who was driving, cheerfully said, "Gu Tuan, don't worry. Every day when you're on a mission, I go to see your sister-in-law. I promise she will be happy and not sad at all. She has a checkup soon. You should go with her when the time comes," Gu Jinmo said in a serious tone, feeling guilty. He felt bad for not being able to accompany Shuling to her checkup. She must have felt upset. Gu Jinmo's sad feelings didn't ease even after he got on the train. Meanwhile, Shuling was at Chinju's house, eating crispy pumpkin pancakes. She got along well with Chinju and ate 2 pancakes quickly. Soon, the onion and meat pancakes were ready again. She didn't plan to go for her checkup today either. Since Gu Jinmo was away on a mission, she thought she could go a few days later. Su Shiyuan had been feeling unusually happy at home these days. When asked, he hesitated and wouldn't say much. He also ate less at dinner, which was very strange. He asked his wife, but she said she was busy with work and didn't know anything. He suspected there was something going on. That afternoon, at 4:45 p.m., he took a rare day off to go see Tian Tian at the kindergarten himself. Everything at Tian Tian's home was normal, but he thought something must have happened at the kindergarten. At the kindergarten gate, Yiyushin was holding an ice pop and carrying a big white rabbit candy bag, waiting eagerly for Tian Tian to come out. Soon, the bell rang, and children with small backpacks ran out. Tian Tian led the way, running at the front. "Auntie," Tian Tian ran straight to Yiyushin, holding her clothes and calling sweetly. In recent days, he had been meeting Auntie at the kindergarten gate. He thought she was very nice, not only giving him lots of candy, but also praising him. He liked her very much. Yiyushin touched Tian Tian's sweaty little face and quickly handed him the melting ice pop. "This is the ice pop I promised you yesterday. Hurry and eat it before it melts." Tian Tian happily took the ice pop, tore open the wrapper, and started eating eagerly. The cold and sweet taste made him squint happily. A big and a small person continued walking slowly towards the Su family. On the way, they talked non-stop like little chatterboxes. Yiyushin's face was always smiling, and her eyes were full of kindness. She poured her feelings of guilt and love for Su Shiyuan into Tian Tian, wanting to see him as much as possible before leaving the Northwest. As they reached a corner, a cold, serious voice suddenly spoke. "Su Tian, who told you to talk to strangers?" Su Shiyuan's voice was full of anger. He quickly stepped out from the corner and pulled Tian Tian close. His eyes looked at Yiyushin with a cold expression. He had already made it clear before that they shouldn't have contact, but the other person secretly met Tian Tian behind his back. This made him angry and worried. He was angry that she saw Tian Tian without telling him, and worried she might have bad intentions. Tian Tian had never seen his dad so angry before. He was scared and stood there silently, not daring to speak. Yiyushin felt sorry for Tian Tian and quickly explained, "Shiyuan, it's not the child's fault. I just wanted to see Tian Tian before I leave. Please don't be angry with him. It was all her fault." Su Shiyuan then looked at Yiyushin with a frown and said, "I told you last time that we shouldn't have contact. Please don't come to bother our family anymore. Leave immediately. I will also inform the guards." He really didn't want to see her again. Hearing his words, Yiyushin felt the disgust in his tone. Her throat tightened, and her eyes turned red. She quickly turned her head, blinked her tears, and said, "Okay, I'll leave now. Don't make Tian Tian sad. I didn't say anything to him." After saying that, she turned around and left quickly, afraid she would cry in front of Shiyuan if she stayed. Su Shiyuan's gaze fixed on her hurried, disappointed figure. "Dad, didn't Auntie come to our house last time?" Tian Tian asked carefully. He couldn't understand why Dad disliked Auntie so much. He thought Auntie was very nice. Su Shiyuan looked away. After taking a deep breath, he squatted down in front of Tian Tian and said, Tian Tian, even though she came to our house, that doesn't mean she's a good person. If she comes to see you again, you must not talk to her or accept anything she gives you, understand? He spoke as he took the ice cream from Tian Tian and signaled for him to put away the other snacks. Tian Tian felt a little sad, but still took out all the snacks that Yuzhen had given him earlier. Dad, I understand now, he nodded, looking longingly in the direction where Yuzhen had left. Su Shiyuan threw away all the snacks Yuzhen had given Tian Tian, then took him back to the military housing area. Yuan Xian finished work early today. She brought some food from the cafeteria and cooked 2 more dishes in the kitchen. When Su Shiyuan led Tian Tian into the house, she immediately noticed that the father and son seemed a bit upset, especially the son's expression, as if he wanted to cry but was afraid to. Tian Tian, go wash your hands in the water jar first, Yuan Xian told him to go. While Tian Tian was washing his hands, she lowered her voice and asked her husband, what happened? Why does he look like that? She knew Su Shiyuan went to pick up Tian Tian today. It's Yuzhen. She's been visiting the kindergarten to see Tian Tian these days, Su Shiyuan said with a serious tone. Hearing this, Yuan Xian's face changed immediately. Why would she come to see Tian Tian? What does she want? It's not that she had prejudices, but because when Su Shiyuan was a child, Yuzhen almost drowned him in water. That incident made her very nervous. If Yuzhen holds resentment because Su Shiyuan doesn't acknowledge her and wants to do something to Tian Tian, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yuan Xian had been thinking a lot these days. She thought that although Yuzhen seemed kind on the surface, there's an old saying that you can't judge a person by appearances. She agreed with her husband's decision not to acknowledge her relatives. Su Shiyuan shook his head. I don't know either. After dinner, I'll go to the security post to check. From now on, she's not allowed to come in. Yuan Xian said, I've been busy with hospital work these days. Starting tomorrow, I will pick up and drop off Tian Tian from school. Then she thought for a moment and added, I heard that Captain Gu's wife is from the same place as Yuzhen. After dinner, I'll go find out. She had known about this for a while but didn't feel comfortable asking because they weren't close. Su Shiyuan nodded, and the couple made this decision. Shin Shuling had dinner at Chinju's house today. Her husband was training in the camp, and he was on a mission, so they decided to eat together. Chinju made a refreshing cold dish, fried some peanuts, and cooked noodles. Shin Shuling brought over crispy fried meat from her space. Both of them ate until they were full. Tomorrow night, if Captain Zhou still has extra practice, let's go to my house to eat. My yard has lights, and if there's no wind, we can eat outside, Shin Shuling said, touching her growing belly. Chunju smiled as she cleared the dishes. Sounds good. Shin Shuling also got up to help. Since Chunju didn't want her to wash the dishes, she wiped the table and swept the floor. After finishing her chores, she went back to her own yard. Just as she was about to go into her space to take a shower, she heard someone calling her from the yard gate. Shin Shuling looked outside. The yard light was on, and she saw a gentle-looking woman standing outside, looking familiar. It was Yuan Xian, who lived next door, the wife of Lieutenant Su. Shin Shuling had only been in the army a few days, and since she was pregnant, she hadn't visited the military family area much. Yuan Xian usually worked, and they had only met once, just nodding politely. Comrade Shun, I have something to ask you. May I come in? Yuan Xian asked from outside. Her gaze unconsciously fell on the yard. In just a few days, the once bare yard had become lively. They planted vegetables, flowers along the fence, and even brought in a light. It was clear she put a lot of effort into it. Shin Shuling remembered that Shu Yuan said Commander Gu was cold, but treated his wife well. Shin Shuling opened the door for Yuan Xian. Come in and talk. Her visit was probably related to Auntie. Shin Shuling led her into the main room. A bright red banner hung in the center of the wall, and Yuan Xian immediately saw it. She exclaimed, I didn't expect Comrade Shen to be so impressive, winning this banner. The small characters at the bottom said it was awarded by the Water City Public Security Bureau and the street office. People qualified to receive such banners must have high moral standards. Yuan Xian felt a new respect for Shin Shuling. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Actually, Auntie helped me apply for this banner. She even appeared in the newspaper. Did Auntie help you get this banner?" Yuan Xian looked surprised and a little doubtful. In her view, how could someone like Yi Yuzhen do such a thing? Shin Shuling could guess that Yuan Xian's family had a bias against Aunt Yi. Otherwise, Aunt Yi wouldn't have said those things to her this afternoon. She wanted to help change their opinions, so she nodded and sighed, saying, "I actually know the real reason Aunt Yi came to the northwest this time." Then she told Yuan Xian everything that had happened to Yi Yuzhen recently. Yuan Xian was very surprised after hearing this. Is it really like that? Did Shu Yuan really get handed over to human traffickers by Mei back then? If that was true, then she and Shu Yuan had misunderstood each other. Shin Shuling immediately got up and brought over a newspaper. "Comrade Yuan, take a look. This is a newspaper from back then." This was the newspaper she brought from Shueisha City. The main section featured a story about her receiving a banner of praise, and in the bottom right corner, it explained how Yang Yishan and In Mei swapped children and the final court ruling. These stories were very eye-catching on their own, and putting them together was meant to attract more readers. Yuan Xian carefully read the newspaper and then stood up excitedly. "Comrade Shen, can I borrow this newspaper? I want to take it back to Shu Yuan to see." He always thought that the person who lost him was his biological mother. According to the newspaper, the person who abandoned Shu Yuan was likely a human trafficker. The trafficker probably encountered some trouble back then, which forced him to get rid of Shu Yuan. Shin Shuling nodded. That group of traffickers hasn't been fully caught yet. So many years have passed, and it's hard to investigate. The police are willing to follow the clues and have even arrested a few people, which is already a good result. "I understand. Thank you for telling me all this," Yuan Xian said gratefully, feeling lucky she made this trip. She hurried back to her home with the newspaper. When Shu Yuan saw Yuan Xian handing over the newspaper, he looked a bit confused. But after reading it, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. A feeling of joy and relief filled his heart. "It turns out I was wrong about what happened back then. It turns out the person his adoptive parents saw was not Yi Yuzhen, and she was not his biological mother. Yes, that day, you two were so emotional that you almost missed the chance to talk properly." Yuan Xian was also happy for her husband. Su Shiyuan's nose felt sore, and he nodded repeatedly. "I'll talk to her tomorrow." I misunderstood her. Based on what Xian told him, he found it hard to imagine what his mother had gone through all these years. He also felt guilty for refusing to acknowledge her without understanding the full truth. "Tomorrow, after I send the kids to school, I will go with you," Yuan Xian said. She also wanted to apologize to her mother-in-law. Su Shiyuan's eyes turned red, and he nodded. That night, Su Shiyuan didn't sleep well. Early the next morning, he took the kids to kindergarten, then went with Yuan Xian to the military district guest house. At the guest house, Yi Yuzhen came to the front desk with her bag to check out. The front desk clerk was a woman about her age. When she saw Yi Yuzhen, she smiled and asked, "Are you leaving now? Did you see her son and daughter-in-law?" When she checked in that day, Yi Yuzhen mentioned she was visiting her son and daughter-in-law. She was friendly and always smiled at everyone, so the clerk remembered her. "I saw them. My wish has been fulfilled, so I won't bother them anymore," Yi Yuzhen said with a smile, though her eyes showed a hint of sadness. The clerk noticed she was feeling down and comforted her. "Old sister, don't worry. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. Just take care of yourself." The clerk thought Yi Yuzhen wanted to follow her son into the army, but she was refused. Yi Yuzhen nodded, returned the keys and deposit, and left the guest house. The clerk watched her walk away and sighed. She had seen many family members like Yi Yuzhen over the years. Not everyone is filial. Sometimes, you just have to accept it. Yi Yuzhen didn't go straight to the train station. Instead, she took a bus to a state-run restaurant to buy a bun. She planned to walk alone and take one last look at the land where her son lived. While she was queuing to buy a bun, a careless man approached from behind. He walked up to the bun seller and said in a flirtatious tone, Xiaozhu, do you want to go to the movies tonight? I'll treat you. The seller rolled her eyes at him and said, Go to the movies? Do you have money? Yuan Yong chuckled and said, I don't have any. My sister does. First, lend me a few buns. I'll eat them quickly and then go to the army to find my sister. She's a doctor at the military hospital and has a lot of money. The clerk rolled his eyes and looked down on Yuan Yong. Yuan Yong, you should leave quickly, or the manager will come with people to chase you away. This person, besides asking his sister for money, did nothing serious. He was always fighting or drinking, and their reputation was terrible. Dirty girl. My sister is a doctor in the military, and my brother-in-law is a company commander. They are both officials. Be careful, or I'll have someone deal with you, Yuan Yong shouted, pointing at the bun seller. Everyone nearby who was buying buns looked at him. Yi Yuzhen also looked at Yuan Yong because she heard him mention her sister and brother-in-law. When she saw this man's face, she felt he looked a bit familiar. The clerk glanced at Yuan Yong, then turned and went into the restaurant. Another male clerk quickly came out to replace him. Seeing the people leave, Yuan Yong spat on the ground and also left. If he stayed here, the manager would definitely come out with people to chase him away. Yi Yuzhen saw Yuan Yong leave. She thought for a moment, took the buns she just bought, and followed him. This man looked a bit like Yuan Xian. Yuan Yong arrived in an alley where a man was squatting on the ground, picking up cigarette butts. The man was wearing a floral shirt and looked like a troublemaker. Ergo, give me some money for the bus. I need to go to the army to see Yuan Xian and get some money. Once I have the money, we'll go for a big meal, he said, as he hadn't had money for several days. The man called Ergo looked doubtful. You're still going to see your sister? Didn't she tell you last time not to come and say she wouldn't give you money anymore? He had been hanging out with Yuan Yong for years and knew that Yuan Yong had asked Yuan Xian for a lot of money over the years. Yuan Yong grinned shamelessly. As long as she's my sister, she has to give me money. Otherwise, I won't agree, and my parents won't either. I gave up my future early on so she could go to school. I sacrificed my career for her. Now, she should support me. People who didn't know better might think he had done a lot for Yuan Xian, but in reality, he dropped out of school because he couldn't get in, and it had nothing to do with Yuan Xian. Ergo saw Yuan Yong acting so reckless and still couldn't quite believe it. He only had 2 jiao left in his pocket, just enough for a bus fare. The city was a bit far from the army base, and bus fares were more expensive. Just in case your sister refuses to give you money, and besides, your brother-in-law doesn't like you at all. I'd rather keep these 2 jiao to buy some food. Ergo didn't want to give the money away. Last time, he heard that Yuan Yong's brother-in-law almost fought him and even warned him not to go to the army again. Yuan Yong chuckled. Don't worry, I'll definitely get the money. When I get to the army, I'll pick up my nephew from the kindergarten. My sister will surely give me the money then. As long as Su Tian was with him, his sister would give him the money. Hearing this, Ergo smiled and quickly took out the money, saying, You're the real troublemaker, brother. I'm waiting for your feast. Yuan Yong took the money and said, No trouble, no man. After that, he put the money away and hurried toward the bus stop. Yi Yuzhen saw this, and quickly followed. She didn't catch all of Yuan Yong and Ergo's conversation, only faintly hearing words like money and nephew, but she instinctively felt something was wrong. The 2 of them boarded the bus to the army base one after the other. Meanwhile, Su Shiyuan and Yuan Xian went to the guest house to find Yi Yuzhen, but they were told she had already checked out and left. Feeling disappointed, they could only return to the army. Seeing her husband upset, Yuan Xian couldn't help but comfort him. When we get back, I'll ask Comrade Shin for Mom's address. Then we can send her a telegram. They only took a short leave, and going to the train station to chase after her was unrealistic. Even if they went, they might not find her. Su Shiyuan understood this and simply nodded. The couple returned to the army and went back to work. At 9:30 in the morning, Yuan Yong arrived at the army gate. After explaining that he was there to see his sister and brother-in-law, he smoothly went inside. Yi Yuzhen waited outside for a while before entering the military district. Once inside, she couldn't see Yuan Yong anymore. Without hesitation, she headed toward the kindergarten. She felt a bit nervous and scared. Yesterday, Shi Yuan clearly told her not to appear again, but she came today anyway. If she didn't follow, something might happen and she would regret it. Compared to that, she even disliked herself a little more for coming. Yi Yuzhen arrived at the kindergarten, but did not see Yuan Yong's figure. It was still early before the afternoon school dismissal, so she wondered if Yuan Yong had gone somewhere else. Yuan Yong indeed went somewhere else. He went straight to the hospital to find Yuan Xian. He planned to ask Yuan Xian for money first. If she refused, he would then go to the kindergarten to pick up Auntie himself. Since this is a military area, he was a bit afraid. Shen Shuling woke up early in the morning and comfortably took a bath. She also ate breakfast inside her space. Afterward, she carried a basin of spiritual spring water out to the yard. It was time to water the vegetables in the yard. After the water supply was cut off, soldiers would come daily to deliver water. Gu Jinmo received 3 large buckets each day, one more than Aunt Chen's family. She used the water to water the vegetables every day, which was enough. Gu Jinmo also thought so. Before leaving, the other person told her that if she couldn't do it, Xiao Mao could do it instead. The vegetable patch was small, and it only took about 10 minutes to water everything. The weather in the northwest was no longer hot. It was only a little stuffy around noon, but Shen Shuling still found this temperature more comfortable than in Water City, except when the northwest wind blew sand. The northwest area was part of the Mongolian plateau, a large desert. Shen Shuling's belly was now quite big. If she hadn't been drinking and soaking in spiritual spring water, she definitely wouldn't be able to do the watering. She bent over and poured the spiritual spring water from the ceramic basin onto the vegetables. After watering, she looked over at Su Shuyuan's house next door. It was very quiet, as if they had left early and hadn't returned yet. She didn't know if Aunt Yi and Lieutenant Su had cleared up their misunderstanding. She sincerely hoped they could resolve it. Even if Aunt Yi wanted to leave, she wanted her to leave without regrets. Shuling, are you coming to eat with us tonight? Chenju carried some vegetables and approached her yard, waving the eggs she was holding, saying they could make hand-pulled noodles. Shen Shuling nodded. Sure, come over and we'll make it together. Since the water supply had been cut off, she didn't lack water. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chenju arrived with noodles and flour, also carrying half a bucket of water, clearly not wanting to take advantage of Shen Shuling. Seeing this, Shen Shuling didn't say anything. She silently decided to add more dishes for the evening. They cooked together happily in the kitchen. Just as Chenju finished making the hand-pulled noodles, suddenly, outside the yard, a child's sharp scream and crying could be heard. Chenju's hand trembled as she kneaded the dough and instinctively looked at Shen Shuling beside her. Go outside and take a look. Shen Shuling recognized the voice as Su Tian's from next door. In the neighboring yard, Yuan Yong held Tian tightly in his arms. His strong, clamp-like hand was squeezing Tian's neck. His face looked very angry and full of hatred as he stared at Yuan Xian, who was lying on the ground. Yuan Xian, I told you to give me all the money at home. Yuan Yong's eyes were fierce, and a reddish glow appeared in them. Just now, he asked Yuan Xian for money, but she only gave him 2 yuan. To him, that was like giving money to a beggar. Earlier that morning, Yuan Yong went straight to the military district to find Yuan Xian. She was busy then, so he waited until noon before seeing her. When he asked her for money, she initially refused. But later, seeing him act pitiful, she agreed to give him some, but only after work. Yuan Yong patiently waited for her to finish work, then went with her to pick up Tian and bring him home. He thought he would get as much money as before. But when they got home, Yuan Xian only gave him 2 yuan. He naturally disagreed and they argued. In a moment of anger, he pushed Yuan Xian down. Tian saw this and tried to hit him, but he quickly grabbed Tian. Yuan Xian, lying on the ground, felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen, but she didn't have the energy to think much. Seeing her son in Yuan Yong's hands, she kept saying, Okay, let Tian go. I'll go get you the money. Tian was controlled by Yuan Yong, tears streaming down his face. His neck was hurting from his uncle's grip, but he didn't cry out, afraid that his mother would be distracted by his crying. Yuan Yong looked at the neighbors watching from the door and said boldly, "You go get all the money and the passbook, and I'll let this kid go. He was only scaring his sister after all." As for the people outside watching, everyone knew he was Yuan Xian's brother. Even if the leaders came, this was just family business. As long as he got the money, his mother would help handle it, so his sister and brother-in-law wouldn't pursue it. He had already decided that if his sister had a lot of savings, he wouldn't come back. He would take the money and go to a big city to have fun. When Shin Shuling and Chinju arrived, they saw this scene. Everyone's down. Why isn't anyone helping? Chinju looked at Yuan Xian, who had fallen in the yard. She was about to go help her. Zhuangming glanced at her and said, "Why help? Don't you know what Yuan Xian's mother is like? If you help her now, tomorrow she'll come back demanding money. Chinju, you better think carefully." After hearing this, a few people who wanted to help before stopped. Zhuangming was right. Yuan Xian's mother was someone no one could mess with, just like a troublemaker. If she wasn't paid off, it wouldn't be easy to deal with her. Shin Shuling looked at Zhuangming and said to Yuan Yong, who was controlling Tian, "We've already notified the leaders. Let go of the child first, or it'll be hard to explain when they arrive." After speaking, she went straight into the yard and helped Yuan Xian up from the ground. She was steady and gentle, with a warm touch that made others feel safe. "I heard you're pregnant too. Do you feel uncomfortable?" she softly asked Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian was touched by her kindness. "Thank you. I'm fine." Everyone in the military family yard didn't want to get involved in her family's matters. It was surprising that Shin Tongji had stepped forward. Yuan Yong's attention was drawn to Shin Shuling. His eyes showed admiration, and he was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a force hit his back, and he was pushed a few steps forward. Shin Shuling took the opportunity to pull Tian away. By the time Yuan Yong reacted, he had already been slapped. It was Yi Yuzhen who slapped him, with a loud smack. Yi Yuzhen's face was full of anger. She wished the police would arrest Yuan Yong immediately. "You beast! You even want to hurt your own niece's sister. Are you still human?" She hated men who hit women. Yuan Yong was a man, and no matter how strong Yi Yuzhen was, she couldn't compare to him. Plus, he was a fearless street. "Are you trying to die?" Yuan Yong was slapped in front of everyone. Feeling humiliated, he grabbed Yi Yuzhen by the collar and pulled out a fruit knife from his bag. This wasn't something he brought in. He had just taken it from his sister's house. Shin Shuling's eyes sharpened. She immediately said, "Calm down.
Calm down.
We're in the military family yard. Think about the consequences if you act on impulse." Yuan Xian suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. She kept speaking. "Yuan Yong, you want money, right?
I'll go get it for you.
Please put down the fruit knife. Once I give you the money and the passbook, I don't care what you want to do." If anything had happened to her mother-in-law today, Xu Yuan would be very sad, and there would be a rift between her and Xu Yuan. The one who started the fight was her own brother. Yuan Yong listened to Yuan Xian's words and regained a little bit of his reason, but Yi Yuzhen's words once again made him angry. "You cowardly loser, if you have the guts, you'd stab me to death today." While speaking, Yi Yuzhen suddenly threw her bag hard at Yuan Yong. She was deliberately provoking him, hoping he would lose control and attack. Yuan Yong's eyes widened with rage. Hearing Yuan Xian's frightened scream, he didn't hesitate and grabbed the knife, stabbing it toward Yi Yuzhen. At that moment, Su Shuyuan also rushed back. Shin Shuling quickly hugged Tian into her arms. She looked at Su Shuyuan rushing in and said, "He's trying to kill someone. Quickly arrest him." Su Shuyuan came back with 2 soldiers. When he heard the news, he immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed back to the military compound. But he was still too late. The message was also delivered by Yi Yuzhen, who sent a young soldier from the camp to spread the word that Yuan Xian's brother was causing trouble and to hurry back to handle it. No one expected this incident to turn violent, not even Yuan Yong himself. He only intended to threaten. Su Shuyuan held Xu Yong tightly on the ground, and when he saw Yi Yuzhen bleeding from her stomach, his vision blurred. He clenched his teeth and handed Xu Yong over to 2 young soldiers, coldly saying, "Take him straight to the police station." He wanted Yuan Yong to pay the price. Shin Shuling had already stepped forward to support Yi Yuzhen. Seeing the blood spreading on her dark clothes and the wound bleeding quickly, she looked worried. She said anxiously to Chen Ju, who was stunned, "Sister Chen, go get 2 tricycles that can carry a person lying down." Chen Ju snapped out of her shock, nodded repeatedly, and quickly pulled over 2 military wives with weak legs to help her. Shin Shuling knelt beside Aunt Yi, helping her lie on her side. She looked at Su Shuyuan's short-sleeved shirt and said, "Take off your shirt and fold it into small pieces to press on Aunt Ye's wound." At that moment, a loud thud was heard nearby. A panicked voice rang out, "Mama's fainted." Su Shuyuan shivered, feeling as if he had just woken up. He looked at his wife, lying on the ground, and his injured, bleeding mother. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Despair and confusion turned into fear, spreading through his body. "Stop hesitating. Quickly take off your clothes and press on Aunt Ye's wound," Shin Shuling said firmly, with a calming strength in her voice. At the moment Yi Yuzhen was hurt, the space opened up to assist with treatment. Su Shuyuan immediately followed her instructions. Shin Shuling handed Aunt Yi to him, then quickly checked Yuan Xian, who was fainting nearby. She took her pulse and then told the military wives crowding at the door, "Come in and help." Zhuangming hesitated but came in. She looked at the blood on the ground and felt dizzy. Shin Shuling pulled her aside and said, "You watch over Comrade Yuan. When the ambulance arrives, you all will help carry her." Zhuangming looked at Yuan Xian, whose face was pale, and swallowed hard. Then her legs went weak as she approached the unconscious Yuan Xian. She thought that Captain Gu's wife looked quite frightening. Shin Shuling took the opportunity to quickly return to her yard. She took out a golden needle from the space and came back. She saw that Su Shuyuan had already stained his short-sleeved shirt red while pressing on Yi Yuzhen's wound. "Lay her flat. I will stop the bleeding now." Yi Yuzhen's wound was bleeding heavily. If left untreated, it could be life-threatening. Su Shuyuan wiped his tears with his arm, carefully helping Yi Yuzhen lie down. Her face was already colorless, and he dared not look at her. Shin Shuling took out a long golden needle and quickly stabbed it into several acupoints to stop the bleeding. The girl sitting nearby, Zhuangming, trembled in fright, and others watching also swallowed nervously. After inserting the needles, the bleeding from Yi Yuzhen's wound decreased significantly. With Su Shuyuan pressing on the wound, it almost stopped bleeding altogether. Now they just had to wait for the ambulance. After finishing with Yi Yuzhen, Shin Shuling finally had time to check on Yuan Xian. She saw that Zhuangming looked very nervous and a little scared. "All right, step aside," Shin Shuling said to Zhuangming. She seemed unreliable. Zhuangming looked panicked and quickly let go, fearing that this incident might somehow involve her. Commander Gu's wife is very brave. She dared to insert such a long needle into a person. If something went wrong, she might get into trouble. Shin Shuling checked Yuan Xian's condition. Yuan Xian fainted because she was too emotionally upset. Usually, once she wakes up, she'll be fine. But now Yuan Xian is pregnant, and strong emotions could cause her to have a miscarriage. Tian, don't worry. Your mom will wake up soon. Can you go help her by pouring some water?" she said to Tian, who was quietly crying nearby. Tian had been very obedient until now. Even though she was scared, she didn't cry loudly, afraid of disturbing her father and aunts. Tian quickly ran back to the room to pour water. Shin Shuling then checked Yuan Xian's pulse. As soon as her hand touched her pulse, she already knew the diagnosis. This was a special ability given to her by her space powers. Her pulse was irregular and sometimes paused, showing signs of shock. Luckily, Yuan Xian's body was strong, so she didn't have a weak pulse. Comrade Shen, Su Shuyuan, who was pressing Yuan Xian's wound, couldn't help but speak up. His voice was choked with emotion and a little pleading. With his mother and wife both in danger, he instinctively saw Shin Shuling as the main support. People outside the room, who had been watching, also came in. They looked at Shin Shuling with concern. They were neighbors from the same courtyard. Although they sometimes had small conflicts, No one wanted anything to happen to the Su family. Shin Shuling looked at Su Shiyuan's worried face and spoke calmly. Comrade Yuan was frightened. Plus, she is pregnant and fainted quickly. But she is healthy, and I will give her some acupuncture to help her wake up. She should be fine. After saying that, she took out fine needles and aimed at the acupoints for awakening and calming the mind. As soon as she inserted the needles, Yuan Xin, who was unconscious, frowned and made a faint sound. She woke up. Yuan girl, you woke up. Amazing, someone exclaimed excitedly. Zhuanging also stretched her neck to look. Shin Shuling remained unaffected by the crowd. She moved her hand again to the Shenmen point. Soon, Yuan Xin opened her eyes. Mom. Tian, holding a cup of water, ran over excitedly. Shin Shuling quickly said, Be careful, don't hurt your mom. Take your time and let her drink some water. Tian obediently followed her instructions, carefully feeding water to her mother. Yuan Xin is feeling weak now. She wants to thank Shin Shuling, but she is too exhausted and her eyelids are heavy. The person next to her, Yi Yuzhen, is even worse, almost about to faint. At this moment, Chenju and a few women on three-wheeled carts arrived at the door, along with Xiao Mao and some soldiers. First, move Aunt Yi onto the cart. She still has gold needles in her, and you must press her wound firmly. Be careful when you move her, Shin Shuling said as she took out the gold needles from Yuan Xin and directed the soldiers and Chenju. The soldiers were surprised by what they saw in the yard. The bloodstains on the ground looked very shocking. This was a big incident in the military family area. Xiao Mao was the first to react. Following Shin Shuling's instructions, he helped carry Yi Yuzhen onto the three-wheeled cart. Su Shiyuan also went along, but he was worried about his wife. He couldn't help but look back at Yuan Xin, still lying in the yard. Go to the hospital first. Yuan will be fine soon, Shin Shuling said. Su Shiyuan felt relieved. His mother's condition was more urgent, so he had to leave Yuan Xin first. Soon, the three-wheeled cart took Yi Yuzhen quickly to the military hospital. Xiao Mao didn't go with them. Instead, he came back to help Chenju and Zhuanging lift Yuan Xin onto another three-wheeled cart. Sister-in-law, I'll help you go back and rest. Sister Yuan is already being taken care of, Xiao Mao said quickly as he helped Shin Shuling, worried she might be too tired. He knew that Yi Yuzhen and Yuan Xin had been helping Shin Shuling just now, so she must be exhausted. Before Gu Tuan left, he kept reminding Xiao Mao to take good care of his sister-in-law. Shin Shuling nodded. She was indeed tired after working hard for a while. Some neighbors still lingered nearby. Seeing Xiao Mao helping Shin Shuling, they couldn't help but ask curiously, Shin girl, I didn't expect you to know how to do acupuncture. Are you a doctor? Yes, Shin girl, you're so impressive. Why don't you go work at the military hospital? What's really going on with Lieutenant Su's younger brother? It's so shocking. Trying to cut someone in the military family area looks like he doesn't want to live anymore. He's just a reckless person, all because Yuan Xin spoiled him. Now things are like this, and it's not without reason. He even involved an outsider, who doesn't seem to be from our military family compound. I know who that aunt is. I heard she's related to Lieutenant Su. Yuan Yong directly stabbed her, and I don't know how things will be resolved in the end. The neighbors quickly changed the subject, soon discussing what might happen to Yuan Yong after the stabbing. Shin Shuling's skill with acupuncture was surprising, but it wasn't enough to draw attention away from Yuan Yong's situation. Xiao Mao helped Shin Shuling back to the main room and poured her a glass of water. He saw the half-prepared meal in the kitchen and said kindly, Sister-in-law, drink some water first. I'll help prepare dinner. Chenju had gone to the hospital to help, so she wouldn't be coming back tonight. Shin Shuling felt a little embarrassed. Will I delay your work? She had space to use and knew Xiao Mao was busy in the camp, so she didn't want to trouble him. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Commander Gu asked me to take care of you before he left, and the old leader also told me to look after you well. Only when sister-in-law is well can Commander Gu focus on his tasks, Xiao Mao said repeatedly. Hearing this, Shin Shuling no longer refused. She smiled and said, just do as you see fit. No special rules. All right, sister-in-law. You go inside and rest for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Xiaomao urged her to rest, thinking she must be tired. Xin Shuling didn't refuse. She took her water cup and went into her room. Meanwhile, at the military hospital, Yuan Xian had been moved into a ward for examination, while Yi Yuzhen was taken directly into the operating room for emergency stitches on her wound. Su Shiyuan stayed by Yuan Xian's side, holding her hand tightly, looking distracted and uneasy. Shiyuan, wait outside the operating room. Sister Chun is with me, so it will be fine, Yuan Xian softly said, her tone full of guilt. Yuan Yong had stabbed her mother-in-law, and she didn't know how to face Shiyuan and her mother-in-law. But Su Shiyuan shook his head. The surgery is still going on. It won't be over so soon. I'll stay with you while you get checked. She looked at her husband, trembling her lips, and said, Shiyuan, it's all my fault. I was too indulgent with Yuan Yong, which caused all this. I should have listened to you and not let him enter the military compound. It's because she favored her family of origin. She always listened to her mother, who said Yuan Yong's personality was like that of a spoiled child. She believed he would get better over time, so she helped him and supported her younger brother. After all, her brother only got the chance to attend school because of her. Without that, their family couldn't afford to send 2 children to college. Because of this, even as Yuan Yong became more unreliable later, she still felt guilty about him. Sometimes she wondered if, back then, if Yuan Yong had gone to college, he might already be a successful man with a family. It wasn't until today, when she saw Yuan Yong threaten her daily and even stab her mother-in-law with a fruit knife, that she realized her past efforts with Yuan Yong were pointless. He was simply a person with no feelings at all. Su Shiyuan listened to Yuan Xian's words. He shook his head. He was indeed angry inside, but not because of Yuan Xian. Xian, it's not your fault. Yuan Yong is a crazy person. No one knew he would do such things. I will make him pay. His eyes flashed with anger. At this moment, Chenju came in holding a prepared examination report, walking with Tian. Behind her were several hospital doctors. These doctors were Yuan Xian's colleagues, here to see her. Next, Su Shiyuan took Yuan Xian for a checkup. The results were good. The baby inside her was fine. She only had a bump on the back of her head from fainting. Resting well would be enough. Yuan Xian was fine, so Su Shiyuan felt relieved and went to wait outside the operating room. Tian and Chenju stayed in the ward to keep her company. 2 hours later, the lights in the operating room went out, and a doctor came out immediately. Su Shiyuan hurried over, anxious, and asked, Doctor, how is it? The doctor took off his mask, smiling, and said, Don't worry, the surgery was very successful. The patient didn't bleed much. She didn't even need a transfusion, and the wound was stitched up well. After that, he looked curious and asked, when the patient arrived, she hadn't 4. I want to ask who inserted it. Was it a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Although he is a Western doctor, he understands that the bleeding was not caused by pressing on the wound, but rather by the needle that was inserted into her, which played a significant role. She is my neighbor, who lives next door. She just moved into the military housing a few days ago. Her condition was urgent earlier, but she remained very calm, probably because she knows medicine, Su Shiyuan said. In fact, he was being cautious. From her calmness when the needle was inserted, he was sure that the wife of Commander Gu is a skilled healer. He even thought her medical skills were very good. The doctor nodded thoughtfully, then explained some care tips to Su Shiyuan before quickly leaving. Yi Yuzhen, who was still under anesthesia, was taken directly to the same ward as Yuan Xian. Once the anesthesia wore off, she looked at Su Shiyuan standing by her bed, and tears suddenly flowed down her face. Looking at her son, she felt that all her suffering was worth it. Lieutenant Su, she whispered with pale lips. She was afraid to call her son's name directly. Su Shiyuan looked at her tears and felt a deep sense of guilt. He stepped forward and held her hand, speaking with a choked voice. Mom, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought I knew better, and I caused you to get hurt. If he had listened carefully to her explanation earlier, they wouldn't have argued like this, and he wouldn't have spoken so harshly. Thinking about what he said to his mom before, he felt very regretful. Yi Yuzhen didn't expect her son to say that. From his words, she sensed there was more to the story. She couldn't help but ask, what misunderstanding? What exactly happened? Next, Su Shiyuan told her everything about what happened that year. Hearing this, Yi Yuzhen felt both grateful and sad. Her anger towards An Mei and Yang Yishan grew stronger. She wished she could dig up their graves right now. My poor child, my poor Shiyuan. It's my fault for not taking good care of you, which allowed that heartless person to switch you. It's all my fault, Yi Yuzhen said emotionally, her joy and guilt battling in her heart. Seeing this, Su Shiyuan couldn't help but wipe away tears. From the brief description in the newspaper and Xion's recounting, he could guess that his mother had not had an easy life all these years. The mother and son hugged each other and cried in the ward. Yuan Xion also couldn't hold back her tears. Dad, Auntie, please don't cry anymore. If you cry too much, your eyes will swell. Tian wiped tears from his mother's face, then ran with a handkerchief to wipe his father's and Auntie's tears. He understood a little now. Auntie is actually his grandma, and his father was angry with her earlier because of a misunderstanding. Su Shiyuan saw Tian come over. He quickly picked him up and placed him on the hospital bed, saying, Tian, you shouldn't call her Auntie anymore. You should call her Grandma. She is his grandmother, and he is her grandson. Yi Yuzhen shook her head repeatedly. No, Tian, can't call me Grandma. You can't call me Mom either. We can't acknowledge each other. Yang Yishan was involved in more than one case, and he has already been executed. We can't recognize each other. She couldn't let her own situation delay her child's future. Su Shiyuan also realized that his biological father had been executed. He felt a bit unwilling. Can I even call you Mom? They had finally cleared up the misunderstanding. Did they really have to go through life not recognizing each other? Our family being together is more important than anything. What does a name matter? Shiyuan, don't worry too much, Yi Yuzhen comforted him. Now she was quite satisfied. Su Shiyuan's eyes reddened, but he said nothing. He didn't want this. He had been so rude to his mother before, and today she was injured protecting Xion and Tian. Yet he couldn't even call her Mom openly. How could he accept that? Yuan Xion looked at her husband, and then at her kind-looking mother-in-law. The words of persuasion stuck in her throat, and she couldn't speak. From Shiyuan's perspective, she could understand his feelings, but from her own point of view as his wife, she didn't want her mother-in-law to recognize Shiyuan. If Shiyuan lost his job because of this, she would face being separated from him, and she had 2 children to consider. She didn't want Shiyuan to change jobs so soon. With his ability, he could reach a higher position, and she planned to stay at the military hospital. People are often selfish. They may be kind normally, but when it comes to big interests, they can't help but have other thoughts. Yuan Xion said nothing in the end. Although Shiyuan didn't express his stance, his attitude of refusal was clear. The next day, Shin Shuling woke up early. She planned to bring some food to visit Auntie Yi and Yuan Xion at the hospital. Shin Shuling first took a nice bath in the space, then prepared a big pot of pig's trotter soup. After putting it into a thermal container, she left the space. Just as she finished packing the container, Xiao Mao arrived with the water. Shin Shuling asked Xiao Mao to put the water in the empty room and smiled, saying, Xiao Mao, you don't need to bring water to me tomorrow. We have enough water at home. When we run low, I'll ask you to bring more. If the water supply stops, the whole military area will face a shortage. Every day, soldiers go out to fetch water, and saving even a little helps the military area. Xiao Mao knew there were several buckets of water in that room, so he nodded and said, Okay, sister-in-law. I'll come again in a couple of days. Now, take me to the hospital on your bike. I want to visit Yuan Xion and the others, Shin Shuling said. She had already mentioned this to Xiao Mao during dinner last night. Soon, Xiao Mao rode his bike to take Shin Shuling to the military hospital. As they entered the ward, Shin Shuling felt something was a bit strange about the atmosphere. Xiao Mao didn't notice and quickly set down the thermal container before leaving in a hurry. Aunt Yi, How is your wound? Does it hurt a lot today? Shin Shuling asked as she approached Aunt Yi. Her face was still pale, but she looked quite energetic, though not very happy. She also looked at Yuan Xian sitting on the bed, who seemed a bit unnatural. Yuan Xian had been sent to kindergarten every day, and Su Shiyuan stood quietly beside her, looking thoughtful. Seeing Shin Shuling, Yi Yuzhen's eyes lit up, and she said happily, Shinling, why did you come? With your big belly, you shouldn't be overexerting yourself, showing both surprise and concern. Then she added, it's just a little pain where I got stitched, but it's not serious. It doesn't bother me much. I can endure it. Shin Shuling smiled and said, I was worried about you and Comrade Yuan, so I came to check. I'm fine myself, and today is a good time for a checkup. Thank you, Shin girl. Don't call me that, just call me Xianjia. I'm a bit older than you. Yesterday, I was really grateful to you. Without you, my mother-in-law, and I might have had trouble. Yuan Xian said gratefully. Afterward, she kindly added, Shin girl, if you need a checkup later, I'll go do it for you. Her body was completely fine now. It was only because Shu Yuan was worried that she stayed in the hospital overnight. All right, then I'll trouble Sister Xian, Shin Shuling said with a slight smile. Next to her, Su Shuyuan also expressed gratitude. Miss Shin, you are a great help to our family. Without your help, my mother and I might still be arguing about misunderstandings. After everything was settled, he planned to thank Miss Shin properly. Shin Shuling smiled and shook her head. I believe anyone would help in such a situation. I was actually hesitant yesterday, but being able to save Aunt Yi and Sister Xian was just luck. We are neighbors. If you need anything in the future, Shin, we will help, Su Shiyuan said seriously. He would treat Shin Shuling as a kind benefactor. They talked for a while. When Su Shiyuan saw that enough time had passed, he left for the police station to handle Yuan Yong's case. At that moment, Shin Shuling noticed that Yi Yuzhen's face looked a little pale. Aunt Yi, does your wound hurt? She asked softly. Post-surgery, pain can last for several days. If it's very painful, she could ask the doctor for painkillers. Yi Yuzhen shook her head and took her hand. It's nothing.
I just need to rest.
Shin, I want to ask you for some advice. Go ahead, Aunt. Shin Shuling sat down beside the bed. Yuan Xian, lying on the next bed, seemed to sense something and looked over nervously. Yi Yuzhen said, It's about Shu Yuan. Because Yang Yishan was executed, I don't want him to acknowledge me as his mother. But Shu Yuan disagrees. Before you came, I argued with him about this. Shu Yuan seemed determined to recognize her as his mother. Shin Shuling immediately understood. With Yang Yishan's scandal, if they acknowledged each other, Shu Yuan probably wouldn't stay in the army much longer. She thought for a moment and said, Aunt, since Lieutenant Su's parents have passed away and Sister Xian now has a second child, they don't have anyone to support them. Plus, it was your help yesterday that allowed us to save Tian Tian. I believe Sister Xian and Lieutenant Su are very grateful to you. Why not consider them as family? You could stay in the military family compound. What do you think? Although she didn't say it directly, Yi Yuzhen was very happy. Good to be a godparent. Good indeed. Shuling, you have a way. If I stay in the military housing later, I can help take care of the children. Yes, my mother-in-law helped me and Shu Yuan a lot yesterday. Becoming a godparent is perfect. In the future, I can also help take care of my mother-in-law. Yuan Xian was also very happy. She believed that Shu Yuan would definitely accept this outcome. After feeling happy, Yi Yuzhen said again, Shuling, don't worry. This is my decision, and it has nothing to do with you. Even if something happens in the future, she would handle it alone. At this moment, Dr. Li, the chief doctor, entered the room. When he saw Shin Shuling, who was heavily pregnant, he instinctively looked surprised but quickly looked away. Auntie, how do you feel now? If you're in pain, I can give you some painkillers to help, Dr. Li asked with a gentle smile. This auntie was a brave and kind person, and he admired her very much. Yi Yuzhen shook her head. Thank you, Dr. Li, for your concern. The wound does hurt a little, but I can bear it. To her, this pain was nothing. Next, Dr. Li put on gloves and checked Yi Yuzhen's wound. A nurse beside him helped clean the wound area. After cleaning the wound, Dr. Lee asked curiously, "Annie, I heard that the person who gave you the acupuncture yesterday was the wife of a regiment commander. I wonder which regiment commander's wife is so capable. If I get the chance, I really want to meet that impressive person. Their hospital was short of doctors, especially capable ones." Dr. Lee was a veteran at the military hospital. Like the director, he always thought about the hospital. If he could recruit talented doctors, he would gladly write recommendation letters. Hearing this, Yi Yuzhen smiled meaningfully and said, "Dr. Lee, Sister Shin's medical skills are indeed very impressive. She's far away, but also close at hand. Look to your left." Dr. Lee was a bit confused. He pushed up his glasses and turned to look to his left. There was only a beautiful pregnant woman there, besides Yuan Doctor. He found it hard to believe. "Annie, do you mean the person who gave you the acupuncture yesterday is this pregnant woman?" It was surprising enough that she looked so good, but it turned out she was also a pregnant woman. Dr. Lee didn't know Jinmo. In his mind, a skilled acupuncturist who could stop bleeding so perfectly with silver needles must have at least 20 or 30 years of experience. But the girl in front of him was not only young and beautiful, but also pregnant. This was a time when feudal ideas still existed, and considering that Dr. Lee was an older man, he found it hard to imagine. Shin Shuling looked at Dr. Lee, feeling a bit surprised. She hadn't expected to attract the hospital staff's attention, but she didn't show any displeasure on her face. However, her indifference didn't mean Yi Yuzhen and Yuan Xian didn't care. "Dr. Lee, don't underestimate Shunling. Not only did she give me acupuncture yesterday, but she also treated Xian. Shunling is very skilled," Yi Yuzhen said, eager to let everyone know how impressive Shin Shuling was. Yuan Xian also added, "I couldn't even react to what happened yesterday. It's all thanks to Sister Shin that we weren't in danger." As a doctor herself, she could tell that Shun was definitely not ordinary. Dr. Lee's eyes behind his glasses sparkled with excitement as he looked at Shin Shuling. His gaze was full of eagerness. "Comrade Shin, could you please demonstrate your acupuncture skills?" Their hospital desperately needed traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. The military hospital mainly treated soldiers who often suffered from muscle and joint injuries due to long-term training and missions. Chinese medicine, with its thousand-year-old tradition, was best suited to treat these conditions. Unfortunately, after Western medicine became popular, traditional Chinese medicine was suppressed. Many students would choose Western medicine without hesitation. He felt a bit ashamed thinking about it. Seeing Dr. Lee's eager expression, Shin Shuling took a step back, even though they were a short distance apart. She politely smiled and said, "Dr. Lee, you're overestimating me. I don't practice traditional Chinese medicine or any medical skills. The acupuncture I did on Aunt Yi and Sister Xian was just a coincidence. Please don't make things difficult for me. She just wanted to live her simple life peacefully." Moreover, with less than 2 years until the sports event, traditional Chinese medicine would face setbacks during that time. She had no intention of becoming a doctor. If the situation yesterday hadn't been so urgent, she wouldn't have taken such a bold step to help. Luckily, she only gave an injection, and except for professionals, most people wouldn't associate her with traditional Chinese medicine after a little explanation. Dr. Lee took Shin Shuling's words as a refusal. He felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but say, "Comrade Shen, I believe you have the skills. How about this? Perform the acupuncture in front of me. If it works, I will recommend you to our hospital. If you don't want to work during pregnancy, I can help you apply to higher authorities. After you give birth and finish your postpartum rest, you can come back to work here. Of course, you will still receive a salary during this time. In this era, lacking skills and talent is a big problem. Seeing someone useful, people are determined not to let go. Dr. Lee understands this better than anyone. Our hospital has 2 highly skilled doctors, and he was the one who hired them." Yuan Xian was very surprised when she heard Dr. Lee's words. As far as she knew, besides the 2 very talented doctors who were specially recruited, all other doctors had to go through formal exams to join. Those 2 doctors are now the face of the military hospital. Shin Shuling was also surprised by Dr. Lee's offer. She still refused, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Lee, for the invitation. My acupuncture skills are not very good. I only learned a little from books." Dr. Lee clearly didn't believe her. He wondered if she already had other plans and said, "In the future, if Comrade Shin wants to work, please consider our military hospital first. I will help you get the best treatment." Yesterday, Aunt Ye's surgery was led by him. The gold needles used on her played a very important role. Although Shun refused him, what if there's a chance in the future? He wouldn't just ignore her or refuse to work with her because she chose another place. On the contrary, he would be even more friendly because she made a different choice. He has some experience in persuading others, and he plans to find out which hospital Shun has gone to. His mind is working quickly, but his face shows only regret. Besides checking where Shun is, he also needs to hide her abilities well. What if someone else finds out? Shin Shuling thought the old man had a very good attitude. He was polite and didn't get angry when she refused. Instead, he kindly offered to help her with her prenatal checkups here. Of course. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the maternity leave. Our hospital will cover all your prenatal checkup and delivery costs. Just come here and rest assured," Dr. Lee said happily. If someone is having a checkup or giving birth at their hospital, he would definitely make sure they feel comfortable. Although the hospital usually doesn't cover all costs, he could personally help with that. People are more important than money. Shin Shuling was amused by Dr. Lee's words. "No need, Dr. Lee. I know Sister Xian well. I'll ask her to help me with my checkups in the future." She didn't mention the costs for checkups or delivery, as she knew it was just polite talk and didn't take it seriously. Hearing this, Dr. Lee didn't insist. He chuckled and said, All right. Shin, do whatever makes you comfortable." After that, he didn't bother her anymore and quickly left the ward with the nurse. He was experienced in dealing with people. He knew not to be too enthusiastic, as that could make others feel resistant or guarded. The best way was to be moderate and respectful, ensuring everyone felt comfortable. After Shin's checkup, he planned to talk privately with Dr. Yuan. When Dr. Lee left, Yi Yuzhen finally spoke excitedly, "Shin, I didn't expect you to be so capable. People from the military hospital personally came to invite you." Shin Shuling was truly talented and kind-hearted. "Aunt Yi, don't praise me too much. I really don't know much about medicine. Helping you and Sister Xian with acupuncture was just a lucky coincidence," Shin said humbly but with a hint of relief, sounding convincing. Yi Yuzhen felt a bit doubtful, but believed what Shin said. Some barefoot doctors in the countryside did indeed start treating people after reading a few books. Shin Shuling didn't continue that topic. She asked Xian Jia, "Sister Xian, how are you now?" "I'm fine. I took a day off today, but I can still set up a file and do a checkup for you," Yuan Xian said with a smile, sitting up from the bed. She could tell Shin didn't want to talk about it further. Yuan Xian saw her as her benefactor. No matter what Shin thought, she would support her. After Shin Shuling and Yuan Xian greeted Yi Yuzhen, they headed toward the obstetrics consultation room. Not long after they entered, a nurse hurriedly ran toward Lu Xiaoyun's office. Yuan Xian first helped Shin Shuling create a medical record, measure her height and weight, and asked many detailed questions. Only then did she say, "Shin girl, your belly looks a bit large. I'll do a quick check." She had already noticed that Shin's belly was bigger than that of a normal pregnant woman, but she had been focused on her mother-in-law's matter earlier and hadn't thought much about it. Now, while examining Shin and creating her record, her suspicions grew. Shin Shuling lay on the examination bed. Yuan Xian stood on her right side, gently pressing on her lower abdomen with her left hand. With her right hand, she performed a palpation to confirm that it was enlarged and to rule out other abdominal lumps. After that, she took out a soft ruler and measured the distance from the top of the symphysis to the top of the. After the procedure, Yuan Xian smiled and confidently said, "Shin girl, you're carrying twins. Commander Gu is very lucky." She was happy for Shin but then sighed. "Carrying twins is good news, but it will be you. Twins are often born early and can cause more damage to the mother than a single baby." As an obstetrician and a mother herself, she knew well how much childbirth could harm women. Shin Shuling touched her swollen belly and said with a smile, As long as the babies inside are healthy, I'm willing to endure some hardship. This was her lifelong wish and a regret from her past life. As a mother herself, Yuan Xian understood her feelings and nodded. A mother must be strong. Shen, I will do my best to help you. Next, Yuan Xian prepared an ultrasound order and personally took Shen Shuling to the imaging department. As soon as the cold gel and probe were placed on her belly, Yuan Xian's excited voice came through. It looks like both babies are developing healthily, and their sizes are quite similar. Lying on the examination bed, Shen Shuling couldn't help but look over. On the black and white screen, she could only faintly see two small dark shapes, with little detail in their features or fingers. Such good luck. Our hospital has seen twins before, but this is the first time I've seen such a perfect case. The mother's good genes must mean these two children will be very beautiful. The imaging doctor couldn't help but glance a little longer at Shen Shuling's face. She is the most beautiful woman she has ever seen, even more stunning than a movie star. Shen Shuling knows her two babies are healthy, but she is happy to be sincerely praised. Her gentle smile shows on her face. The imaging doctor printed out the test report and handed it to Shen Shuling. Then, Yuan Xian took her back to the consultation room. While Yuan Xian was filling out the records, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Standing outside was a woman in a white coat, with delicate features, darker skin, and two shiny black braids. Her big eyes looked a little cloudy and commanding. Lu Xiaoyan pushed the door open and looked steadily at the pregnant woman inside. The woman's skin was bright and clear, and her face seemed to glow, drawing everyone's attention. Beauty is a kind of aura, a feeling that goes beyond just features. Even a silhouette can reveal someone's beauty. Shen Shuling is such a beautiful person. Even pregnant, her beauty does not fade. In fact, her gentle charm seems to grow with her pregnancy. Lu Xiaoyan felt mixed emotions, jealousy, and surprise intertwined in her heart. Before seeing Shen Shuling, she didn't doubt what Zhuanging said. After all, she had been beautiful since she was young, and many men liked her. In her mind, Shen Shuling was a daughter of a wealthy family, but her parents had died when she was young. She had been living with others, and even if she was pretty, she wasn't especially beautiful. She thought that beauty needed money to maintain. Those nice clothes, shoes, hairpins, and ribbons all cost money. When many people couldn't even afford meat, dressing up seemed like a luxury. But now, seeing Shen Shuling, she realized she was wrong. No, Zhuangming had lied to her. You're at least 6 or 7 months pregnant, right? Lu Xiaoyan's admiration turned into mockery, and her tone carried a sense of superiority. So, what if she's beautiful? Even if a woman who has been unfaithful looks like a fairy, she will still be looked down upon. Shen Shuling sensed the malicious intent from the female doctor at the door. She touched her belly and smiled, saying, "Comrade, you probably aren't a doctor here, are you? I didn't know your hospital had doctors like you." Her words carried a subtle meaning, with hidden sarcasm that was just as sharp as Lu Xiaoyan's. She wouldn't tolerate anyone's nonsense. Lu Xiaoyan heard the sarcasm in her words and felt her anger rise. Her voice became sharper. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean there are doctors like me?" Shen Shuling was sure this female doctor was targeting her. She picked up the checkup form on her desk, nodded at Yuan Xian, and then left the consultation room. Before leaving, she glanced at Lu Xiaoyan and said lightly, "Of course, that's what I mean literally. Someone like you, who looks unprofessional, seems more like a troublemaker than a real doctor." Since she was confronting her, Lu Xiaoyan wouldn't cause trouble now. Lu Xiaoyan was furious, her chest rising and falling with anger. But she remembered her purpose for coming today. She strode over to Yuan Xian and demanded, "Tell me, how many months pregnant is she?" She wanted to find out so she could make everyone in the military compound see Shen Shuling's true face. Yuan Xian looked at Lu Xiaoyan's aggressive attitude and took a step back. She said, "Sorry, Dr. Lu, that's the patient's privacy. As a doctor, I can't reveal that." Don't think I don't know. You're just like her. Do you think that getting close to her will help you climb up with Commander Su? I advise you to give up that idea soon, or you'll be crying with nowhere to go," Lu Xiaoyan said proudly. She thought Yuan Xin was just a fool, someone who didn't understand how to build connections. Her father was a military political commissar. Wasn't it better to build ties with her than with Xin Shuling, the daughter of a wealthy family? Lu Xiaoyan didn't know what had happened yesterday in the military compound. She usually disliked listening to gossip from the women there, thinking they were just idle housewives. She wasn't one of those. Yuan Xin disliked Lu Xiaoyan's attitude and words. She frowned and became serious. Dr. Lu, please don't jump to conclusions. Protecting patient privacy is a doctor's duty. No matter what happens, I cannot reveal the patient's condition. Lu Xiaoyan sneered. Don't act high and mighty with me. I know you too. How did you manage to get into the district hospital? Do you think you are that capable? Remember, there are many people more capable than you. After saying this, she turned and walked away, her black leather shoes making a clicking sound. Yuan Xin thought she must have known everything just by not speaking. It was quite funny. Yuan Xin watched Lu Xiaoyan's proud figure walk away. She sighed softly, but her face showed little emotion. No matter where you are, you will meet all kinds of people. At work, it's common to encounter someone like Lu Xiaoyan who has a strong background and is unreasonable. Dealing with such people can be difficult. Yuan Xin sat down again, finished writing her file, then thought for a moment and locked the file in her drawer before leaving the consultation room. She didn't go straight to Yi Yuzhen's hospital room but instead looked for her nurse, Manhwa. Manhwa was talking to someone when Yuan Xin arrived. She just saw Lu Xiaoyan's familiar back disappear. Yuan Xin felt a bit more certain and quickly approached Lanhua. Where did you go just now? Why aren't you in the consultation room? Lanhua was a nurse newly assigned to her department. The previous nurse, Xiao Lu, had been transferred elsewhere. Dr. Yuan, you're not on leave today, right? I was just helping out in another consultation room. Lanhua looked a little flustered when she saw Yuan Xin suddenly approaching. Yuan Xin said, I am on leave today. I just came to see a new mother. Since I didn't see you, I came to check. You can continue working. I'll go now. Seeing Yuan Xin leave, Lanhua finally relaxed. A few minutes later, Lanhua appeared in Yuan Xin's consultation room. After closing the door, she started searching through the files inside but couldn't find the file of the pregnant woman named Xin Shuling. Finally, she looked disappointed and left. Meanwhile, Xin Shuling went straight back to the military residence. It was almost noon, and neighbors around had gone home to prepare lunch. As she just opened her yard gate, she heard Chenju calling her from the neighboring yard. Xin girl, you're back from the hospital? Do you want to come over for lunch? Chenju knew she had gone to the hospital early this morning with a thermos to see Yi Yuzhen. Now, inviting her to eat was clearly an attempt to find out what was going on. The Su family's matter has been the hot topic in the military housing area since yesterday. Chenju is also someone who likes to chat casually. She is familiar with Xin Shuling and probably wanted to ask right away. Xin Shuling thought about what Dr. Li said this morning at the hospital. She smiled and said, Wait a moment, Sister Chen. I'll go inside and grab a few things, then come to your place. This was a good chance to mention that she didn't know traditional Chinese medicine or acupuncture. Chenju was happy to hear her agree. Her face lit up with a brighter smile. Life in the military housing area was simple, mostly spent listening to gossip and chatting about everyday things. Xin Shuling went back to her room. She took a few tomatoes and eggs from her space and put them in a mesh bag. She planned to have tomato and egg noodles with Sister Chen for lunch. She carried the bag to the next door. She saw Chenju had already placed 2 dishes on the main table, stir-fried greens with pork scraps and fat pork stewed with vermicelli and pickled vegetables. They were good dishes. Chenju and Zhou Baogua had no children. Zhou Baogua was a company commander earning 110 yuan a month. They only sent 15 yuan back to their hometown each month, and the rest was kept by Chenju. Their life was quite comfortable. Chenju was not stingy and could eat meat dishes once or twice a week. Sister Chen, if you haven't steamed rice, we can make tomato and egg noodles. If you have steamed rice, then we can add fried eggs with tomatoes, Xin Shuling said as she carried the bag into the kitchen. Chenju took out freshly steamed buns and steamed bread, smiling. Today's lunch is buns and steamed bread. If you want, we can make noodles with the leftover dough. Then let's have the noodles, Shin Shuling quickly agreed. She really wanted to eat noodles. Chenju immediately responded, "All right, you help me out. I'll bring a stool for you. You can sit and cook the tomatoes and eggs, and I'll knead the dough and make the noodles." They started working together in the kitchen, and their conversation naturally began. "Just now, when you went to the hospital, how was Auntie?" "Yesterday, I went with Auntie to the hospital and heard that she and Lieutenant Su are actually relatives," Chenju asked curiously. Shin Shuling replied, "Yes, they are relatives. It's thanks to Auntie rushing in at that moment. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't know what might have happened every day." They talked about the Su family situation. Then Chenju looked at her again and said, "Sister, I didn't know you had medical skills before. The way you treated Xiao Yuan and Auntie yesterday was really amazing." A spark of light flashed in Shin Shuling's eyes as she smiled and said, "I don't really know how to use needles. I just read a few books before and heard people say where to use them in emergencies. Yesterday, it was pure luck. If something like that happens again, I probably wouldn't have the courage to do it." Chenju didn't quite believe her. "Shuling, don't be so modest. You were calmer than anyone yesterday. You even told Captain Su what to do and handled everything better than he did." She thought Shuling was just being humble. The way she acted yesterday, so quick and professional, clearly showed she had learned it before. Shin Shuling didn't deny it. Smiling, she said, "I did take a first aid class when I was in school, but I was really nervous yesterday. It was thanks to Captain Su being there. The needles I used on Auntie and Sister Yuan Xin didn't help much either." "Sister Chen, don't praise me too much. I was just forcing myself to stay calm." Hearing that, Chenju finally understood and said, "No wonder you looked so professional yesterday. So you actually studied first aid." Then she gave a thumbs up. "That's why you're the only woman in our military family compound who's ever received a banner of honor. You really deserve it." As they chatted and laughed, the noodles were soon ready. While eating, Shin Shuling casually said, "Sister Chen, when I went to see Auntie and Sister Yuan Xin today, I also had a prenatal checkup."
You did?
"That's good. It's about time. It's a pity Captain Gu isn't here, but you can show him the report later." "How are the babies? Are they growing well?" Chunju looked at her rounded belly with affection. She really loved children. Shin Shuling nodded with a smile. "Sister Yuan Xin helped me with the checkup. She said both babies are developing well and are very healthy." "That's wonderful. You're really blessed. When the babies are born, don't worry. I'll come help you take care of them whenever I can. I just love children," Chinju said sincerely, her eyes full of warmth. Shin Shuling smiled and added, "But I met a strange female doctor during the checkup today."
Tianyu Pus.
"A strange doctor?" "Not exactly strange, just with a bad attitude. She suddenly came over for no reason," Shin Shuling said. Chunju realized something and started to suspect. She cleared her throat and said, "Shuling, don't pay attention to her. She's just sick. Big Sister Chen, do you know her? She looks like she really dislikes me, but I haven't done anything to upset her," Shin Shuling asked, feeling both curious and a bit helpless. Chunju looked outside the yard and lowered her voice. "Big Sister knows who that person is, but you must keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone I told you that Lu Xiaoyan seems sickly, but she shouldn't be provoked." Shin Shuling nodded. "Don't worry, Big Sister Chen. That person is Lu Xiaoran. She also lives in our military family compound, but in a dormitory building. Her father is a military political officer, and her mother is the director of the kindergarten in the compound. Lu Xiaoran used to like Captain Gu, but he didn't like her. She probably came to see you this morning because she's upset. She gave up a chance to work at a hospital in the capital just for him." While speaking, Chinju watched Shin Shuling's expression carefully. Once she confirmed that Shin Shuling looked normal, she explained in detail all the things Lu Xiaoyan had done. "In the end," she summarized, "Lu Xiaoyan is spoiled. Shuling, next time you meet her, stay away. She probably heard you're here with the troops and feels resentful." Shin Shuling smiled. "If she doesn't bother me, I won't bother her." But from Lu Xiaoyan's attitude, she didn't seem like someone who would leave her alone. So, Shin Shuling was also not someone easy to bully. Shin Shuling felt a twinge of jealousy. She didn't expect there to be such a delicate flower guarding Gu Jinmo in the army, even giving up her future. That man is really good at hiding his feelings. Far away, in the forest on the border, a man on a mission suddenly sneezed twice. Gu Jinmo found it strange. He was in good health and didn't have a cold. Yuan Xian had just returned to the hospital room when Dr. Li called her out. Dr. Li knew Shin Shuling had left and specifically came to find Yuan Xian. Little Yuan, you're a good comrade. Although you've only been at the military hospital for a short time, your professional skills and attitude are highly appreciated, Dr. Li said with a smile. Dr. Li holds no official position at the hospital, but the hospital director and the party secretary respect him because they were recommended by him. Originally, according to Dr. Li's abilities, he could have advanced further, but due to health and personality reasons, he chose not to pursue that path. 2 years ago, Dr. Li had a heart bypass surgery abroad. Because he is a playful, carefree person, he thought it was good enough to be a doctor for his whole life. Yuan Xian had just joined the hospital, but she had seen the secretary show respect to Dr. Li once, and she understood that the doctor in front of her was not simple. She smiled and said, Dr. Li, you're praising me. My professional skills and attitude are part of being a good doctor. I'm just doing what I should. That was her true thought. Good, good. When you first came to the hospital, I had high hopes for you. I thought you would be a good doctor. Dr. Li praised Yuan Xian enthusiastically. Until Yuan Xian felt a little embarrassed, he changed the subject and said, Dr. Yuan, our hospital really needs capable and kind-hearted doctors like you. Could you help me talk to Comrade Shin? That was his real goal. Yuan Xian understood and kept her smile. Dr. Li, I understand your feelings, but Sister Shuling already said in the ward that she can't practice medicine and isn't a doctor. She doesn't even have a license. Since Shuling had already made her position clear, she probably didn't want to work at the hospital. Whether Shin can practice medicine or not didn't matter. Yuan Xian just needed to help stop Dr. Li. Dr. Li waved his hand. Don't try to fool me. I may be old, but I'm not naive. I know whether she can practice medicine or not. Young Dr. Yuan, I won't make things difficult for you. Just pass a message for me. Tell Shin that as long as she agrees to come to our military hospital, she can choose any conditions she wants. Yuan Xian shook her head. Sorry, Dr. Li, I can't pass that message. Shuling was her benefactor. Even if it meant offending senior doctors at the hospital, she couldn't agree to this. After what happened with Yuan Yong, she learned a big lesson. When you need to refuse, you must refuse immediately. Hey, you little girl, Dr. Li said, raising his hand to point at Yuan Xian. He didn't expect this girl to be so stubborn. She seemed gentle, but was actually quite clever. Dr. Li sighed and left. Yuan Xian returned to the ward and thought for a moment before speaking to Yuzhen. Mom, Dr. Li called me out earlier about Shuling. He wants her to come work at the hospital. Didn't Shuling refuse? Why is Dr. Li still looking for you? Yuzhen asked with some confusion. Yuan Xian shook her head and shared her thoughts. I think Shuling is capable, but she doesn't want to come to the hospital and said she doesn't know medicine. I thought we should tell her family that she doesn't know medicine. Xian, you think carefully. Shuling is a modest girl. Since she said she doesn't know medicine, we shouldn't embarrass her. When Shiyuan comes back later, we can talk to him about it. Yuzhen agreed, feeling Yuan Xian's idea was good. They decided on this plan. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan, upon learning that Manhwa didn't get Shin Shuling's file, angrily smashed her water cup on the ground. She then ordered all the patients out of the consultation room. What are you doing? Do you still want to work at the hospital?
You can't even handle this small task.
Are you really trying? Lu Xiaoyan scolded Lanhua harshly. Lanhua was stunned by the scolding. She knew Lu Xiaoyan was unreasonable, but she didn't expect her to be so unfair. She frowned and said, Dr. Lu, I didn't intentionally lose the file. You don't need to yell at me like this. I also helped you with this. I think you shouldn't ask me for help in the future. Who was she? Not her servant. Why was she being ordered around? Even if she were a servant, she had rights. Manhwa finished her words and turned to leave. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyan offering her money, she wouldn't help this young lady with anything. Lu Xiaoyan saw her turn away and, furious, grabbed something from the table and threw it on the ground. No one was helping her, and everyone was making her angry. What if she couldn't get Shin Shuling's file? The baby in her belly wasn't Brother Gu's anyway. She didn't believe the other person could really hide it. Lu Xiaoyan didn't even attend her afternoon clinic. She was so angry she took off her white coat, grabbed her bag, and left directly. The patient waiting outside holding a number looked confused and couldn't help asking the nurse at the door. The doctor has left. Can I still see the doctor today? The person asking questions was an elderly military family member. Recently, she felt her stomach was uncomfortable, and during the conversation, she couldn't help but pass gas. The nurse wearing a mask instinctively took a step back and said, "Everyone, please go to Dr. Zhou's consultation room next door." Dr. Zhou, who is also a general practitioner, was already busy with many patients today. Since Lu Xiaoyan suddenly left her shift, his workload doubled. Seeing the crowded patients at the door, Dr. Zhou couldn't help but complain. Lu Xiaoyan really doesn't take her work seriously. She keeps running off. If she keeps doing this, I won't have time to go home. Exactly, if this continues, our hospital's reputation will be ruined, said the nurse nearby. Well, she has a good father, so let's just focus on our work for now and try to finish overtime early today, Dr. Zhou said helplessly. Our hospital has a main director and a deputy director. The main director has a good relationship with Lu Weiman privately, which often leads to Lu Xiaoyan's mistakes being overlooked. In the evening, Shin Shuling had just finished dinner when Xiao Mao ran over. Sister-in-law, Gu Tuan called you. Hurry up and get ready so we can go to the office to answer the phone. Gu Jinmo's mission this time wasn't very secretive, and he was allowed to contact his family once during the process. Shin Shuling was delighted when she heard Gu Jinmo called. She quickly pushed her bicycle and went outside. She asked Xiao Mao to ride her to the office. Sister-in-law, sit tight. If you're uncomfortable, just tell me to stop, Xiao Mao said nervously, riding slowly to avoid causing any discomfort. He looked at his sister-in-law's belly and felt his heart tremble. Recently, he thought maybe it was just his imagination, but her belly seemed to have grown a little bigger again. Shin Shuling was pregnant with twins, so her belly naturally grew faster than with a single baby. Seeing Xiao Mao so nervous, she smiled and said, "Xiao Mao, you don't need to ride so slowly. It's okay to go a little faster. At this speed, even the vegetables would be cold." Gu Jinmo called during his mission, and time was tight. She was worried that if she slowed down, he might hang up. Xiao Mao obediently pedaled faster, but still said worriedly, "Sister-in-law, if you're uncomfortable, you must tell me." Shin Shuling responded with a smile. The white bicycle left the military housing and arrived at the training area. As it passed by, many soldiers looked at it with admiration, and the sound of soldiers shouting slogans during training floated in the air. These soldiers were all from Gu Jinma's unit. They had been curious about the wife for a long time. Xiao Mao and Zhu Xinghua praised her so highly that they seemed to think she was the best in the world. "Xiao Mao, is that the wife?" A young soldier on break ran over and asked mischievously. A few other young soldiers shouted loudly, "Hello, wife. Hello, wife." Their voices were loud and friendly. "Go away, go away. The wife is pregnant now and can't be scared," Xiao Mao scolded these little soldiers. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately stopped and saluted Shin Shuling. "Take care, wife. Goodbye, wife. Be careful, wife." They all thought she was very beautiful. When the bicycle left the training area, Shin Shuling still had a smile on her face. She thought these soldiers were really adorable. These are new soldiers who just joined this year. They are from Gu's group. They heard long ago that you are very beautiful and have been curious about you. "Don't be angry," Xiao Mao explained. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "I'm not angry. They are all good people who serve the country with their hearts. No matter when, soldiers are always the most respectable." Xiao Mao couldn't help but smile and said, "I think you are the most morally upright person in the military housing." He rarely went to the military housing before. It was only after Shin Shuling arrived that he started going more often. Over time, he saw how some women there talked about others behind their backs. Even someone as excellent as Shin Shuling was talked about by those women. To him, that showed a lack of moral awareness. Soon, Xiao Mao took Shin Shuling to the office. After she entered, he thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Shin Shuling quickly walked to the phone on her desk. Just as she picked up the receiver, she heard a deep voice say, "Shuling?" Gu Jinmo had been gone for only a few days. Shin Shuling didn't think she missed him much, but when she heard his voice on the phone, a wave of longing she hadn't felt before stirred in her heart. She tightened her grip on the receiver and softly said, "It's me, Gu Jinmo." The way she called him softly revealed a gentle, loving tone. Gu Jinmo felt his ears itch, and his voice became even softer. "This mission won't take long. In a few days, I will be back with the army." Thinking of his wife at home, he couldn't help but miss her. During breaks, he would take out her photo and look at it again and again. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back," Shin Shuling replied tenderly. Even casual talk sounded full of warmth. After a few words, Shin Shuling twirled her finger around the phone cord and said, "I heard that a female officer named Lu at the military hospital gave up a bright future for you." Her tone was still gentle, like lovers whispering to each other. Gu Jinmo was just immersed in sweet words with his wife, but suddenly he felt a chill run down his back. His wife's gentle tone and her words made him feel a little scared. He was worried because his wife was pregnant and her emotions shouldn't be disturbed. He quickly said, "Wife, I only talked to Lu Shaoran a few times. We didn't say much.
Don't worry about her.
I will handle this when I get back." He was telling the truth. He had only spoken to Lu Shaoran twice, and both times Xiao Mao was there. Lu Shaoyan once said she would give up her career in Beijing for him. He was surprised at first, but also found it strange. They barely knew each other. How could Lu Shaoyan like him so much and even give up her future for him? It was hard to understand. He also wondered how Lu Shaoran managed to get into college. He thought she might not be very smart, not quite normal. Shin Shuling listened to Gu Jinmo and questioned, "You barely spoke to her, and she gave up her future for you." That sounded unbelievable. Gu Jinmo said seriously, "Wife, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Mao.
He's my aide.
Lu Shaoran came to see me twice, and he was there both times. Or you can ask others. He only met Lu Shaoran twice, both times with Xiao Mao present." Shin Shuling listened to him and remembered what Aunt Chun had told her before. She understood a little more. "I understand now," she replied. Gu Jinmo was a bit worried. "Shuling, if she comes to see you again, just say whatever you want. Don't worry about saving face for anyone. I'll have Xiao Mao stay with you." He was worried that Lu Shaoyan might come over again, and his wife would consider him and stay silent. Shin Shuling chuckled softly, with a cold glint in her eyes. "Don't worry. If she comes to see me again, I won't be polite." Gu Jinmo felt a bit more at ease after hearing this. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment and then dialed another number. Meanwhile, Shin Shuling simply opened her office door and left. She asked Xiao Mao to take her back. It wasn't mealtime yet, so her bicycle naturally attracted many glances inside the camp. She looked good, and as the wife of Commander Gu, everyone paid attention to her. As Zhu Xinghua saw Shin Shuling being carried by Xiao Mao while walking toward the cafeteria with a few soldiers, he was surprised and quickly greeted her. "Sister-in-law." Shin Shuling recognized Zhu Xinghua and smiled, waving her hand. "Comrade Zhu." The bicycle didn't stop, so they just exchanged greetings as they passed. Lu Jianjun, walking beside Zhu Xinghua, rolled his eyes and couldn't help but gossip. "Commander Gu's wife is really pretty. She has that kind of aura, just like a young lady." He lived in the military housing area, and his wife, Zhuanging, was quite talkative. She had mentioned Shin Shuling many times before. Hearing this, Zhu Xinghua immediately looked displeased. "Deputy Commander Lu, you're wrong. What do you mean by young lady's aura? Have you ever seen a young lady dressed so simply like sister-in-law? Black clothes, black pants, black cloth shoes, and not even carrying a bag. Her outfit looks even more plain than Luan's. If you're talking about a young lady's aura, then why not mention Luan?" Zhu Xinghua's tone was sharp. He had heard Lu Jianjun call her sister-in-law several times and had wanted to confront him about it. Lu Jianjun, hearing Zhu Xinghua's words, immediately became annoyed. Xiao Zhu, why are you talking like that? My wife Luan has never had that kind of young lady's aura. I was just praising Gu Tuan's wife. I mean, well, his family had been poor farmers for 3 generations, so Gu Tuan's wife couldn't be compared. That's also me praising Luan. Why are you so upset? Besides, sister-in-law is an orphan girl. All that talk about being a young lady is nonsense. Zhu Xinghua curled his lips, thinking that Deputy Captain Lu sounded like an old woman with a very sharp tongue. After saying this, he grabbed his lunchbox and strode toward the cafeteria, not wanting to argue with the old woman. Lu Jianjun pointed at Zhu Xinghua's back and looked a bit angry. This kid is in a bad mood. A few soldiers walking nearby gave half-hearted smiles and also headed quickly toward the cafeteria with their lunchboxes. They thought Deputy Captain Lu's words were not very polite. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan went home early today. She was alone in her room, feeling upset. Today, Lu Weimin worked overtime in the camp and Ding Guifin and she had dinner together. At the table, Ding Guifin looked at her daughter, who seemed unhappy. She carefully tried to comfort her, but Lu Xiaoyan didn't respond. She just lowered her head, ate a little, and then went back to her room. Ding Guifin looked at her daughter's closed door and sighed. That evening, Lu Weimin came home with a serious face. What's wrong with Lao Lu? Did someone upset you? Ding Guifin asked, unable to hide her concern. Lu Weimin glanced at his daughter's closed door and asked, Is Xiaoyan at home? When mentioning her daughter, Ding Guifin looked worried. Yes, she came back earlier than me today. She seemed upset and locked herself in her room. I don't know what happened. She was worried that her daughter couldn't get over the incident with Captain Gu. What could she have encountered? It's good she didn't cause trouble for me. Go and call her out immediately. I want to see what she's up to, Lu Weimin said angrily. His daughter was becoming more and more unruly. Today, she not only skipped work, but also went to see Comrade Shin. Just now, he was about to leave work when he received a call from Captain Gu. He knew Captain Gu was on a mission, and he thought the call was about work. But when he answered, the other side's words were cold and unfriendly. Thinking back to that call, he felt embarrassed. Ding Guifin listened to Lu Weimin and felt her heart tighten. She couldn't help but ask, Lao Lu, calm down first. Say what you need to say nicely. Don't scare the girl. She was worried Lu Weimin might blame her daughter. Comrade Shun is already pregnant, and she still went to see her? What does she want? If something happens to Shun, can our family bear the responsibility? Lu Weimin was truly angry this time. Ding Guifin heard that her daughter had gone to see Shin Shuling, and she no longer dared to defend her. She quickly called Lu Xiaoyan to come out. Lu Xiaoyan was already feeling very upset today. Shin Shuling's appearance had a big impact on her, and she still hadn't recovered. So when Ding Guifin called her, she looked very unhappy. Lu Weimin saw her like this and felt angry. He put the teacup down on the table and spoke sternly, Xiaoyan, as a doctor, how can you leave your post so casually? Dad, what do you mean? I already feel wronged staying at the military hospital. Can't you understand me? Why do you keep criticizing me just because of work? Lu Xiaoyan said, feeling very unfair. She originally had a bright future ahead, but now she was stuck in the remote Northwest. Every day, she faced difficult patients, and it was not easy for her. Lu Weimin felt headache. You made the decision back then. What's the point of complaining now? And you even went to find Comrade Shin. Do you know how big the impact of this is? His face was almost embarrassed because of his daughter. She even went to complain to you? Who does she think she is to complain? Lu Xiaoyan said sharply, her anger and jealousy almost spilling out. Lu Weimin frowned at her attitude and said in a commanding tone, Lu Xiaoyan, don't come near Comrade Shin again. If there's a next time, don't stay in the military housing. Move out and live on your own. He regretted spoiling his daughter in the past, which had made her so unruly. Why? What did I do wrong? I'm not worse than her. Dad, why are you helping her? I am your daughter too. Why are you doing this? Lu Xiaoyan couldn't understand why her closest family members wouldn't help her. Lu Weimin felt his chest hurt with anger. You are not allowed to skip work anymore. I've already talked to the director. Whatever happens at the hospital from now on, handle it as you see fit. In one day, he received 2 calls, both because of his daughter's actions. After saying this, Lu Weimin got up and went back to his room. He didn't want to see his ungrateful daughter. Dad, you will regret this, Lu Xiaoyan said with a crying tone. After shouting this, she covered her face and started crying loudly. Ding Guifan looked helpless and heartbroken. Her daughter was good at everything, but she was stubborn and refused to let go once she set her mind on something. She wanted to hug Lu Xiaoyan to comfort her, but she was pushed away forcefully. Mom, you're not helping me either. If you had said a few words to Dad, he wouldn't treat me like this, Lu Xiaoyan said harshly. She felt that her mom seemed to care about her, but in fact, she was just like her dad. Xiaoyan, your dad is a military officer. You need to think about that in everything you do. You're grown up now, so stop being so stubborn, Ding Guifan said with some helplessness. Lu Xiaoyan sneered. You're just like Dad. Both of you are cold-hearted and don't think about your children. After saying that, she ran back to her room. Ding Guifan looked at the closed door and felt very sad, but she knew she had to listen to her husband's decision. Lu Xiaoyan was angry inside. Usually, she was used to being bossy. The more Lu Weimin didn't let her do things, the more she wanted to do them. So, the next day, she went straight to Xin Shuling. Xin Shuling had just finished bathing in the spiritual spring and was watering the vegetables with a water scoop when she heard Lu Xiaoyan calling her from outside the yard. The other person looked at her with dislike and spoke in a commanding tone. Open the door. I have something to tell you. Xin Shuling looked at Lu Xiaoyan, who was wearing a checkered dress and seemed to have put on some lipstick, as if she was trying to outshine her. She continued watering the vegetables as if she hadn't heard Lu Xiaoyan. Xin Shuling, did you hear me? Open the door. I have something to say, Lu Xiaoyan said angrily, raising her voice a bit, sounding sharp. It was morning and many people were coming and going to buy vegetables at the market. Zhuangning was passing by with a basket and saw Lu Xiaoyan coming over. She immediately approached. Comrade Shun, please open the door quickly. Xiaoyan has something to talk to you about, Zhuangning said in a flattering tone. After speaking, she even winked at Lu Xiaoyan on purpose. Lu Xiaoyan felt a bit of disdain and contempt for Zhuangying's flattery. She thought Zhuangning was a typical rural woman. She had even tried to flatter her before by saying that Xin Shuling didn't look as good as her, which embarrassed her and made her very annoyed. If she didn't need to use Zhuangning in the future, she wouldn't want any contact with her. This rural woman would only lower her status. Xin Shuling watched Zhuangning and Lu Xiaoyan's small interaction and noticed the fleeting look of dislike on Lu Xiaoyan's face. She said calmly, if you have something to say, just say it here. I can't hear you. Lu Xiaoyan was rude to her, so she wouldn't go out of her way to get scolded. Girl, how can you do this? Xiaoyan came to see you, and you just shut the door in her face. Zhuangning immediately stood beside Lu Xiaoyan, speaking up for her. She spoke loudly, and neighbors passing by couldn't help but gather around. Everyone in the military compound knew Lu Xiaoyan liked Gu Jinmo. Now that Lu Xiaoyan was here, everyone was very curious. Even Chinju from the next yard came out, watching Zhuangning and Lu Xiaoyan with steady eyes. Xin Shuling noticed the neighbors and aunties gathering around and looked at Lu Xiaoyan with a half-smile. Her tone was clear. Comrade Lu, if you have something to say to me, just say it here. I believe what you say isn't anything shameful, right? Lu Xiaoyan came to see her mainly because of Gu Jinmo. This wasn't something she could openly talk about, so she was deliberately saying this. Xiaoyan, if she doesn't want you in, then just say it openly in front of everyone. Zhuangning glared at Xin Shuling and said, thinking she was defending Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan's face alternated between red and white. She looked at Zhuangning with hatred and said harshly, shut up. After that, she turned and left. Zhuangning was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after her with a basket, still talking. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, don't go. You haven't finished talking yet. Why did she leave so suddenly? Didn't she want to talk to Xin Shuling? Oh, this Aunt Zhuang is really eager, Chinju chuckled happily. Shin Shuling couldn't help but smile too. What a silly teammate. Besides the neighbors watching the scene, they found it funny and were also very curious. They wondered if Lu Xiaoyun's visit was because of Captain Gu. Other than Captain Gu, they couldn't think of any other reason. At noon, after lunch, Shin Shuling and Chen Ju decided to go to the military hospital to visit Yuzhen. Chen Ju rode her bike, carrying her, while Shin Shuling held a pot of freshly cooked fish soup. Inside the hospital, the two people had just reached the door of the ward when they heard lively noise coming from inside. When they went in, they saw a few familiar figures. Liao Mei was handing a banner to Yuzhen on the bed. Her tone was serious and grateful. "Comrade Yi, this banner is from the Railway Bureau to thank you. If it weren't for you on the train, those traffickers might have escaped. Although there were 2 soldiers on the train at the time, without Ye's brave actions, they wouldn't have caught the traffickers so quickly, and the other traffickers in the carriage wouldn't have been caught easily." Yi Yuzhen was lying on the bed, smiling with surprise. She didn't expect the Railway Bureau to send her a banner. She reached out to take it, and Liao Mei asked about her health with concern. Next to them, Yuan Xian and Su Shuyuan looked surprised but happy. They also felt ashamed of their previous prejudices. When Shin Shuling came in, Liao Mei immediately recognized her. "Comrade, I haven't seen you in a few days, and your belly seems bigger. The baby must be growing well," Liao Mei said gently, looking at Shin Shuling's rounded belly. Shin Shuling nodded. "The doctor said the baby is developing very well. When you come out, you'll be a beautiful baby, especially since you and Captain Gu are both so good-looking," Liao Mei said. Then she sighed a little. "I didn't expect you and Aunt Yi to both come from the military family area. It's really fate. Aunt Yi is a good person, and she deserves this banner." She had asked Yi Yuzhen earlier why she was hospitalized. Yi said it was also for saving someone, but it was a private matter, so she didn't ask further. Shin Shuling looked at Aunt Yi, who was lying on the bed with a healthier complexion than yesterday. She smiled and said, "Aunt Yi, good people are rewarded." Liao Mei nodded too. She knew some of Aunt Ye's past and understood she had suffered a lot before. By the way, the incident with Zhong Yumeng was handled by the train conductor. The woman who replaced her has returned to her position, and they even gave her some compensation. Everyone involved with Zhong Yumeng was handed over to the police, Liao Mei explained. Shin Shuling was a bit surprised and then said, "The train conductor is fair. The people connected to Zhong Yumeng must be many. Being able to hand everything over to the police shows the train conductor's integrity. Our train conductor has always been like this," Liao Mei agreed with Shin Shuling. After chatting for a while, Liao Mei and her group left. Shin Shuling and Chen Ju were inside the ward, talking with Yi Yuzhen. Chen Ju held a bright red banner, looked at it repeatedly, and praised Yi Yuzhen for being both capable and kind-hearted. Yuan Xian pulled Shin Shuling aside and specifically told her about Lu Xiaoyan. "Senior Sister Xian, Sister Chen has already told me about Lu Xiaoyan. Don't worry, I understand the situation," Shin Shuling said. Yuan Xian nodded, but still looked a bit worried. "People at our hospital say Lu Xiaoyan is very showy and aggressive. You should be careful." Shin Shuling didn't think much of it. She was bathing with spiritual spring water every day. Even though she was pregnant, she was stronger than most people now. She also had protective items, guns and knives in her space. If things got dangerous, she could hide in her space, and no matter how crazy the other person was, they couldn't hurt her. Shin Shuling and Chen Ju stayed in the ward for a while before leaving. On the way back, Chen Ju was riding her bike with Shin Shuling. When they passed through a narrow, deserted alley, suddenly a figure darted out from the side. Startled, Chen Ju quickly braked. The person was Lu Xiaoyan. She looked directly at Shin Shuling and said, "Let's talk alone."
Tien you provnid.
"Comrade Lu, this is the military district." She felt Lu Xiaoyan was a bit strange, like her mind wasn't quite right. Lu Xiaoyan didn't even look at Shin Ju. She kept her eyes on Shin Shuling, stubborn and aggressive. "Shin Shuling, I want to talk to you alone." Shin Shuling got off her bike. "All right, let's go over there to talk." She wanted to see what Lu Xiaoyan wanted to say. Chen Ju, hearing Shin Shuling agree, immediately became nervous. "Shuling." Shin Shuling gave Chen Ju a calming look. Big Sister Chen, I'll just go a little ahead, where I can see you. She wouldn't go far. Under Chenju's worried and tense gaze, Shen Shuling and Lu Xiaoyan moved to a nearby spot. Lu Xiaoyan looked back at Chenju, making sure she couldn't hear their conversation, then spoke confidently and with a hint of hostility. I'll give you a chance. Leave Brother Gu immediately. I am holding a strong advantage in this situation. Shen Shuling's face shows a gentle smile. She is naturally beautiful, and her smile is like sunlight shining on a lake, warm and comforting. However, this makes Lu Xiaoyan feel jealous and angry. I am married to Jinmo. I will never leave him in this life, and he won't leave me either. I understand your feelings, Comrade Lu. My Jinmo is very talented, but you shouldn't ignore his family and feelings to do such shameless and unkind things. Her tone is gentle, but her words make Lu Xiaoyan very angry. Lu Xiaoyan is upset by Shen Shuling's words, her chest rising and falling with anger. But she doesn't dare to hit her because she knows that if she does, things will become very serious. Plus, she still plans to use the child to threaten her. Do you think I don't know what's going on with the child in your belly? You deliberately took the test when Brother Gu was on a mission, just to hide that the child isn't his. Lu Xiaoyan proudly finishes her words, staring at Shen Shuling, hoping to see her panic and fear. She wants her to cry and beg her not to tell anyone. But Shen Shuling's face still has a gentle smile. She even lovingly touches her swollen belly, not at all scared by her words. Comrade Lu, your words are strange. If you don't have proof, I can ask the leaders to handle this, Shen Shuling says calmly, looking at Lu Xiaoyan. It turns out that Lu Xiaoyan came to her twice for this reason. She feels surprised but also thinks it's normal. Lu Xiaoyan hears her and thinks she is just talking tough. She sneers, "You think threatening with the leaders can scare me? You think you can hide everything from everyone? Believe it or not, I can have the leaders check you. And you dare to say that the wild child in your belly is Brother Gu's?" After she finishes, Shen Shuling slaps her hard. With a crisp sound, the slap makes Lu Xiaoyan's face turn to the side, and her head buzzes. Lu Xiaoyan is stunned, and even Chenju, who has been watching, is surprised. Shen Shuling shakes her hand, her eyes burning with anger. She says, "If you speak like that again, I won't mind smashing your face." After saying this, she still felt unsatisfied. She reached out and grabbed Lu Xiaoyan's hair. Before the other person could react, she slapped her again. Lu Xiaoyan felt a ringing in her ears and a metallic taste in her mouth. The burning pain on her cheeks reminded her of how badly she had been insulted. She glared fiercely at Shen Shuling, as if sparks were flying from her eyes. "Why do you hit me?" She had never been hit by her parents in her life. Shen Shuling's tone was cold. "Do I need a special day to hit you? You should know that damaging a military marriage can lead to a court-martial, and you'll be taken for a haircut and criticism. You also slander my reputation. Slapping you twice is already being lenient. Someone as shameless as you should be and thrown into the river. Your parents will also be implicated by your shameless actions. You could lose your military job and be expelled from the army, never to return to a normal life." With each sentence, she took a step forward, her presence intimidating. Lu Xiaoyan was frightened by Shen Shuling's aura and kept retreating several steps. Court-martial, haircut, expulsion from the army. These words hit her hard, making her face turn pale. The finger marks on her cheeks were especially clear. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan's reaction, Shen Shuling spoke calmly. "Think about the consequences before doing anything. I'm not your parents. I won't spoil or pamper you." After saying this, she left directly. Lu Xiaoyan stood there in a daze, her face burning with pain, feeling a bit panicked. She originally came to threaten and intimidate Shen Shuling, but somehow, it turned around. Now she felt a little scared inside. People only feel afraid when they are guilty. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyan knew right from wrong about her actions. Shen Shuling got back on her bicycle. Chenju quickly pedaled away. On the way home, Chenju felt nervous. She didn't expect Shen Shuling, who seemed gentle and weak, to be so fierce and to have hit Lu Xiaoyan directly. She was even more worried that Lu Xiaoyan might chase after her in anger. When they finally reached the door, Chenju let out a sigh of relief. She looked back nervously and said, "Good thing she didn't chase after us." If Lu Shaoran had gone crazy and caught up, she didn't know if she could stop her. Shen Shuling was pregnant and couldn't handle being scared. Seeing Chen Ju's nervous look, Shen Shuling smiled and said, "Big sister Chen, don't be so worried. Even if she comes to chase me away, I can scold her off. She knows her little tricks won't work on me. Big sister is just worried, afraid she might hurt you if she gets angry." But those 2 slaps you gave her just now felt really satisfying, Chenju said, then couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. After saying that, she looked around and said, "Shuling, you're really capable, but you should be careful. From now on, whenever you go out, just call me. We'll go together." Shen Shuling nodded. "Thank you, big sister Chen." She didn't refuse her kindness. They exchanged a few words, and then each went back to their own yard. Lu Shaoran stood there for a long time before she finally recovered from her fear. Then, anger and a bit of caution rose in her heart. She didn't expect Shen Shuling to be so sharp-tongued, and she even hit her. Does Shen Shuling really think she can hit her without paying any price? Fuming, Lu Shaoyan took a mask from her bag, made sure the slap mark on her face was covered, and then headed to Zhui Ying's house. Shen Shuling returned home and took a nap. She was awakened by Xiao Mao. "Sister-in-law, I bought all the medicinal herbs you asked for from the pharmacy. Here are your 2 letters. I'll take them into the house for you." Xiao Mao carried the herbs into the main hall and handed the 2 letters to Shen Shuling. "One is from the local factory area, and the other is from the capital," Xiao Mao said with a simple smile. Hearing this, Shen Shuling's heart moved. She knew the letter from the capital was definitely from Uncle Li. She went to the kitchen, brought a bowl of water for Xiao Mao, and also took an apple. "Xiao Mao, thank you for running this errand. Drink the water and then go to your work." After drinking the water quickly, Xiao Mao said, "Sister-in-law, I'll go water the fields first. I'll come back after I finish." Shen Shuling smiled. "I've already watered the vegetable garden, but the flowers, plants, and grapevines near the fence still need water. Please help me water them." "The water is under the eaves." Xiao Mao agreed and asked, "Sister-in-law, do I need to plant the medicinal herbs you asked me to buy? But it seems like those herbs are hard to keep alive. My sister-in-law asked him to buy some herbs." The shopkeeper said that these herbs require specific land conditions, and many are harvested and dried directly. Several of the plants looked wilted and droopy, and even the shopkeeper said they were hard to keep alive. "I can handle these herbs myself. You don't need to worry," Shen Shuling said, looking at the herbs packed tightly, which looked like weeds. As long as they weren't completely yellow and dried out, she could put them in her space and soak them in spiritual spring water to revive them. After hearing Shen Shuling, Xiao Mao quickly went to work. He started watering the flowers and then carefully watered the grapevines. Outside the yard, some neighbors were relaxing, peeling peanuts, and chatting about everyday life. Soon, Zhuangying came over with a small stool. She first looked into Shen Shuling's yard, saw Xiao Mao watering the plants, and then started complaining. "Our military family yard still has no water. I haven't taken a bath in days. Xiao Mao, why are you wasting water like this? You're watering useless plants. Isn't that a shame?" Zhuangying was very upset about the waste. She truly felt sorry. Her family was very careful with water, squeezing every drop to make it last. She couldn't understand why Shen Shuling's family was using water to water the land. It seemed such a waste. Thinking about what Lu Shaoran had just told her, her face showed more regret and concern. The neighbor sitting nearby listening to Zhuangying didn't speak up. Every household used leftover water to water their land, which was normal. Xiao Mao, standing by the fence and watering the plants, couldn't help but speak up. "Aunt Zhuang, isn't your water money from Deputy Captain Lu? If you don't exchange it for money, can't you still use it to water the land? And this water has been used by my sister-in-law. It can't be reused repeatedly, right? She's pregnant now, so she can't be careless." Lu Jianjun loved money. Most of the water he received was exchanged for cash, which he kept in his hand. But each month, he only gave a little to Zhuangying for buying groceries and cooking. Hearing Xiao Mao, Zhuang Ying's face darkened. She raised her voice. My husband Liu is careful. Our water is enough, and exchanging it for money would only prevent waste. Although life at home was tight, and she had some resentment towards Liu Jianjun, she still cared about her reputation in front of others, and didn't like others to speak badly of her family. Xiao Mao chuckled softly. My sister-in-law uses very little water at home. These days, she told me not to bring water, thinking of our troops. This was the first time someone like her lived in the military family courtyard. Even those families who didn't use much water wouldn't refuse to accept water deliveries. He believed his sister-in-law had a higher sense of awareness than the other neighbors, especially Aunt Zhuang. Zhuang Ying listened to Xiao Mao and couldn't help but purse her lips. Comrade Shen's family is wealthy. They wouldn't care about a little water. They have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. Even the cloth on her head is bright red. I think it's real silk. She had often looked down on Shen Shuling's status in the military family courtyard, but this was the first time she spoke directly at the door. As she spoke, she looked toward the main hall, waiting to see when Shen Shuling would come out. But before Shen Shuling appeared, Chen Ju came out and said, Zhuang Ying, what are you talking about? Don't just say things randomly. If she has so much money, how could she buy such expensive things? Just look and say. Chen Ju almost wanted to tear Zhuang Ying's mouth off. Of course she can, Zhuang Ying replied, gesturing with her hands, and started arguing with Chen Ju. She even bounced forward as she spoke, like a grasshopper jumping around. At that moment, Shen Shuling, who had been reading a letter inside, came out holding a bright silk scarf. She walked to the gate of the yard, looked at Zhuang Ying, and then glanced at the neighbors watching outside. She said, You say I'm a capitalist, and I don't deny it. But my parents died when I was 10. All my family property was in my eldest uncle's hands. Before I joined the army, I donated all the money my parents left me to the state. After speaking, she shook the bright silk scarf in her hand. The female militia member wearing a military cap showed her profile, her face serious and proud, with a red uniform. Wow, Xiao Mao gasped. Chen Ju then exaggerated her words, saying loudly, Oh my. This scarf has a pattern of female militia members. It must have been approved by the leaders to buy such a scarf, right? Shen Shuling, I didn't expect you to have one. If you weren't capable and had the right thoughts, you wouldn't be able to get such a scarf. Her loud voice immediately called over the nearby neighbors, who all curiously looked at the bright silk scarf in Shen Shuling's hand. The pattern on the scarf not only featured the 3 female militia members, but also showed one holding a book titled Selected Works, which is a symbol of the organization and the country. This scarf is so beautiful. The pattern is full of spirit, and the women on it look so lively. Exactly. If I had a scarf like this, I would wear it every day, and when not in use, I'd hang it in the yard. I heard from my husband Lao Chen that this kind of scarf isn't ordinary. It's either given for contributions or for meritorious service, so it must be special. If I had one, I'd be so proud to wear it on my head. You're so beautiful. The neighbors kept talking about how much they admired Shen Shuling's scarf. Shen Shuling glanced at Zhuang Ying, whose face was turning more and more unpleasant. She opened the yard gate and then showed the scarf to the curious and envious neighbors. They eagerly admired the bright scarf. Even Xiao Mao went to wash his hands and reached out to touch it. This scarf is not something ordinary people can buy or even see in person. Zhuang Ying's face looked very grim. She looked at the neighbors surrounding Shen Shuling and said angrily, People with short sight and long hair are truly ignorant. After returning home in a huff, Zhuang Ying suddenly remembered she had forgotten to say what she was supposed to tell Liu Xiaoyun. She blamed Shen Shuling for being so irritating. Next time, she decided to find a time when Shen Shuling wasn't around to talk, or she'd keep getting interrupted and forget her important matters. In the evening, Shen Shuling brought a lunchbox and some apples to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao happily carried the lunchbox away. He loved helping his sister-in-law the most. Every time, she would give him nice things. After seeing Xiao Mao off, Shen Shuling went to her bedroom, turned on the desk lamp, and started writing a reply to Li Chongda. Uncle Li's letter said that he had settled in Beijing and was assigned to a pharmacology research institute, but it was now semi-paralyzed due to lack of funds. He was also in a low-ranking position inside, his job downgraded from director to regular staff. He only went to work and reported daily, with almost nothing to do. Shin Shuling knew that before the movement, medical research in the country was almost at a standstill, mainly supported by researchers themselves. The government did not allocate funds or plans for this area. Uncle Lee was very safe there. Being ignored was a good thing. Everything could be discussed after the movement. Shin Shuling replied to Uncle Lee, telling him she was expecting twins and that she had settled well at the military family compound and was doing fine. After replying to Uncle Lee, she also wrote back to Anin. This time, the little girl not only sent her a letter but also drew a picture. The picture showed her playing in the yard while her father was busy in the kitchen. On the letter, the little girl said her father was cooking for her. Although the food was not tasty, she ate it to encourage her father. Her father also taught her to write and recognize characters. She also asked when the baby in her belly would be born, expressing her excitement and eagerness to meet the baby. At the end of the letter, the little girl sadly said she might not be able to visit her soon because she needed to see a doctor. After reading the letter, Shin Shuling guessed that Anin might be suffering from epilepsy. She also noticed that Anin's handwriting was more neat this time, and she could write many characters now. It seemed that when Songbin was taking good care of Anin, at least providing her with companionship. She lowered her head and replied to the little girl, first praising her, then sharing some recent funny stories. Finally, she told the little girl that she could visit any time or wait until she had her baby and then come to see her. Shin Shuling woke up to a noise of shouting. She frowned and realized the noise was coming from outside. Besides the shouting, there were sharp cries and accusations from a woman. The sound was especially clear in the quiet morning. Shin Shuling put on her clothes and slippers, then went outside to look. It was the Yuan family's yard that was in chaos. Yuan Xian was there with a woman who had high cheekbones and slanted eyes. The woman was crying and wailing loudly. "You have become very successful, but instead of supporting your family, you even sent your younger brother to the police station. You are so ungrateful. It seems like your conscience has been eaten by dogs." After saying this, the aunt sat down on the ground and started crying loudly again, but she was just shouting without tears. Yuan Xian's face showed mixed feelings, sadness, disappointment, and anger. "Mom, do you know what Yuan Yong did?" she asked tremblingly, full of resentment. She couldn't understand why her mother always forgave Yuan Yong without limits, but constantly oppressed her and demanded she sacrifice everything for Yuan Yong. Before the incident where Yuan Yong threatened Tian Tian, she could still deceive herself. But after that, she had to face her parents and Yuan Yong's coldness. Wang Saixia heard Yuan Xian and suddenly jumped up from the ground. She pointed at her daughter's nose and said, "Yuan Xian, you should know that Yong is your brother. The blood ties between you are unbreakable. No matter what Yong did, he is still your closest family. Do you realize that if you make Su Shiyuan send him to the police station, you'll be struck by lightning? Our Yuan family will also be hurt. You are so unfilial. Do you know what you've done? I tell you, you must go to the police station right now and bring Yong back. I also want you to divorce that scoundrel Su Shiyuan. If he dares to treat Yong like that, I will make sure he and his wife are separated." Wang Saixia's face was fierce, showing her malicious intent openly. Her daughter used to be very obedient, doing whatever she was told, never disobeying her. But since marrying Su Shiyuan, things have only gotten worse for their family. Su Shiyuan just wanted to sleep with her daughter without paying a penny. What a joke. Yuan Xian didn't expect her mother to say she should divorce. She laughed bitterly, full of anger. "Mom, do you know I am already pregnant? If you want me to divorce, have you thought about me? Have you thought about Tian Tian?" That day, Yuan Yong pointed a knife at Tian Tian. He is his own nephew. How could he do such a thing? She absolutely couldn't let Yuan Yong go. This was a family dispute on a small scale, but on a larger scale, it was deliberate harm. Yuan Yong must learn his lesson this time. Tian Tian's shock and her mother-in-law's injuries cannot be in vain. Wang Saixia rolled her eyes when Yuan Xian spoke. She looked at Yuan Xian's belly and said, "Your stomach isn't even big yet. Just take some medicine. You're a doctor yourself. Yomer only used the knife to scare you. Why didn't you give him money to buy things? You know he's just a kid. If you give in to him a little, what harm does it do?" Wang Saixia looked at Yuan Xian with a very dislikeful expression. After this incident, she regretted letting Yuan Xian read so many books. What's the use of reading? Her family didn't support her, and in the end, they even got her son into the police station. She's really a bad luck charm. While Wang Saixia and Yuan Xian argued, many people had gathered outside the yard to watch. They looked at the two arguing, showing disapproval, but no one spoke. No one helped Wang Saixia, and no one helped Yuan Xian. Wang Saixia is just a useless troublemaker, impossible to get rid of once she's involved. Shen Shuling stood in the yard, looked around, then went to the fence and asked Chinju to ride her bike to call someone over. She only watched from her own yard and didn't get involved in Yuan Xian and Wang Saixia's fight. You can't reason with unreasonable people. The best way is to just send them away. Mom, I will never abort the baby or divorce Shiyuan. I won't go to the police to get Yuan Yon out. If you think I'm unfilial, I accept it. Yuan Xian's eyes filled with tears. If her mother insists on forcing her, she will cut ties with her. When Wang Saixia heard Yuan Xian say this, she felt angry. Her eyes showed hatred, and suddenly, she knelt down with a loud thud. Yuan Xian, do you really want to drive your mom to death? Are you so unfilial? Do you hate your brother that much? You're his older sister. Are you really so cruel as to want to hurt your own brother? Wang Saixia knelt on the ground, crying and complaining, but her eyes were full of hatred and anger. Yuan Xian was startled by Wang Saixia suddenly kneeling. She was momentarily at a loss. No matter what happened, when an elder kneels to a younger person, it's considered unfilial and would be talked about by outsiders. Wang Saixia was just taking advantage of this. She cried out, "Yuan Xian, today I beg you, please let your younger brother go. Just for my sake, for the Yuan family's sake. Your brother is the only descendant of the Yuan family. I beg you, I really beg you." Wang Saixia knelt and kowtowed while shouting, making it look like Yuan Xian was forcing her mother to hurt her younger brother. Yuan Xian looked at Wang Saixia kneeling and kowtowing on the ground. She thought her mother looked fierce and scary. She couldn't help but step back several times, trying to avoid her mother's kneeling. A feeling of hopelessness rose in her heart. This was a military area. If her mother kept causing trouble, it would not only ruin the atmosphere in the family compound but might also attract the leader's attention, affecting her and Shi Yuan's work. Zhuang Ying, who was watching from the fence, couldn't hold back anymore. She put herself in Wang Saixia's shoes. She said, "Yuan Xian, even if your mother is too much, you shouldn't let her kneel and kowtow to you. Quickly help her up. Why are you so heartless?" Zhuang Ying could really empathize with Wang Saixia. Her own family had a young son too. She also wanted her daughter to help support the family and hoped her daughter would take care of her in old age. Wang Saixia's wild behavior was indeed embarrassing, but deep down, she didn't think her mother was wrong. Shen Shuling looked at Zhuang Ying and said, "Aunt Zhuang, if you think she should help her up, then go ahead and do it. Yuan Xian is pregnant, and it's not convenient for her." Everyone started blaming others for the situation. When Zhuang Ying heard she was asked to help Wang Saixia, she immediately shut her mouth and didn't say anything. She didn't want to get involved with Wang Saixia. At this moment, Chinju and several soldiers arrived. Su Shuyuan led the way. His usual gentle face looked cold and serious, making him seem a bit intimidating. Walking behind him was a serious-looking middle-aged man with a noble aura, Lu Weiman, the political commissar of the military district. Su Shiyuan entered the yard and went straight to Yuan Xian's side. He didn't look at Wang Saixia kneeling on the ground, but asked about his wife's condition. "Xin, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yuan Xian held back her tears and shook her head, looking exhausted and sad. She was so pressured by her own mother that her heart was full of sadness and pain. Su Shiyuan softly said, "Go inside and rest." I'll handle this here. He was worried that Xian might not be able to handle staying any longer, as pregnant women should avoid emotional stress. When Wang Saixia heard Yuan Xian was about to enter the house, she suddenly jumped up from the ground. She immediately rushed toward Yuan Xian, but was blocked by two young soldiers. Yuan Xian, you are not allowed to go in. Today, you must come with me to the police station to release Yong Er. Wang Saixia shouted loudly, her tone sharp. Since she was talking about her daughter, she believed Yuan Xian had to do whatever she was told. Lu Weimin said firmly, Comrade, I am the political commissar of the military district. Your son hurt someone. Even if Dr. Yuan goes to the police station with you, he probably won't be released. He had heard before that Yuan Xian's family was difficult to deal with. Now he saw it was true. Her face looked like someone not to be messed with. Shin Shuling's gaze stayed on Lu Weimin. He had a square face, calm eyes, and a serious demeanor. He looked very upright and not at all like he was related to Lu Shaoran. Leader, please help me. Yong Er didn't mean to hurt anyone. Really, he didn't. Please come with me to the police station to testify, so the officers can release Yong Er quickly. Wang Saixia's tears finally fell. She looked at the leader as if seeing a great official in heaven, her voice full of grievance. She truly believed Yong Er was more wronged than Do Yi. Why would family disputes go to the police? In their neighborhood, there had been cases of husbands killing wives, but nothing serious happened. Why was it so different in her family? Lu Weimin frowned and said sternly, Comrade, this is the military district. We should speak properly. No loud arguments here. If it weren't for your daughter and son-in-law, we would have already asked you to leave the military district. This kind of loud fussing was inappropriate. The military district was not a marketplace. Exactly. Deputy Commander Lu is right. Zhuanging, who hadn't spoken for a while, came to support. Whether her daughter could enter the military hospital depended entirely on Deputy Commander Lu. Her flattering words made the neighbors look at her with disdain, thinking she was just a sycophant. She had just been on Wang Saixia's side, but now, with Deputy Commander Lu here, she was suddenly siding with the other person. It was hard to watch. Shin Shuling also looked at Zhuanging, feeling that her behavior was somewhat hard to understand. When Wang Saixia saw Commissar Lu's words, she immediately wanted to throw a tantrum on the ground. But before she could sit down, two young soldiers on either side held her up. She was stunned for a moment. The words she was about to shout got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't speak clearly. Comrade, causing trouble at the military district won't help. Your son was hurt by someone outside, so this isn't a family matter. The military district can't make decisions about this. Lu Weimin looked at Wang Saixia. This wasn't the first time she caused trouble here. Yuan Yong often came too, which was really frustrating. Hearing Lu Weimin's words, Wang Saixia felt very nervous. She stammered, that person didn't die and Yonger didn't mean to do it. He's just a kid who hasn't grown up yet. Leader, please be kind and help me talk to the police. You have a lot of influence and many contacts. They will definitely let him go. Just get Yonger out, and I will do anything you ask. Her words were sincere, but they put Lu Weimin in a difficult position. There were so many people watching, and he was worried about what others might say. Lu Weimin's face darkened, and his tone became colder. Comrade, you can't say things like that. The military district can't help you with this, and I can't either. The military district isn't the marketplace. Since you're not with the troops, you can't just come and go as you please. Please leave. After saying that, he waved to a few soldiers, signaling them to Wang Saixia out. Wang Saixia didn't want to leave. She shouted loudly, Leader, please be kind. The two soldiers moved quickly, firmly holding Wang Saixia and walking her toward the main gate of the military district. Their steps were swift and firm. Seeing her being taken away, Lu Weimin finally relaxed a little. He told the people around, Everyone disperse now. Once everyone had left, he turned to Su Shiyuan and Yuan Xian. I'll go in with you to sit down. This matter needed to be handled carefully. Lu Weimin frowned and said, We can't keep letting Wang Saixia cause trouble. There has to be an end to this. Then he looked at Yuan Xian and Su Shiyuan. Political Commissar, I will follow the organization's decision. Yuan Xian said tiredly but firmly. If her mother kept causing trouble, the leaders would surely be unhappy with her. After this incident, she didn't want to deal with her family anymore. Su Shuyuan said in a serious voice, I also obey the leader's decision. He would not be soft-hearted about this matter. Lu Weimin listened to both of them and finally relaxed his mind. It's good that you have this awareness. You can handle this privately however you like, but you can't let others cause trouble. Yuan Yang's situation was not honorable in the first place. I will inform the guard at the gate to temporarily prevent Yuan's family from entering. When you have sorted things out, you can let them in, he added.
Yuan Xin note that.
Okay. Seeing that they had no objections, Lu Weimin exchanged a few polite words and quickly left. At night, in the quiet forest on the border, a team of soldiers was hiding among the trees, crawling forward. Jinmo was at the front. This was their target location for the mission. Soon, there were rustling sounds ahead, along with footsteps. Jinmo's sharp eyes tracked the movements of the approaching people in the dark. Bang, bang, bang. Sharp gunfire broke the peaceful night. Jinmo's team engaged in a fierce firefight with the enemy. The gunfire lasted less than 10 minutes. The forest quickly returned to silence, with faint traces of blood lingering in the air. The enemy was completely wiped out this time. Commander Gu, Wu Chuan was shot in the abdomen and is unconscious, a soldier shouted as he checked ahead. Soon, a soldier carried the unconscious Wu Chuan quickly out of the forest. 3 days later, dawn broke through the sky, and the northwest sky was bright blue. Shen Shuling finished breakfast in her space. She was watering the vegetable garden with a water scoop when Chinju happened to come back with purchased vegetables. Shuling, are you watering the garden? Don't overexert yourself, Chinju said, worried when she saw Shen Shuling's pregnant belly. Twin babies tend to be a bit bigger than a single baby. Shen Shuling smiled. It's okay, Sister Chen. If I felt unwell, I wouldn't do it. Chinju took the vegetables back to her yard and then quickly came over to Shen Shuling's yard. Go rest now. I'll help you water the plants, she said, grabbing the water scoop from Shen Shuling and waving her hand. Shen Shuling smiled and went into the main room. When she came out, she was holding a watermelon and some sweet cakes. The watermelon was bought yesterday by Xiao Mao, and the cakes were from her space. Her body was really fine, otherwise, she would have waited for Xiao Mao to help her water the plants. Chinju was very quick and finished watering the vegetable garden in just a few minutes. Then she went to the fence to water the flowers and grapevines. After finishing all this, she sat down at the stone table. Big Sister Chen, have some watermelon. Soon there won't be any left, Shen Shuling said, pushing the plate of watermelon toward Chinju. As autumn approached, the watermelon season was ending soon. Chinju took a bright red piece of watermelon and took a bite, then couldn't help but praise, Xiao Mao knows how to buy good watermelons. This one is really sweet. Shen Shuling just smiled silently. Since buying the watermelon yesterday, she had soaked it in spiritual spring water. Food soaked in spiritual spring water always tastes better. Chinju finished a piece of watermelon and then ate a piece of sugar cake. She hesitated and asked, Shuling, have you heard anything these days? Big Sister Chen, are you talking about the rumors about my pregnancy outside? Shen Shuling's tone was calm, with no clear emotion. Although she rarely went out, she had heard some gossip. Recently, everyone in the military family compound was saying that the timing of her pregnancy didn't match. The meaning of those words was obvious. Chinju understood and quickly comforted her. Shuling, don't take this to heart. It must be Lu Xiaoyan and Zhuangying spreading those rumors. Lu Xiaoyan is just jealous of you. Jealous that you married Captain Gu and that you look better than her. She remembered Lu Xiaoyan's look when she looked at Shuling, full of envy and resentment. Shen Shuling rested her hand on the stone table and smiled. Let them spread rumors. I won't mind. The more these rumors spread, the better. It would be best to involve the leaders so she could see what tricks Lu Xiaoyan was up to. Seeing that she didn't care, Chinju relaxed and said, Shuling, why not just tell everyone you're expecting twins? Then no one will dare to spread those rumors anymore. But Shen Shuling shook her head with a meaningful look. Lu Xiaoyan will try everything to stop me. If I immediately dispel the rumors this time, she might come up with other plans. She always wanted to cause trouble for her. Why not take this chance to make a big fuss and make her afraid to interfere again? When Shin Shuling said this, she still had a slight smile on her face, and her tone was gentle and calm. However, her appearance amazed Chun Juping. Shuling, you're really impressive. You can think of these things. No wonder you're a girl from the city. Chun Juping said sincerely, truly admiring her. She thought only city people had such clever ideas. We villagers spend all our days farming and never think of these things. When she first came to the military housing area with old Joe, it took a long time to change from saying I and me. No wonder Commander Gu likes Sister Shuling so much. Shin Shuling was amused by Chun Juping. She pushed a piece of sugar cake toward her and said, "Big Sister Chun, you should eat more." At that moment, Xiao Mao hurried over. He looked happy and said through the yard gate, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Commander Gu is back." Commander Gu had just finished a mission and couldn't come in person. He asked Xiao Mao to tell his sister-in-law. Shin Shuling's eyes lit up. She immediately got up and opened the yard gate to let Xiao Mao in. She asked with a smile, "Where is he? Why didn't he come to the military housing area?" A soldier who was with Commander Gu on a mission was injured. "He's in surgery now. Commander Gu is there watching over him. Once the surgery is over and they confirm he's fine, Commander Gu will come back," Xiao Mao explained, looking relaxed. She heard that the soldier's condition was quite good and that there was no life-threatening danger. For soldiers, injuries are common. As long as they don't threaten life, they can face it with a smile. But Shin Shuling felt a wave of nervousness in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Xiao Mao, take me to the military hospital to see him." She didn't know why, but after hearing Xiao Mao's words, she really wanted to see the man. Chun Juping stood up, picked up a watermelon and sugar cake, and handed them to Xiao Mao. "Eat this quickly, then go," she said with a smile. Xiao Mao's eyes brightened, and his dark face was full of happiness.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
"Thank you, big sister Chun." He hadn't eaten all morning and was very hungry. Xiao Mao quickly ate the watermelon and sugar cake, then took Shin Shuling to the military hospital. At the hospital's operating room entrance, Jinmo was still wearing his military uniform, which had hidden features for missions. His clothes were stained with dirt, making him look dirty, but his black eyes remained sharp and deep. When Shin Shuling arrived, she saw a tall man standing straight in the corridor. The man's right hand was wrapped in blood-stained bandages. His handsome, cold face was somewhat dirty, as if covered in dust, and his clothes were stained with dirt and dried blood. Although he looked disheveled, it did not affect his image at that moment. In fact, it made him seem more unique and masculine. When Jinmo turned to look at Shin Shuling, his usually cold black eyes suddenly warmed up, like a spring of gentle water. "Who told you to bring her here?" Jinmo said to Xiao Mao, his tone full of anger. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to answer, he quickly walked over to Shin Shuling and softly asked, "Shuling, I'll be leaving soon. It's too dangerous for you to come all this way." His tone was very gentle, a stark contrast to how he spoke to Xiao Mao earlier. Xiao Mao shrank back and said nothing. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "I asked Xiao Mao to ride his bike and bring me here. I didn't walk, so it's not dangerous at all, but you still need to be careful," Jinmo insisted. He thought that in just a short time, Shin Shuling's belly seemed to have grown a little more. Seeing this made him both happy and nervous. This little kid didn't seem to care about his mother's feelings. He decided he needed to teach him a good lesson later. Shin Shuling also worriedly said, "You should be careful too." Her gaze fell on Jinmo's right hand wrapped in bandages. Although the injury didn't look serious, she still felt a little worried. Jinmo was happy to see his wife worried about him. He couldn't help but smile. Usually, he kept a serious face and rarely smiled, but now his smile made him look even more handsome. Seeing him smile, Shin Shuling also showed a faint smile in her eyes. The atmosphere between them suddenly warmed up. She softly said, "Let me see your hand." Jinmo obediently raised his hand for her to look at. Next to them, Xiao Mao watched this scene and felt strangely full. Maybe he ate too much sugar cake earlier and was feeling a bit overwhelmed? Just as Shin Shuling finished checking Gu Jinma's hand, Lu Xiaoran hurried over after hearing the news. She saw Shin Shuling was there and flashed a teasing look in her eyes. She approached Gu Jinma, smiled, and said, "Big brother Gu, I heard you got hurt." "Let me see." She wanted to step forward and hold the other person's hand. In the next moment, Shin Shuling's stomach blocked her, and Gu Jinma wisely moved to stand behind his wife. "My hand has already been treated, so there's no need to trouble Dr. Lu. Also, we are not relatives, so please call me Commander Gu from now on," Gu Jinma said coldly. He was afraid that if he acted too friendly, Lu Xiaoran might think there was some strange opportunity, as it had been before. Lu Xiaoyan saw Gu Jinma acting so distant and couldn't help feeling a little wronged. "Commander Gu," she said softly and sadly. Although she liked Gu Jinma, she was also a bit afraid of him. Hearing Lu Xiaoyan's words, Shin Shuling frowned. She said bluntly, "Dr. Lu, you're a general practitioner. Shouldn't you be seeing internal medicine cases? Why are you here treating external injuries?" Lu Xiaoyan looked upset by Gu Jinma's cold words, but didn't feel ashamed because of Shin Shuling's comment. She snorted coldly. "Are you a doctor? How do you know internal medicine can't treat external injuries?" She really disliked Shin Shuling. Gu Jinma, noticing Lu Xiaoyan's rude attitude, was about to speak up to defend her, but was interrupted by Dr. Li, who arrived first. Dr. Li spoke sternly, looking at Lu Xiaoyan with a reprimanding gaze. "Who said internal medicine can treat surgical cases? Our hospital doesn't allow such things." He disliked Lu Xiaoyan more than anyone in the hospital. She lacked professional ethics and never cared about her patients. Seeing Dr. Li approaching and saying such embarrassing words, Lu Xiaoyan's face immediately stiffened. She was most afraid of Dr. Li in the hospital. He relied on his seniority to pick on her, and more importantly, both the director and the secretary respected him. "Little Lu, if I remember correctly, you're supposed to be on duty in the consultation room now, right? Leaving your patients to run around is grounds for punishment," Dr. Li said coldly, with a critical tone. Lu Xiaoran bit her lip and tried to defend herself. "Dr. Li, I heard Commander Gu was injured on a mission, so I came to see him. He's someone who has contributed to the military and the country. I just wanted to check his injury." She was tired of seeing those military family patients who just complained and made noise every day. She wanted to work in surgery, but transferring departments wasn't easy. This time, the mission involved more than just Jinmo. He only suffered minor injuries. If Dr. Lu truly cares about soldiers who are hurt defending the military district and the country, he should also visit those who are seriously injured. Shin Shuling spoke clearly, with a smile that was not quite a smile on her face. Lu Xiaoyan's face alternated between red and white. Her hands, hanging by her sides, clenched into fists and then relaxed again. She was clearly angry at Shin Shuling's words. She glared bitterly at Shin Shuling's belly and sharpened her tone. "Who do you think you are to talk about me? You, shut up. That's enough. Lu Xiaoyan, leave now. If you cause trouble again, you're not welcome at the hospital anymore. Dr. Li looked at Lu Xiaoyan with sharp eyes and a serious tone. His words were not joking at all. Lu Xiaoyan was so frightened by Dr. Li's words that she trembled. She glared angrily at Shin Shuling, then looked at Gu Jinma with a sad face. Reluctantly, she left. She had wanted to directly say that the child in Shin Shuling's belly was not Gu Gija's, but she thought Dr. Li would definitely side with Shin Shuling. Plus, she wasn't well prepared today. It was better to wait until she was ready. She planned to reveal everything in front of everyone and make Shin Shuling unable to defend herself. She wanted Shin Shuling to be speechless. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan leave angrily, Dr. Li looked at Shin Shuling with an apology in his tone. "Comrade Shen, I'm really sorry. I will criticize Lu Xiaoran severely when I get back." He liked Shin Shuling, and Lu Xiaoran was just causing trouble for her. Shin Shuling shook her head. She didn't think much of it. To her, the angrier Lu Xiaoyan got, the better. Gu Jinma, standing nearby, said in a deep voice, "Dr. Lu's behavior just now was very rude and inappropriate. I hope it will be dealt with seriously. His wife was very precious to him."
Doktor Lin oddet repeatetli.
Then he looked at Shin Shuling and changed the subject eagerly. I heard that Comrade Shun is very good at making medicine. This time, Wu Chuan's life depended entirely on the medicine brought by Commander Gu. Although Commander Gu didn't say where the medicine came from, he instinctively felt it was definitely related to Shin Shuling. He asked this question mainly to test whether the medicine had anything to do with the other person. After all, he heard that the packaging of the medicine was very simple, wrapped in a piece of cowhide paper. It was unlikely to be bought. It seemed more like it was homemade. Shin Shuling looked at Dr. Li with hopeful eyes and shook her head. Dr. Li, you misunderstood. The medicine is homemade, but I didn't make it. I had someone else prepare the hemostatic powder before I joined the army. She casually called the life-sustaining powder a hemostatic powder and shifted the blame onto someone else. Dr. Li was suspicious and asked, was that person also a doctor? Is he from your hometown hospital, Shin? Shin Shuling smiled. The person who made the medicine isn't from a hospital. He's an old traditional Chinese doctor from a herbal shop in Shueisha City, but he's quite old now. Before the movement, there were many traditional Chinese medicine clinics across the country. There were barefoot doctors among the common folk, and naturally, there were skilled old doctors too. Hearing this, Dr. Li's face showed a flicker of disappointment. Then he asked, does Comrade Shin still have the powder? The powder he has. He wanted to buy some to see the ingredients, but only to look. The military hospital didn't have a traditional Chinese medicine department, so the powder was probably just stored here after purchase. As for whether the old Chinese doctor Shin mentioned really existed, he thought it was questionable. But seeing Shin's firm attitude of denial, he had a rough idea. He guessed that Shin didn't want others to know he could treat illnesses. Dr. Li was a bit confused, but could understand. Talented people often have their own quirks, and he even thought it might be better that way. A few days ago, he tried to find out where Shin was working but couldn't get any information. He was puzzled at first, but after learning about the hemostatic powder, he probably understood Shin's intentions. Shin currently had no job and didn't want to reveal his medical skills. This was an opportunity. As long as he could persuade Shin would join their military hospital. Realizing this, Dr. Li looked at Shin Shuling with even more eager eyes. Shin Shuling wasn't distracted by Dr. Li's gaze this time. She said, I still have some hemostatic powder. I can spare a packet for you, Dr. Li. Dr. Li eagerly agreed. He didn't say much and happily left. Not long after Dr. Li left, the operating room lights went out. A doctor in a white coat and mask approached Gu Jinmo. The surgery went smoothly. The bullet in the patient has been safely removed. Now he just needs to rest, the doctor said. Gu Jinmo and Xiao Mao both sighed in relief. Although the doctor said there was no danger to life before the surgery always carries risks. Now that they heard the operation went well, they finally relaxed completely. Gu Tuan, you and your sister-in-law should go back first. I'll stay here to watch over Chuanzi, Xiao Mao said, becoming more thoughtful and quick-witted in his words and actions. Gu Jinmo nodded. He then reminded Xiao Mao of a few things before leaving with Shin Shuling and walking out of the hospital. Shin Shuling sat on the back of the bicycle, and Gu Jinmo rode her towards the military housing area. They quickly arrived at their home. Chenju was hanging clothes in her yard. When she saw them return, she immediately greeted them with a smile. Oh, you're back so soon from the hospital? How is the injured soldier? Chenju asked cheerfully to Shin Shuling and Gu Jinmo. Shin Shuling got off the bicycle and said to Chenju, the surgery went smoothly. The doctor said rest and recovery are all that's needed now. Gu Jinmo pushed the bicycle open and entered the yard. Shin Shuling said a few more words to Chenju before going inside. Rest for now. I'll tidy up and then cook, the man said as he went inside, pouring her a glass of water and softly giving instructions. Shin Shuling didn't rush to cook. She sat on the sofa and said, that's kind of you. There are vegetables and meat in the kitchen. Just prepare them. I'll help you fold the clothes. She was referring to the luggage he brought back from his mission. Gu Jinmo nodded. He didn't bring much, just a small bag. Just pack what you need. You're pregnant now, so don't tire yourself out. The book said that pregnant women are more sensitive emotionally. Doing some light chores can help prevent overthinking. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Go take a shower quickly. The water in the bucket on the left side of the eaves is clean." She knew he usually used cold water. Gu Jinmo listened and didn't say more. He picked up his clothes and strode toward the shower room. His clothes were dirty and probably smelled bad. She must have noticed. The book said pregnant women have a keen sense of smell. He should have taken a shower immediately after returning. Seeing Gu Jinmo rush to shower, Shin Shuling didn't think much. She didn't find his smell particularly unpleasant, just a mix of sweat and dirt, which was okay for her. Because she often soaked in spiritual spring water, she hadn't experienced any obvious pregnancy symptoms, which made her very happy. Morning sickness makes you feel uncomfortable, which can affect your mood. When you're in a bad mood, it can also impact the baby inside your belly, so there is always some effect. Gu Jinmo came out after 15 minutes. This time, he was a bit dirty because he washed slowly. He carried a bucket with him, filled with his clean clothes. He hung the clothes in the yard, then checked on Shin Shuling to make sure she was okay. Only after that did he go to the kitchen to start cooking. Half an hour later, Gu Jinmo finished preparing the food. Shin Shuling sat at the table holding her pregnancy test results. The meal was served: potato stew with ribs, sautéed liver tips, garlic water spinach, and a cabbage soup. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. This was quite a good meal, even in a military family yard. All these dishes came from the space. Shin Shuling only went out daily to walk around and pretend to do things. During Gu Jinmo's missions, she rarely cooked and mostly ate from the space. Now that he was back, they sat together at the table to eat, and she felt a bit of everyday life and warmth. Gu Jinmo served her rice and also put 2 pieces of ribs into her bowl. He spoke softly with some concern. "Shin Shuling, eat more. I feel like you've lost weight." He thought her belly was very big, but her arms and legs looked very thin, even thinner than his own arms. If this continued, she would have a hard time during delivery. He looked at her with worry. Shin Shuling was a bit speechless after hearing this. As her pregnancy progressed, her arms and legs had thickened a lot, and her belly was much bigger. How could he think she was thin? She handed him the pregnancy test results and said, "The results are out. Take a look." Gu Jinmo took the pregnancy test and looked at it. When he saw the words, "touching 2 fetal heads," he froze for a moment. These were technical terms, but his heart started pounding uncontrollably. In his mind, the image of 2 little babies appeared involuntarily. He looked at Shin Shuling's already large belly and then at the test results. He stammered, "Shin Shuling, what does it mean? That there are 2 fetal heads?" Could it really be what he was thinking? Joy and fear mixed in his heart, and his hand holding the test results trembled slightly. If it really is a boy, he will definitely be happy, but Shin Shuling, being so weak, might have complications during childbirth. Gu Jinmo didn't dare to think about it. "It's just twins," Shin Shuling said softly. "Gu Jinmo, I am carrying twins." She looked carefully at the man beside her, not wanting to miss any expression on his face. When she saw the surprise and fear mixed on his face, and noticed his hand trembling slightly as he held the pregnancy test, her heart felt full. She just wanted to see him lose control of his emotions because of her. The next moment, she reached out and held his trembling hand. "Gu Jinmo, are you unhappy?" Then she leaned into his broad chest. She could hear his rapid heartbeat. Gu Jinmo gently held her in his arms and said, "Shin Shuling, I am happy. I am very happy. But I am worried I can't protect you and the babies." In his dream, the 2 little children looked adorable. He thought dreams reflected his deepest feelings. Of course he was happy, but at the same time, he was also scared. Shin Shuling understood his worries. She comforted him, saying, "Right now, I am healthy and I know a little about taking care of myself. It's completely fine to safely deliver the 2 babies." After she finished speaking, she felt his grip tighten around her, then quickly loosen. Gu Jinmo calmed down for a while, then started to help her by scooping food onto her plate, his expression complicated. After she finished eating, he hurried to help her into the room to rest. She sat on the bed, and he even took off her shoes. Gu Jinmo looked a little nervous. "Shin Shuling, you're pregnant with twins now. You must rest more." Shin Shuling didn't refuse. After eating, she started to feel a bit sleepy. With Gu Jinmo beside her, she accidentally ate a little too much. As soon as she lay down, the blanket was pulled over her. Shin Shuling, take a nap first. I'll go to the kitchen and tidy up, Gu Jinmo said softly. He could tell she was drowsy. Shin Shuling responded with a sound and quickly turned over, falling asleep. Gu Jinmo finished tidying the kitchen and the main hall. Then he swept every room and the yard, wiped the tables, cabinets, and chairs with a damp cloth, and checked the grapevines, vegetables, and flowers in the yard to see how they were growing. He was strong and quick at work. It took him less than an hour to finish everything. After cleaning the house inside and out, Gu Jinmo quietly went into the bedroom. Shin Shuling was still sleeping. She had been sleeping more lately, and her naps were longer. The woman's breathing was light, and her fair face had a gentle blush, making her look very beautiful. Gu Jinmo stood by the bed and looked at her for a long time. In the end, he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her soft cheek. His lips touched her skin briefly before pulling away. When he stood up, his heart was pounding, and his ears were slightly red. Usually they didn't show much affection. Sleeping together at night and holding hands sometimes were the most intimate things they did. His bold and somewhat inappropriate action now made him feel a little guilty, but also happy. Gu Jinmo placed a note he had written earlier on the desk by the window. Then he pushed his bicycle out the door. He needed to go to the military camp to write a report and also visit the military hospital. He wanted to ask a doctor in obstetrics and gynecology how to care for a pregnant woman with twins. When Gu Jinmo, looking serious, arrived at the hospital's obstetrics department with his notebook, Yuan Xian and Nurse Li Xiang were surprised. Nurse Lanhua had already been replaced by Yuan Xian when she found a chance. Dr. Yuan, hello. I'm here to ask about how to take care of pregnant women. You know Shin Shuling's condition, and she needs extra care, Gu Jinmo said as he entered the office. He flipped through his notebook and looked at Yuan Xian. He was tall and had a cold aura. Standing there silently, he looked very imposing. Yuan Xian swallowed and said, Why yes, of course. Please, Dr. Gu, have a seat. Gu Jinmo sat down across from her. She looked at the serious man sitting straight and wondered how someone so stern could be here just to learn how to better care for Shin Shuling. In this era, almost every man had a strong sense of male pride. Many men believed that giving birth and raising children were women's jobs. Men should work outside and earn money, and at home, they didn't need to do anything. Are women saying that pregnancy and childbirth are hard? Every woman has gone through it. If you find it hard, everyone else does too. Everyone has managed, so why can't you? Someone like Gu Jinmo, who brings a notebook to ask the obstetrician about precautions, is definitely the first. Yuan Xian finds this hard to believe, but also feels happy for Shin Shuling. She carefully explains many precautions to Gu Jinmo, who then writes several pages in his notebook. After she finishes speaking, Gu Jinmo stands up, thanks her, and leaves. After watching the tall man's figure disappear, Li Xiang sighs and says, Captain Gu not only looks good, but he also cares so much for his wife. It's really lucky to be his wife. She has never seen anyone care for their wife as much as him. She has been a nurse for many years and has never seen such a man. Yuan Xian smiles and looks at Li Xiang, saying, This is a private matter for the patient's family. You can't share it, including Sister Shen's pregnancy. Li Xiang was specially transferred here by the director. Luckily, the director is reasonable. When she heard that Lanhua was interested in the patient's records, she immediately transferred her away.
Don't worry, Sister Yuan.
That's basic professionalism for a nurse, Li Xiang quickly replies. She is very committed to her job and aims to become the head nurse someday. Yuan Xian's smile deepens when she hears this. When Gu Jinmo returns home riding his bike with a notebook, Shin Shuling is already up and sitting in the yard picking beans. She is picking vegetables while chatting with Chinju, who is in the yard across the fence. Seeing Gu Jinmo return, her eyes light up, and she immediately goes to greet him. I thought you'd wait until dinner to come back, she says, then picks up a cloth bag from the bike basket. The bag isn't heavy. It seems to contain a book. Gu Jinmo glances at the stone table and says, I can pick vegetables and cook. You just help me carry the bag inside. There are apples in the main room. If you want, wash one and eat it. Dr. Yuan said that having twins is not easy, but pregnant women shouldn't be prevented from doing everything. They should do some light chores, just like with a single pregnancy. Shin Shuling responds with a yes and takes the bag into the main room. When she puts it down, she notices that inside is a notebook. Could this be Gu Jinma's private diary? Shin Shuling couldn't help but take out her notebook. She looked at Gu Jinmo in the yard. She asked, What's inside this cloth bag? Just some notes I asked Dr. Yuan about at the hospital earlier, the man's voice replied. Then, Chunju's kind laughter also sounded. Captain Gu really cares about Sister Shuling. Hearing that Gu Jinmo had gone to ask Sister Xian about precautions, Shin Shuling's heart moved, and she opened the notebook. Inside, she saw dense small writing, flowing and strong, just like Gu Jinmo himself. It detailed precautions for mid-pregnancy and late pregnancy with twins. The first line was in bold. Twin pregnancy is high risk, more prone to preterm birth, anemia, and fetal growth restrictions than single pregnancies. Followed by several pages of notes, covering topics from nutrition and emotional health to preventing preterm labor, all written very carefully. Shin Shuling felt a little touched as she read. In the following days, Gu Jinmo carefully followed the notes to take care of her. He even prepared things for the baby's birth and would bring her water or foot soak at night to prevent swelling and help her sleep better. The weather was no longer hot, so soaking her feet was a bit early, but still acceptable. A few days later, Shin Shuling had just finished the porridge Gu Jinmo had cooked before leaving when Xiao Mao hurried over. Sister-in-law, you have a phone call. Shin Shuling was a bit puzzled. Could it be Uncle Li calling from the capital? Did he suddenly call her for something? She opened the yard gate and said to Xiao Mao, Xiao Mao, ride your bike and take me there. Xiao Mao smiled and agreed, then rode with her toward the military area. Shin Shuling answered the phone. Hello. Before she finished speaking, she heard a sweet, childish voice. Auntie, it's Anin. Anin sounded especially happy to hear her voice. Shin Shuling's heart moved and she smiled. Oh, it's Anin. Do you miss Auntie? The little girl's letters always said she missed her, which was just too adorable. Anin listened to her aunt's gentle voice and couldn't help but jump in place. Auntie, I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Can I come to see you? Anin's tone was happy, but also full of hope. She lives with her dad in a housing compound, which makes her happy, but she often thinks of her aunt, remembering the hawthorn candies her aunt gave her and the malt drink she enjoyed. Shin Shuling listened to Anin's words, but found something strange. She said, Of course you can come to see me anytime. But last time, you said in your letter that you needed to see a doctor, so you couldn't come over for now. Just as she finished speaking, there was a faint noise on the phone, and then when Songbin's voice came through. Shuling, it's like this. Anin has been seeing a doctor at the town hospital recently, but the doctor still suggested we go to the military hospital for a checkup. So I thought, when we go for her appointment, maybe we could see you. Would that be okay? When Songbin's tone was still polite and refined, but Shin Shuling could sense a hint of tiredness in his voice. Could something be wrong with Anin's condition? Anin's epilepsy is inherited. Currently, hospitals in the country don't have a cure, but she doesn't know if there are medicines that can control her condition. She felt a little heavy-hearted, but kept her tone light. You're always welcome to come. When you arrive, I'll go to the hospital to see Anin, keep her company, and talk to her. The military hospital is very close to the military housing. When Songbin looked at the little girl standing beside him, eagerly watching the phone, and forced a smile. That's really great. Anin cheered happily, full of joy. Seeing this, when Songbin felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Shin Shuling could hear Anin's cheerful voice through the phone and asked, Has something happened to Anin's condition? When Songbin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he paused for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and then replied with a soft, There was pain and choking in his voice. He didn't expect that just after seeing his daughter not long ago, he would receive such heartbreaking news. At this moment, Anin had already left the office and gone outside to play. She knew her dad was talking to her aunt about her illness, so she thoughtfully went outside. The little girl was always very perceptive. When Songbin saw Anin go out to play, only then did he force himself to hold back his emotions and tell Shin Shuling what had happened recently. It turned out that after Anin arrived at the factory's residential area, life was not as good as the letter described. On the day she arrived, Anin had a seizure because she was unfamiliar with the environment. When Songbin immediately took Anin to the factory clinic. After emergency treatment, they told him Anin needed to be transferred to a better hospital. He didn't care about reporting to his superiors that night. Instead, he took Anin to the town hospital. The doctors there looked troubled, but said they could try. The doctor prescribed medication for Anin, and he took her back to the factory residential area. For a while, Anin was very normal. He took leave from work to carefully care for her at home. The neighbors also liked Anin very much. During this time, Anin wrote a letter to Shin Shuling, saying she was happy but not doing very well. However, a few days ago, Anin had another seizure. She had 3 seizures in a short period. The doctor said it might be due to the new environment, but that was just a guess. If Anin continued to have seizures so often, accidents could easily happen. The town doctor suggested transferring her to the military district hospital, where the doctors are more experienced and capable. When Songbin immediately applied to his boss after returning to the factory. He had a project about to start, but once he decided to send Anin to the military hospital, he firmly pushed aside the project. This made the factory leaders a bit angry, but he didn't back down. He clearly told them that Anin was his top priority. If the factory disagreed, he would resign. He felt he had let down Anin and Yuechin all his life. Now that Yuechin was gone, if he couldn't even take good care of Anin, what right did he have to do anything else? Since meeting Anin and seeing the suffering his late wife endured over the years, his dedication to his country had changed. Now, for him, Anin came first. Fortunately, the leaders, though upset, were compassionate enough. In the end, they approved his request and granted him leave. Shin Shuling fully understood Wen Songbin's actions. She hung up the phone with a heavy heart. Shin Shuling walked out of the office with a serious expression. Xiao Mao was startled by her look and asked repeatedly, "Sister-in-law, is something wrong? Should I go and call Gu Tuan? My sister-in-law is now the main person being cared for." Shin Shuling saw Xiao Mao looking so nervous. She relaxed her expression and said, "I'm fine. You don't need to be so worried. Just take me back." Xiao Mao still felt a little uneasy. "If something happens to my sister-in-law, you must tell me. I will go find Gu Tuan to come." Gu Tuan specifically told her that if my sister-in-law has any problems, she should contact him immediately. Shin Shuling nodded and asked Xiao Mao to take her back to the military family residence. After she got home and closed the door, she went straight into her bedroom. She started reviewing the Wanxiang medical canon in her mind, thinking about how to treat An's epilepsy. Although she had absorbed the contents of the medical canon into her mind, she had no medical background. Unless she encountered a patient having a seizure or specific herbs, she still needed to carefully look up information. The medical canon in her mind was usually closed, probably because she hadn't yet learned how to use it properly. Sitting at her desk, she soon picked up a pen and wrote a prescription on paper. It was based on cases from the medical canon, but the final prescription would only be decided after seeing Anin. After reviewing the medical canon, she gained new understanding of An's condition. But whether she could use this knowledge depended on Wen Songbin's decision. What if he didn't trust her enough to hand over Anin? The best case would be if the doctors at the military hospital could find a way to control An's illness. In the evening, Gu Jinmo returned home. She told him about Anin coming to the military hospital. "Once Anin is here, if she needs long-term treatment, she can stay at our place," Gu Jinmo said after some thought. Since Anin was young, staying in the hospital would be very uncomfortable. He guessed that Wen Songbin probably didn't have much time either. Although he wasn't in the military, he understood that factory work could sometimes be busier than military duties. Wen Songbin definitely couldn't manage both caring for An and his work. If she really needed to stay in the hospital, it would be better for her to stay at their home. Shin Shuling hadn't thought that far ahead. Hearing Gu Jinmo say this, she immediately smiled. "You're quite thoughtful. Gu Jinmo looked gentle and didn't say much. He could see that Shin Shuling liked An and very much. If it were just him, he probably wouldn't have made this suggestion. Ultimately, he just wanted Shin Shuling to be happy. Gu Jinmo went out as usual after preparing breakfast, carrying a list of traditional medicines written by Shin Shuling. He planned to take some time today to buy these medicines in town. Shin Shuling woke up around 9 o'clock. She took a bath in the space and then finished her breakfast, by which time it was already past 10. She opened the door and went to the yard to water the vegetables, but she found that all the plants had already been watered. It must have been the man who got up early and did it before leaving. Shin Shuling couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It seems that men are quite efficient when doing housework. Who says women are better at managing the house than men? It all depends on whether they want to do it or not. Sister-in-law, I'm here to deliver vegetables. Gu Tuan bought a lot of things, Xiao Mao said, holding 2 big bags of vegetables. He stood at the gate with a smile on his face. He thought Gu Tuan was the most caring husband in their entire military district. Shin Shuling opened the door. Xiao Mao carried the 2 big bags of vegetables into the main hall while talking. Gu Tuan bought a lot of fruits and meat. Oh, I heard water will come in at noon. Xiao Mao kept chatting. Shin Shuling smiled. After Xiao Mao finished putting the things down, she went to the kitchen, took 5 steamed buns, and handed them to him. These buns were bought by Gu Jinmo this morning from the cafeteria. Take them and go back quickly, she said. Don't delay your training. She knew that after Gu Jinmo returned, the training tasks for the soldiers and the team would become even heavier. Xiao Mao happily took the buns and left. Shin Shuling sorted out the delivered vegetables. The bags contained not only pork but also a large piece of beef, her favorite greens, and several seasonal fruits. Just as she finished tidying up the vegetables in the main hall, she heard some noisy voices outside the yard. Zhuang Ying, along with 2 other military wives who were usually just as talkative as her, were standing at the gate of the Gu family yard. Nearby, several military family members sat under a big tree, peeling peanuts and chatting. Chun Ju was also sitting among them, knitting a sweater. All these military family members looked at Zhuang Ying and the others with curiosity. It was obvious they had deliberately gone to the gate of Gu Tuan's house. Zhuang Ying first glanced at the military family members watching from under the tree, then loudly said, "Let me tell you, I think something's wrong with Gu Tuan's wife's belly." As soon as she said that, Ma Jinfeng immediately responded, deliberately raising her voice. "What's wrong? Auntie, you better tell me." "I didn't feel anything unusual." Ma Jinfeng said this while looking into the main hall, as if trying to spot Shin Shuling's figure. Shin Shuling had already finished preparing the dishes. She walked out of the main hall and sat on a stone bench in the yard, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the 3 people at the gate, Zhuang Ying and her companions. She looked relaxed, with a hint of a smile, as if she was just watching a lively scene. When Zhuang Ying saw Shin Shuling come out, she felt a bit happy. She thought she might see her look guilty, but instead, Shin Shuling looked confident and even teasing, just staring at her directly. Suddenly, Zhuang Ying felt a little nervous. "There's nothing wrong. I've been through this before. I've had 2 children myself. But Sister Shin's belly doesn't seem right. It looks like she's 7 or 8 months pregnant, but it can't be." Zhuang Ying forced herself to say what Lu Xiaoyan had told her. She had been spreading this rumor everywhere these days to cause trouble. Hu Xiaohua spoke with a meaningful tone. "Hey, you shouldn't say that. What if Leader Gu finds out? Then what? You're just stirring up trouble. Why can't I say it? Can this be kept a secret forever? Many of us in the military housing have been through this. If we dare to say it, we must be sure about it," Ma Jinfeng added. She and Hu Xiaohua hadn't interacted much with Shin Shuling, and they lived far from her home. They both thought Shin Shuling was just an ordinary young wife accompanying her husband, a bit prettier than others and easy to handle. Zhuang Ying only called them over to say a few words and paid them 2 yuan, which made them very happy. Besides, the leader's wife's belly really looked strange. It didn't match the time when Leader Gu was on leave. They just cooperated with Zhuang Ying to tell the truth. Nothing wrong with that. Shin Shuling listened to what Zhuang Ying and her friends said, but her face didn't change. The military families watching from under the tree couldn't help but look surprised or upset. Even if she couldn't recognize the truth, Zhuaning and the others openly brought up the matter in front of everyone. This was not good for anyone. Perhaps later, Commander Gu would hold a grudge because of it. After all, spreading rumors about infidelity without proof is dangerous. If caught, her own husband might get involved, so it's better to pretend not to know. Moreover, Comrade Shin's belly looks big, and it's not just a matter of the months not matching. Zhuaning, what are you saying with your people? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll directly go to the leaders. Chenju suddenly stood up angrily. Xu Ling was pregnant with twins, and if these people caused her any trouble, it could be very bad. Hearing Chenju's words, Zhuaning immediately retorted loudly, "Go ahead and find the leaders if you can. I want to see if they come to help me or you bootlicker." She looked down on Chenju's sycophantic attitude toward Xu Ling. Chenju was so angry, she stomped her feet. Just as she was about to start insulting Zhuaning, Lu Xiaoyan arrived with two people. One was a middle-aged man in a military uniform, the district instructor named Wang Cheng. The other was a young woman in a white nurse's uniform, Manhwa, who had previously tried to steal files from Lu Xiaoyan but failed, and then argued with her. Today, she came because Lu Xiaoyan paid her well, 200 yuan, so even if they had big disagreements before, they could now reconcile. Lu Xiaoyan smiled as she looked past Zhuaning and the others, then strode to the door of Xu Ling's house. "Comrade Shen, please open the door. Today, the instructor, and I want to ask you something," she said excitedly, barely able to hide her enthusiasm. She was about to expose Xu Ling's lies and force her out of the military family compound so that Brother Gu would divorce her. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan bring people, Xu Ling understood immediately. Zhuaning and the others were just the appetizer. The main event was here. A cold feeling rose in her heart, and she looked at Chenju under the tree, who was also watching her. After Xu Ling's gaze, Chenju put down her sweater and hurried toward the camp area. She walked quickly, then started to jog. Xu Ling was pregnant now, and if these people caused her trouble, it would be terrible. Xu Ling opened the gate to let Lu Xiaoyan and her companions in. Commander Wang's attitude was quite kind. He smiled and introduced himself, saying, "Hello, Comrade Shen. I am the battalion instructor from the military district. I came here to learn about your family situation." He didn't really want to get involved in this matter. Comrade Shen is Captain Gu's wife, and this is their family affair. However, the person who reported this is the political commissar's daughter, and she brought evidence with her, so he had to intervene. Lu Xiaoyan saw that Commander Wang was so gentle, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She quickly took over the conversation, saying, "Xu Ling, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Today, I will make your wrongdoings public." After speaking, she looked proudly at Xu Ling. She was determined to pay back the 2 slaps Xu Ling had given her today. Xu Ling's face didn't change much. She remained calm and composed. Zhuaning, standing nearby, also rolled her eyes at Lu Xiaoyan's behavior. She said, "Xu Ling's background is problematic. It's not surprising she betrayed Captain Gu. Isn't that how wealthy young ladies act?" She just couldn't stand Xu Ling's arrogant attitude. Xu Ling looked coldly at Zhuaning and Lu Xiaoyan and said to Commander Wang, "Leader, since you're here to learn about me, you might as well be a witness. These people are trying to slander me and tarnish my reputation. This matter can't be easily settled." Commander Wang believed Lu Xiaoyan's words because he had seen the evidence. But now, seeing Xu Ling so calm and unbothered, he started to have doubts. He nodded and said, "All right, I will testify for you. Lu Xiaoyan, you're really stubborn even when you're about to lose," Xu Ling sneered. Then she reached into her pocket and took out a piece of paper, handing it to her. Lu Xiaoyan quickly took it and showed it to everyone. She said loudly, "Everyone take a look. This is Xu Ling's pregnancy test report. It clearly states she's 8 months pregnant, not 6. Brother Gu took leave half a year ago. So, where did this 8-month belly come from?" Lu Xiaoyan's voice was loud and full of excitement. She kept showing the pregnancy report to everyone. She wanted everyone to see what kind of person Shin Shuling really was. The neighbors, who had been watching the fun under the tree, now curiously gathered in the yard, staring directly at the pregnancy test report in Lu Xiaoyun's hand. Everyone's expressions changed from curiosity to disdain, clearly believing Lu Xiaoyun's words. If the pregnancy test report was out, how could it be fake? Shin Shuling, you secretly did this behind Brother Gu's back, ruining his marriage. Even if you kneel and beg me now, there's no way to fix this. You must divorce Brother Gu today and face punishment, Lu Xiaoyun shouted loudly. She recalled what Shin Shuling had said last time and felt very pleased. Zhuanging echoed her. She's from a wealthy family, so it's not surprising she did something like this. But it's a pity for Captain Gu, who's about to suffer because of her. Now that this has come out, it's good for Captain Gu. He should quickly divorce her so he doesn't get hurt anymore. Yes. Captain Gu is such a good person. How could he marry someone like her? It's really a sin. From the start, I said this wife was no good. She refused to join the army before, and now she suddenly shows up. There must be something fishy. The neighbors couldn't help but start talking among themselves. They all believed Shin Shuling was at fault for betraying Captain Gu now that the pregnancy test report was out. Thinking of how kind Captain Gu was, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Lu Xiaoyun saw everyone criticizing Shin Shuling, and her smile grew wider, her eyes more proud. Shin Shuling remained calm. Her cold gaze fell on Manhwa and she said, "Did you think about the consequences when you helped Lu Xiaoyun forge the pregnancy test?" Hearing this, Manhwa's face turned pale. She couldn't help but look panicked, but she quickly regained her composure. No one around noticed the flash of panic on Manhwa's face, but Officer Wang caught it sharply. Shin Shuling, stop spreading lies. If you say we forged the pregnancy test, are you willing to go with me to the hospital for a checkup? Lu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with a sinister look. She had already planned that if Shin Shuling's pregnancy wasn't from Brother Gu, even if the pregnancy test was exposed, she could use it to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Ultimately, the outcome of the situation was in her favor. Why does Shuling have to listen to you and go for a pregnancy check? The man's cold and deep voice sounded. In the next moment, Jinmo strode over to Shin Shuling, his tall figure full of anger and concern. The little servant who hurried over also looked angry. Shuling, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Jinmo gently held Shin Shuling's waist with his big hand, his tone full of care. Shin Shuling blinked at him and softly said, "I'm fine." After saying that, she took the man's big hand and held it with her fingers intertwined. Lu Xiaoyun saw a pair of eyes almost shooting fire. She stared fiercely at their tightly clasped hands, wishing she could rush forward and separate them. Brother Gu, are you still protecting her? The baby in her belly isn't yours at all, she said sharply and angrily. She couldn't understand why, even with betrayal right in front of her, Brother Gu still protected Shin Shuling. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Shuling didn't hesitate and slapped her sharply. The slap was clear and loud. Lu Xiaoyun felt like she was going crazy. She never expected the other person to dare slap her in this situation. Before she could fully lose her temper, she heard Jinmo's cold voice. "I told you before, I am not related to you by blood. Don't call me Brother Gu." His tone was not only cold but also clearly showing disgust. Shuling is pregnant with twins. These are her pregnancy checkup papers. Jinmo took out the pregnancy report he carried and handed it directly to the nearby Instructor Wang. Then he said, "Instructor Wang, this is a premeditated trap against my wife by Lu Xiaoyun. She not only spread rumors about my wife in the military housing area but also hired someone to forge her pregnancy report. This not only violates military rules but also involves illegal activities. I will report this directly to the police." The entire yard fell silent. Everyone's faces showed shock. The development of this matter far exceeded everyone's expectations. "Just now, who was insulting my sister-in-law? My sister-in-law is recognized and approved by the higher-ups as a prominent leader in the industry. Not only her, but her late father also has a certificate of honor," Xiao Mao loudly declared at this moment. He raised the 2 honor certificates he had just received high above his head. The bright red color of the certificates was very eye-catching. After holding them up, he opened both certificates and showed them to the watching neighbors and aunts. The certificates had the words, "Red Capitalist," written in large letters at the top. In the lower right corner, there were a few lines of small text explaining the contributions of the certificate holder to the country. Those who doubted Shin Shuling's pregnancy with twins now fully believed it. Since she received these honor certificates, her character and morals must be beyond question. Shin Shuling spoke at the right moment. When my father was alive, he ran a pretty big business. He also donated a lot of money and goods to those in need. When I was 10, my parents passed away, and all the belongings in the house went to my eldest uncle. 2 months ago, my uncle was targeted by someone. He planned to take all his family's assets and move to the port city, but before leaving, he was robbed, including the things my parents left me. At that time, I had just found out I was pregnant and was preparing to join the army. When I heard this news, I was sad but also felt it was fate. Before leaving home, I donated all the money my father had in the bank. You can see this on the certificates too. Commissioner Wang immediately stepped forward to check the certificates. When he saw that the donations matched what Shin Shuling had said, he nodded to everyone. The people present gasped in surprise. A woman wearing a headscarf asked, "So, sister, when you joined the army, did you really have no money at all?" Giving away all her money was something anyone would find hard to do. Shin Shuling replied, "I only kept enough for travel expenses. After I completely became a proletariat, I joined the army. I think that's better." Her words were selfless and noble, and everyone around was deeply moved. Young sister Shen has such high awareness. We were so wrong to misunderstand her earlier. If it hadn't been for these certificates arriving at the right time, we might have continued to misunderstand her. That's really shameful. Young sister Shun is too modest and doesn't want to seek attention. That's why some people took advantage of her. I always thought Shin Shuling was beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she do such things? Luxian had feelings for Captain Gu before. She even faked a pregnancy test to deceive us all. This matter must be handled carefully. Sister Shen is the first military wife in our military family compound to receive a certificate. This is a great honor for our community, and we must not let Sister Shen be wronged. Everyone was supporting Shin Shuling. At this moment, Chen Ju stepped forward. She pointed towards the main hall and said, "Shuling not only has a certificate, but also a banner awarded to her. She was pregnant, acted bravely, and even appeared in the newspaper. It's really unfair to accuse her today. Wow, there's a banner? I've noticed something red on the wall when passing by her house before. Oh, I want to see what the banner looks like. Forget the certificate. If I could get a banner like that in my life, my family would pass it down for 3 generations. Everyone rushed to the door of the main hall to look, but they only dared to stand at the entrance. When they saw the bright banner hanging on the wall, they praised Shin Shuling even more. Gu Jinmo didn't pay attention to the neighbor's actions. He looked at Instructor Wang and said, "I will hand this matter over to the police. Everyone involved must be dealt with strictly. Lu Xiaoran had harmed his wife multiple times and must pay the price." After he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly sat down on the ground, her face full of fear. If she was really taken to the police station, everything would be over. Zhuang Ying and the others, along with Manhwa, looked stunned. Instructor Wang nodded and said to Gu Jinmo, "Don't worry, I will handle this as you said." Lu Xiaoyan's behavior was very bad and had reached the point of being sent to the police. No, you can't send me to the police. Gu Tuan, I won't dare to do it again. Please, just let me go this time. I'm sorry, I won't do this again. Lu Xiaoran begged repeatedly after realizing what was happening. Gu Jinmo's expression was cold. He said, "Your apology should be directed to Shuling." Lu Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with humiliation, but she still looked at Shin Shuling. With 5 finger marks on her face, she said, "This is my fault. Please forgive me." Her voice was very soft, not wanting others nearby to hear, and carried a tone of reluctance. Shin Shuling looked at Lu Xiaoyan with a calm tone. I do not accept your apology. This matter must be handed over to the police. Everyone involved in this incident should be taken to the authorities." She couldn't be soft-hearted, nor would she forgive anyone. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyun felt both hopeless and resentful. She couldn't help but say, "You were clearly pregnant with twins but didn't tell anyone. You're deliberately trying to mislead me." To her, this was clearly Shen Shuling's intentional act. "What are you talking about? Shen Shuling has no reason to tell you. You hurt others and then blame them. Do you lack conscience?" Chenju exclaimed, upset by Lu Xiaoyun's words. People around who were watching also looked at Lu Xiaoyun with strange eyes. They thought she seemed really unwell. At this moment, Lu Weimin and Ding Guifan hurried over. Seeing Lu Xiaoyun in such a mess, they both felt a pang of pain in their hearts. "Dad, Mom." Lu Xiaoyun saw her parents arrive and immediately felt a surge of sadness. Her eyes turned red, but her heart gradually calmed down. She didn't think she had done anything very wrong. She had always been spoiled since she was a child. No matter what happened, her parents could handle it. She naturally thought this time would be the same. Even if Brother Gu was angry, he would overlook this matter for the sake of their father. Lu Weimin looked at his daughter and saw the bright red finger marks on her face. His eyes flashed with pain, but he still stepped forward, raising his hand to slap her the other side of her face. With a crisp, loud sound, the slap was very clear and sharp. Lu Xiaoyun received her second slap of the day in front of everyone. Lu Weimin, a soldier, had great strength. He deliberately hit hard, and with this slap, Lu Xiaoyun was knocked to the ground. Blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth, showing how forceful the slap was. "Xiaoyun." Ding Guifan looked at Lu Xiaoyun lying on the ground. She felt heartache, but didn't go to help her up. Lu Xiaoyun was dazed on the ground. She thought her parents had come to support her, but her father had just mercilessly hit her. Lu Weimin didn't care about Lu Xiaoyun. Instead, he looked at Gu Jinmo and said, "Captain Gu, Xiaoyun made a mistake. I apologize to you. I hope you and Comrade Shun will forgive her this time, considering we all live in the same military family compound. After I bring Xiaoyun back, I will give you and Comrade Shun a satisfactory explanation. Please give me this chance, you and Comrade Shun," Lu Weimin begged, bowing deeply to Shen Shuling and Gu Jinmo. His lifelong backbone seemed to bend at this moment. He already knew what had happened before he was called. Now, he only hopes Xiaoyun won't go to the police. If Xiaoyun is convicted, his future in the army will be over. Gu Jinmo's expression remained unchanged. He was not moved by Lu Weimin's plea. Instead, he looked at Shen Shuling beside him. "Commissioner Lu, I won't compromise on this. The final outcome depends on the police," Shen Shuling said firmly. Zhuang Ying, who had been silent, saw this and turned pale. She knelt down suddenly. "Miss Shun, please be kind. I beg you." If her husband found out about this, he would definitely send her back to the countryside.
She didn't want to go back.
Now that Commissioner Lu has arrived, maybe if she pleads with Shen Shuling, she might be spared. But it was really a kind of pressure, not a genuine plea. In some ways, Zhuang Ying was very similar to Wang Caixia. "Aunt Zhuang, why are you kneeling? That's not right. Get up quickly. You can't force Comrade Shun like this." Instructor Wang saw through Zhuang Ying's intentions and stepped forward to help her up. His tone was strict and tense, feeling that her actions were too much. Everyone around looked at Zhuang Ying with dislike and disgust. Gu Jinmo's face grew even colder. Shen Shuling sneered inwardly. The next second, she rolled her eyes and fainted, falling directly toward Gu Jinmo. Gu Jinmo hurriedly caught her, panic in his voice. "Shuling, Shuling." Zhuang Ying and Xiaoyun made Shuling faint, Chenju shouted. Suddenly, chaos broke out in the yard. People called for Xiao Mao to bring the military vehicle. Some said they should get water to feed Shen Shuling, and others suggested bringing a stretcher. The situation of Lu's family and Zhuang Ying's group was no longer the focus. Even Instructor Wang was anxious, worried that Shen Shuling might have an accident. Soon, Gu Jinmo carried Shen Shuling onto the military vehicle. Xiao Mao drove quickly toward the military hospital. Except for a few involved in the incident, everyone else had run outside the yard, looking worriedly at the increasingly distant military vehicle. Luomin wanted to step forward to help Lu Xiaoyan up, but he was sneaky and thought to leave first. Once they returned, he planned to send Xiaoyan away immediately. If Gu Jinmo came to hold him accountable later, he could block him. Plus, he could ask his superiors for help to cover this up. Just as he was helping Lu Xiaoyan, several police officers in uniform approached. They first showed their IDs outside the yard to Officer Wang, then entered. Lu Xiaoyan and the others looked terrified as the police took them away. Luomin's face looked a bit defeated. It turned out that before Gu Jinmo arrived, someone had already called the police. He had planned to make a big fuss about this. Watching his daughter being taken into the police car, Luomin's anger and fear mixed and lingered for a long time. He knew his military career might be over. Ding Guifan covered her mouth and couldn't help crying. After Gu Jinmo carried Xin Shuling onto the military vehicle, she opened her eyes and looked at the man. She even reached out and pinched his strong arm. She smiled, looking very lively. Seeing she was fine, Gu Jinmo finally relaxed and looked relieved. He didn't show any displeasure at her pretending to faint. Xiao Mao, drive slowly, he reminded Xiao Mao, who almost drove the vehicle too fast. Xiao Mao was anxious and, hearing his leader say to slow down, looked up at the rear-view mirror to say something. But he made eye contact with Xin Shuling, who was awake and smiling. Sister-in-law. He was shocked. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to wake up so soon. Was she really awake or just pretending? Fortunately, she was trained professionally. Despite his surprise, he eased his foot on the accelerator, slowing the vehicle. He also stopped thinking about other guesses. In that situation, her fainting was probably a way to escape. She must really be fainting. Gu Jinmo said in a deep voice, "Keep heading to the hospital." The military vehicle stopped downstairs at the hospital. Gu Jinmo immediately carried Xin Shuling into Yuan Xian's consultation room. After Yuan Xian carefully examined her and confirmed there were no problems, she finally relaxed. Yuan Xian looked at Xin Shuling with some concern and said, "Shuling's pregnancy is getting bigger now. She must not be too emotional. Although today's situation didn't cause any issues, it's still very dangerous. Carrying twins means she's at risk of early labor, and she must not have another incident like today." Although Yuan Xian wasn't there today, just hearing about it made her feel angry and worried. Gu Jinmo's face was cold, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Yuan Xian continued, "I found out earlier that Manhwa tried to steal Shuling's files, but I had already locked them up, so she couldn't get them. I didn't expect her to make a fake copy. I will report this to the authorities. She's now in the police station, so she probably won't get out easily. Not only will the hospital fire Lanhua, but the police won't let her go either. This will be a stain on her life, and she won't be able to find work in the future. No one will want to hire her again." Xin Shuling thanked Yuan Xian, then she and Gu Jinmo left the hospital. On the way back, Gu Jinmo was driving, and Xiao Mao had already returned to the military camp. In the car, the man asked gently, "Shuling, do you mind if your mom comes to take care of you? Or should we hire a nanny directly?" Shuling's pregnancy was still a secret from her family. He was worried that if he told them, they would send someone over. Since he often had missions, if Xin Shuling and his family were together, she might feel uncomfortable. But now, it's best for her to have someone around. Whether to ask her mom to come or hire a nanny, he left the decision to Xin Shuling. Xin Shuling thought about the elders in the Gu family. She couldn't remember much. She only met them once before her rebirth. Her impression was quite ordinary. She vaguely remembered that Gu Jinmo's mother looked fashionable and sharp. She thought for a moment and said, "Ask your mom first. If she's willing, then let her come." Hiring a nanny was out of the question. She didn't want to get involved in that kind of corrupt behavior. Regarding the Gu family, if she wants to live happily with Gu Jinmo, she will eventually need to get along with his family. Since she is pregnant now, it's a good opportunity. If her mother-in-law is easy to get along with, she will be very happy. Gu Jinmo listened to her and nodded. "Okay, I'll take you back and then call my mom." After that, he thought for a moment and said, "When my mom comes, if you feel uncomfortable with anything, just tell me and I'll handle it. If there's something he can't solve, then she might have to send her back home. Anyway, Shuling has already seen everything. Gu Jinmo is very open-minded. He has been away from Beijing most of the time and rarely spends time with his parents. The person who will stay with him for the rest of his life is his wife. If he can't get along with his mother-in-law, he won't force it. In the future, he plans to show filial piety while keeping some distance. Because Gu Jinmo showed his military talent early, Gu's father was very strict with his second son from a young age. He sent Gu Jinmo to the military camp early on to train. Now that Gu Jinmo has grown into what his father hoped for, he has been away from home for many years and feels distant from his parents. But the family's love has never changed. Compared to other families who are very close, they seem a bit cold. Gu Jinmo took Shin Shuling back to the military residence and then made a phone call. When Gao Yu answered her second son's call, she felt a little excited. Over the years, her son rarely called home. Except for when he showed some enthusiasm when meeting Shin's daughter, he hadn't called much since then. Mom, Shuling is pregnant, Gu Jinmo said simply. Gao Yu was very happy to hear that. Oh, that's wonderful. Our Gu family has another member. Why are you only calling now? There was a hint of complaint and sadness in her voice. Her second son has never been very close to the family. It's all because old Gu sent him to the military camp too early. Gu Jinmo heard her and spoke gently for once. Shuling is having twins. She's already 6 months pregnant. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone in the military residence. Twins. Shuling is having twins. Son, you're really something. I'll pack my things and go to the northwest. I'll go take care of Shuling, Gao Yu said happily, unable to hide her joy, and interrupted Gu Jinmo. I didn't expect the second daughter-in-law to quietly become pregnant with twins. This is such great news for their family. Having twins is a big celebration, and in the capital city, they would definitely hold a grand celebration. Gao Yu happily finished her phone call and went to pack her luggage and buy tickets. She wasn't very familiar with her second daughter-in-law, whom she had only met once, but now that she was a key member of the Gu family, she wanted to take good care of her. Gao Yu used to be a radio host when she was young. Now, even in old age, she is a refined mother-in-law. Usually, she doesn't do much housework or serve others. When she was young, Gu Fengguo was busy with work, so they ate at the workplace. Later, Gao Yu had her eldest son, and her mother-in-law came to help. For decades after that, her mother-in-law did most of the housework. When Gu Fengyan came back, he also helped out, but Gao Yu rarely did anything herself. When Gao Yu announced at dinner that she planned to go to the northwest to take care of her second daughter-in-law, Gu Fengyan immediately questioned her. Are you really going to the northwest to take care of her? He knew very well what kind of person his daughter-in-law was. Yes, Mom. I can't bear to see you go. I heard that the sun in the northwest is so strong it can tan people. If you go, I'll be very worried. Maybe it's better to send some money to my sister-in-law each month, Lin Yan said coquettishly. She is Gu Deji's wife and usually gets along very well with Gao Yu, almost like a daughter. Gu Qingzhou also said, Mom, if you really want to visit your sister-in-law, why not bring someone along? You can't take care of her alone. Gao Yu waved her hand.
Nonsense.
If I bring someone, what if Shuling doesn't like her? Even if I do, I should ask Shuling for her opinion first. No matter how hot the sun is in the northwest, she still wants to go. I'm going to take care of Shuling. She's pregnant with twins, after all. When the babies are born, I'll hold them every day. As she spoke, she looked even more determined. When her second daughter-in-law's twins are born, she will be very proud among her old friends. They don't have a daughter-in-law with twins. Their family hasn't had a new member in a long time. This trip will also give her a chance to spend more time with her second son. Lin Yan listened to her mother-in-law's words, smiling outwardly, but feeling quite unhappy inside. After the mother-in-law left, she wondered who would give her monthly allowance. Her own mother-in-law was quite generous, but if she went to the northwest and was coaxed by her siblings-in-law, she might give away all the family money. She still wanted to save some of Gu's family belongings for her eldest son. In Beijing, Gao Yufeng quickly finalized the plans. Meanwhile, Chenju from the Northwest military residence went to find Shin Shuling and told her the latest news about Liu Xiaoyan. Shuling, the police have already sentenced her today. Liu Xiaoyan falsely accused someone from the military, and her crime is serious. She was sent to a farm for 2 years of reform. The nurse involved was also sent for 1 year. They will be sent there in 3 days. Zhuang Ying and the 2 military personnel involved weren't punished much. They're just considered accomplices who said a few words. The matter is now in our military district's hands. The farm is under strict military management, meaning police officers are watching all the time. During the day, they help build the country, and at night, they hold meetings where everyone takes turns criticizing themselves. The living conditions for prisoners are very basic. It's not cold now, but once winter comes, it could be deadly. Young women in their 20s sent to the farm often come back looking very worn out. When they return, they are often ostracized and pointed at because of their background. Chen Ju said happily, "Luckily, you didn't get into trouble this time." Even if Liu Xiaoyan is sent to the farm for decades, it wouldn't compare to the bad things she did. That's also deserved for Liu Xiaoyan and Manhwa. Shin Shuling agreed, feeling satisfied.
Tian nu de drepatedlu.
Zhuang Ying and those military personnel will definitely be punished seriously. It depends on how the leaders handle it. With your family's commander Gu involved, they won't take this lightly. After their chat, Chenju suddenly remembered and asked, "Oops, I was so focused on Liu Xiaoyan's matter that I forgot to ask. Are you feeling okay? Did you faint? Is there anything wrong?" She looked at Shin Shuling's swollen belly with concern. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Chen. Sister Xian said the baby inside me is healthy and fine. That's good to hear. I'll head back now since it's getting late." Chenju quickly left. That evening, when Gu Jinmo returned, he brought Shin Shuling the results from the police. It was the same as what Sister Chen told her, but also included the outcomes for Zhuang Ying and others. Zhuang Ying, Ma Jinfeng, and Hu Qiahua need to write apology letters. A meeting will be held at the military family residence where they will read their apologies publicly. Their husbands have also been deprived of 3 months' allowances. The leadership takes this matter very seriously. They have decided to select a representative from the military families to regularly educate everyone and prevent similar incidents from happening again. Gu Jinma spoke firmly and confidently. Today, he specifically went to see the higher-ups about this issue. Thanks to Zhuang Ying and the others' actions, the next group of retirees will likely include 3 more people. Although Liu Jianjun is under his command, he won't forgive him just because of their superior-subordinate relationship. Shin Shuling was surprised after hearing Gu Jinma. She didn't expect that Zhuang Ying and the others would not only write apology letters and apologize publicly, but also that their husbands would be fined and lose allowances. The word military family really goes hand in hand, Shin Shuling said with some emotion. Fortunately, she had kept a low profile from the start. The army cares a lot about discipline and harmony. As a military family, one must be aware of this. Any inappropriate thoughts or actions will be severely criticized by the leaders, Gu Jinma explained. Afterward, he told Shin Shuling about Gao Yu's decision to come.
He was a bit worried.
"My mother doesn't do much housework at home. When she comes, don't let her do chores. I'll have her do some, and when I'm home, I do them too. For lunch, I'll ask her to go to the canteen." Since his mother had said she would take care of Shin Shuling, he would be straightforward about it. If she refused, he would just stay a few days to see how Shin Shuling was doing. Shin Shuling saw his concern and smiled. "Don't worry, I will tell you everything directly. I won't keep things to myself." He was worried about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Gu Jinma felt a little relieved. Anyway, family members would come to visit Shin Shuling sooner or later. After returning from the police station, Zhuang Ying was called to the office by the military leaders. Her husband, Liu Jianjun, was also summoned. The leaders scolded her husband harshly. After criticizing him, they started to criticize her as well, and finally, they drove them out of the office. Zhuang Ying and Liu Jianjun, looking embarrassed, returned to the military family residence. Just as they entered the main hall, Liu Jianjun suddenly raised his hand and slapped her. "Do you really think I've had enough of my days in the army? Are you afraid I'll advance further? Lu Jianjun felt a sharp pain in his chest and heart. How did I end up marrying someone like you? Now I can't stay in the army anymore. You're happy now. After saying this, Lu Jianjun punched Zhuanging directly. If he hadn't worried about her being his wife, he really would have beaten her badly. Zhuanging covered her face and cried out loud, I know I was wrong. I didn't think this would cause such a big problem.
Boo-hoo.
I only did it for our family. If it weren't for Xiao Wan, she wouldn't have done such a thing. Lu Jianjun clenched his fists tightly. Stop making excuses. Don't think I don't know. You're pretending to do it for the family, but you're actually hurting others and envying them. I know what you're really like. He knew Zhuangying's personality long ago. He didn't say anything before because she hadn't done anything dangerous. But now that she has, things can't stay the same. Go pack your things immediately and get out of the military housing. Go back to the countryside to farm. Lu Jianjun pointed at the door, his face a little fierce. Zhuanging was stunned. It's already night. You want me to leave now? Where should I go? I also have to write a self-criticism. She didn't have much money, and this man was so cruel. He didn't even want her to stay for one night. Lu Jianjun didn't want to say more. His tone was cold. I don't care where you go. Just leave immediately. I don't want to see you again. It was a mistake to let Zhuanging come with the army in the first place. Zhuanging was driven out of the house by Lu Jianjun. She stood at the door in a daze for a long time. Occasionally, passing military personnel saw her and kept their distance. It was obvious she had been beaten, but no one wanted to help her or even ask about her. Who asked her to do such annoying things? In the end, Zhuanging could only go to the guest house. Meanwhile, Ma Jinfeng and Hu Qiaohua, though not kicked out, had both been thoroughly beaten. Their husbands' futures were ruined because of them. The beating was the least of their worries. They both knew they had done wrong today. They cowered in the corner, afraid to speak or argue with their men, fearing they would be sent back to the countryside. They didn't want to go back to that life of working in the fields all day. Lu Weimin finished dressing and was about to go to work. At this moment, Ding Guifan, with red eyes, came over. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was swollen like a walnut, clearly having cried all night. Looking at Lu Weimin's state, besides his low energy and tired appearance, there was nothing else different. Weimin, are you going to see the leader now? Ding Guifan asked him in a hushed voice. Yesterday, when she learned her daughter was to be sent for 2 years of reform, she cried so hard that her voice was hoarse. Lu Weimin looked at Ding Guifan, sighed, and said, If I still wanted to stay in the army, I couldn't go ask the leader. We were too lenient with Shaoran before. I hope she can have a good reform at the farm. His future was already ruined. He couldn't risk losing his job over this. Ding Guifan's tense mind suddenly snapped, and she couldn't help but shout, Weimin, she's our daughter. How can you just watch her go to the farm without even trying to ask the leader? Don't you remember how I gave birth to her? She was so small, like a kitten. We raised her little by little. Now this has happened. How can I accept it? She couldn't hold back her tears anymore, feeling as if knives were stabbing her heart. Seeing Ding Guifan like this, Lu Weimin also felt a deep pain inside. His eyes turned red, and his voice choked with emotion. Do you think I don't feel pain? Xiaoyan's mistake isn't something I can just ask the leader to fix. Even if the leader wanted to help, have you thought about how Jinmo would react if he found out? Ding Guifan burst into tears again, her face showing her inability to accept it. She would rather suffer for her daughter. Go see Shaoran again today. Comfort her more. Let her stay well at the farm. I'll also try to find some connections to make her life there easier, Lu Weimin said. He was willing to do whatever he could to make Xiaoyan more comfortable at the farm. Ding Guifan nodded repeatedly, her resentment towards Lu Weimin easing. She understood that he was speaking the truth. She quickly washed her face and hurried to the Public Security Bureau. Inside the bureau, Lu Xiaoyan sat facing Ding Guifan at a table, handcuffed with silver cuffs. 2 serious-looking male officers, with belts and guns, stood behind her. Lu Xiaoyan's face was pale, but her eyes held hope. She kept asking, Mom, how is it? Did Dad find someone? When can I get out? She believed her father could surely help her go out. She didn't want to go to the farm, as she had heard that life there could drive people crazy. If she went, her life would be over. Ding Guifan looked at her hopeful daughter and felt sad to tell her the truth, but she had to. Her lips trembled slightly, and she softly said, Xiaoyan, you must take good care at the farm. Mom and Dad are waiting for you at home. Luxian looked blank for a moment, then a wave of fear appeared on her face. She suddenly grabbed Ding Guifan's hand and sharply said, Mom, what are you talking about? I can't go to the farm. I can't go there. Didn't you ask Dad to help me talk to the leaders? Why do I still have to go? Xiaoran, I'm sorry. Your dad isn't able to do that, but don't worry, you won't be too unhappy at the farm. Ding Guifan kept trying to comfort her. But before she finished, Xiaoyan cut her off harshly. What do you mean your dad can't do it? I think you just don't want to help me. You just don't love me. Why are my parents so selfish? He didn't even come to see me today. Luxian spoke with anger and hatred. She hated her parents very much. To her, her father was just too proud to lower himself and ask for help. She believed her father only refused because of his job in the army. She thought he didn't love her. Her emotions were very intense now. She was full of hatred, and the resentment in her eyes made Ding Guifan feel scared. The police standing behind her quickly stepped forward and restrained her. Visiting time is over. Let's go back, the police officer said, pressing her shoulder. Luxian instinctively struggled. She was very unwilling and hated everything inside her. Let me go. You have no right to arrest me. You have no right to send me to the farm. She felt her shoulders being held tightly and was overwhelmed by shame and fear. Ding Guifan watched helplessly as her daughter was taken back to the prison. Her heart felt like it was being pierced, but she could do nothing. Soon the leaders from the military family compound arrived. They said they needed to choose a representative for the military families. The best person for this was definitely a man with a high military rank, so the military families would respect him. But during this incident, none of the high-ranking military family members stepped forward. Instead, Chenju, the wife of a full colonel, was busy running around. The leaders thought it would be better to let everyone sign up than have the family members of military personnel vote. The person with the most votes would become the military family representative. From then on, this representative would handle all the small matters in the military family housing area. Although they had some small authority, it was a tiring and thankless job, lots of responsibility but no pay. After the leaders announced the plan, they organized those interested in signing up. Many were excited at first, but once they heard there would be no salary, their interest quickly faded. They didn't want to work for free. In the end, only a few people signed up, mostly the wives of senior leaders in the military housing area. They were actually reluctant, but felt they had to sign up to avoid hurting their husbands' careers in the army. Chenju was a bit interested, but since she saw that only the wives of top leaders signed up, she thought she probably wouldn't be chosen. Finally, encouraged by Xin Shuling, she decided to go at the last moment before the deadline. When the leaders saw Chenju arrive, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, Comrade Chen, I thought you wouldn't come. They believed Chenju was the best person for this role because she was not only enthusiastic, but also had high moral standards. For example, she was the first to step forward about Lu Xiaoyun's issue. The leaders could tell that most of the other applicants weren't sincere and didn't want to work for free. The reason they didn't pay the military family representative was to find someone who truly wanted to do the job. Otherwise, the position could cause problems. As for the salary, they planned to increase it in a few months. Chenju felt a little shy when she heard this. I'm just at home with nothing to do, so I thought I'd give it a try. She didn't really think she would be chosen, but with Xin Shuling's encouragement and her own thoughts, she still wanted to try. The leader chuckled and said, Comrade Chun, don't be modest. Just go home and wait for the news.
Tian, you nodded.
She was a bit confused about why the leader was so happy, but she left first. The next morning, the name of the military family representative was posted right at the entrance of the housing area. The name was clearly Chenju's. The few others who had signed up and were waiting for the announcement let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't them. Comrade Chen, if you need any help with your work in the future, just come to us. Although we didn't get elected this time, we will do our best to support your efforts, said the military family member with a big smile. She is the wife of the battalion commander and is currently enjoying family time with her grandson. She doesn't want her role as a military family representative to hold her back. When she learned that Comrade Chen, the battalion commander's wife, also signed up, she worked hard to gather votes for her, worried she might lose. Big Sister Chen, congratulations, Shin Shuling said sincerely next to Chenju. She knew that Chen really wanted to do something good for the military family community. After thanking the wife of the battalion commander, Chenju pulled Shin Shuling aside. Her smile couldn't hide her happiness. Come on, Sister Shin. Today I'm so happy I'll make pork pancakes for you, and I'll also cook some sour cabbage with big bones. Everyone thought it was a difficult task, but she thought it was good. Since she followed the army, she hadn't had a job, and the military district's assignments didn't include her. Now she has something to do, which is nice. Shin Shuling and Chenju went back to the yard. They ate lunch together, pork pancakes, big bones, and chicken with potatoes. Shin Shuling also brought some chicken pieces to add to the stew. They packed 3 lunchboxes for Xiao Mao to take to the camp for Gu Jinmo and Zhou Baogua. Xiao Mao also had his own share. After lunch, Shin Shuling went home for a nap. Chenju started thinking about making Zhuangying and the others apologize on stage. She planned to handle it tonight. This was her first time representing the military family community, and she wanted to do it well. In the evening, Gu Jinma and Shin Shuling finished dinner. Suddenly, the broadcast from the military family community rang out. Chenju's voice came through. All comrades in the military family community, please gather at the banyan tree clearing by 7:30 tonight for a meeting. All comrades in the military family community, please gather at the banyan tree clearing by 7:30 tonight for a meeting, the broadcast repeated 3 times. Shin Shuling was sitting in the main room reading a newspaper. When she heard the broadcast, she exchanged a look with Gu Jinma, who was sweeping the floor. It looks like Zhuangying and the others will have to go on stage to read the apology letter. I didn't expect it so soon, she said with a smile. She thought Sister Chen, who just got elected as a representative, would at least wait a couple of days. Gu Jinma said, let's go see. This matter, in fact, he found out about this afternoon from Lao Zhou. The others in the military family compound, after hearing the broadcast, couldn't help but guess what it was about. Since the issue with Lu Xiaoyan hadn't been fully resolved, everyone naturally thought it was related to Zhuangying and the others. At 7:30 p.m., everyone in the compound gathered under the banyan tree. There was a small stage here. Chenju and the leaders had already sat on stools below the stage. The leaders attached importance to this first meeting in the compound, so they came to see what was happening, mainly to observe Chenju's ability to organize. Chenju looked at the growing crowd and felt a little nervous, but with the leaders present and her plan to have Zhuangying and the others read an apology letter to Shuling, her nerves eased a lot. Shuling Shen and Gu Jinma were seated in the front row on purpose. Zhuangying's husband was also in the front, and even Lu Weimin and his wife came. These 5 people didn't want to come, but they had to. The neighbors around looked at them with strange and disapproving eyes, as if they were being judged publicly. Once most of the people from the compound arrived, Chenju stepped onto the stage and said a few words. She was a bit nervous and stumbled over her first few sentences, but she kept a good attitude and quickly adjusted herself. Soon, Zhuangying, Ma Jinfeng, and Hu Qiahua took turns walking onto the stage. All 3 wore long sleeves, and their faces showed redness, bruises, or swelling. Obviously, they had been beaten. They looked very unwell, clearly hurt. These 3 had no formal education. They held apology letters that were messy and had been hurriedly rewritten with help. Zhuangying was the first to speak. She was nervous and regretful, crumpling her apology letter in her hand. Her tone was no longer sarcastic. Comrade Shen, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I'm just a confused person, no brains, easily influenced, and I got carried away after a few words from others, doing something so immoral. Her tone and words were sincere, but Shin Shuling felt no emotional change from her. While Zhuangying read her apology, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shin Shuling and Gu Jinmo. He didn't see any reaction on their faces, feeling helpless and a bit angry at the same time, all because of Zhuang Ying's wife, who keeps causing trouble everywhere. After the meeting, he immediately sent the people back to their hometowns to farm. Zhuang Ying regretfully finished reading the apology letter. Ma Jinfeng and Hu Qiahua also read theirs one after another. Their apology letters were very similar to Zhuang Ying's. Shin Shuling didn't listen for long before losing interest. She knew this was just a punishment from the military district for the three of them. She didn't believe they truly understood their mistakes. At most, they would feel regret because of the consequences, not because they thought accepting Lu Xiaoyun's money and gossiping at her door was wrong. Reading the apology aloud in front of everyone only made them scared and remember the lesson. That was enough. After Zhuang Ying and the others finished reading their apology letters, they were made to line up and bow 3 times to the people below. You not only owe an apology to Comrade Shen, but also to our Northwest Military District and the military family compound. As military families, no matter what happens, you must stay united. Instead, you caused division and even falsely accused a respected military wife. This is damaging the reputation of our entire Northwest Military District. Have you ever thought about how other districts will see us because of this? Chunju spoke firmly, expressing her true feelings. All right, Chen is right. The 3 of you are tarnishing our Northwest Military District. Soldiers and their families are one. Yet, you keep doing shameful things that make everyone look down on us. The leader's tone was strict. The military families and soldiers sitting below nodded in agreement, supporting Chunju and the leader. If this news got out, outsiders would surely mock us. Zhuang Ying, Ma Jinfeng, and Hu Qiahua blushed with embarrassment. Their men also looked uncomfortable, especially Lu Weimin and Ding Guifan, who looked restless. After Chunju announced the end of the meeting, these people hurriedly packed up their stools and left, afraid their reputation would be ruined if they stayed any longer. Shin Shuling and Gu Jinmo leisurely returned to their yard. Along the way, many military families greeted them with smiles. Lu Xiaoyun's matter not only made everyone realize she was the wife of the regiment commander, but also that she had received a banner and an award certificate. These were real honors that everyone admired. Her status would no longer be criticized. Shen Shuling greeted these people with a friendly smile, making her seem very approachable. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Shuling was just about to leave when Xiao Mao came over. Sister-in-law, Gu Tuan said someone at the hospital is looking for you. Her last name is Wen, and she's a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. When Shen Shuling heard this, her eyes lit up immediately, and Anin had arrived. Earlier, when Songbin mentioned on the phone that he would come over in the next few days, but he didn't specify which day. As she opened the hospital door, she said to Xiao Mao, "Wait inside for a moment. I need to go inside and get a few things. Then you can ride your bike and take me there." Shin Shuling went into the kitchen and took out 2 insulated containers from her space, both filled with bone broth. One was for Anin, and the other was for Auntie. Xiao Mao quickly rode his bike and took her to the military hospital. Shin Shuling handed one of the insulated containers to Xiao Mao, asking him to deliver it to Auntie. She carried the other container and went to Anin's hospital room. Inside, only Anin and Wen Songbin were present. The father and daughter had actually arrived at the hospital the day before, but Wen Songbin, considering it was late, didn't notify Shin Shuling to come. "Anin, Auntie is here to see you," Shin Shuling said as she entered the room with the container. Anin, dressed in her hospital gown, sat on the bed with a rosy face. On the table were her purchased dolls and some new toys. Seeing Shin Shuling, her bright eyes immediately lit up. "Auntie, you're here to see me? I missed you so much, Auntie." Anin jumped down from the bed and ran toward Shin Shuling, then stopped in front of her, curiously looking at her rounded belly. "Auntie, it seems like the baby sister has grown a lot," the little girl said with pure curiosity and innocence. Shin Shuling looked at Anin, confirming that she was in good spirits. She then smiled and gently patted her little head, saying, "Yes, she's grown a bit." Auntie is carrying twins, so my belly is getting bigger faster. Anin looked very well now. If she weren't wearing her hospital gown, she wouldn't seem like a patient at all. In fact, she even looked a little chubbier.
Wow.
Does Auntie really have 2 babies in her belly? Will it be very hard for Auntie? Anin asked with surprise, then her expression turned to concern. She was worried that her aunt, who was expecting twins, would find it very hard. Her belly was so big that just looking at it made her feel uncomfortable. Shin Shuling listened to Anin and felt her heart melt. Since you care about your aunt, she won't feel uncomfortable. You must take good care of her, she said with a gentle smile. She thought this little girl was even cuter than before. Anin patted her small chest and promised, I will definitely care a lot about my aunt. I won't let her feel uncomfortable. She was very good at caring for others. At that moment, when Songbin came over, he looked a bit tired and not in the best shape. Miss Shin, come sit over here for a while. The doctor will come later to check on Anin, he said, with a tired smile that also carried a faint hint of sadness. Yesterday, he and Anin had gone to the hospital. It was already dark when they arrived. Because he was a technician at the factory and had been given special permission by his boss, they were quickly taken to a private room. The doctors immediately came to check on Anin. Although no tests were done last night from what the doctor said, he could tell that Anin's condition was not good. He hadn't slept all night, constantly thinking about what he should do if even the military hospital couldn't treat Anin's illness. The military hospital was the best in the Northwest. If that didn't work, he might have to go to a bigger city like Beijing. Even though he had come to terms with this, he still felt uneasy and worried. He worried that if they went to Beijing, his current money might not be enough to pay for Anin's treatment. He also worried whether her illness could be controlled at all. Shin Shuling placed the thermos on the table and smiled at Anin. This is some bone soup I brought for you. If you're hungry, you can have a little now. Then she looked at Wen Songbin. Brother Wen, you and Anin probably haven't eaten breakfast. I made a lot of soup. You and Anin can share some. Dad, I want a bun too. Anin looked at her father and pouted, acting cute. Wen Songbin smiled gently and said right away, then I'll go buy one. You stay here and be good with Annie. Okay, I'll be good. I'll wait for you to come back and eat the bone soup Annie made. Anin nodded her little head, showing how sensible she was. Her obedient look made Shin Shuling reach out and gently pat her fluffy little head. When Songbin quickly left the hospital room. Just after he left, Anin looked at Shin Shuling. Auntie, I don't want to go anywhere else, the little girl said softly, but with a hint of sadness from her early maturity. Shin Shuling was a bit confused. What's wrong, Anin? The next moment, she felt Anin gently touch her stomach. The little girl's tone was sad. If my illness can't be cured here, I don't want to go anywhere else. Can you help me ask Dad? Over the past few days, when Songbin had never told Anin anything about his illness, but her early life experiences made her sense that something was wrong. If she really had to leave like her mother did, she couldn't let Dad spend all his money, and she couldn't let him lose his job. She knew life without money was very hard. She didn't want Dad to live a poor life because of her. She wanted him to always have sweets and good food. Hearing Anin say this, Shin Shuling's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Anin's rosy little face, she felt a bit sad inside. She nodded softly. Okay, I promise to help you with this. But can you promise me something too? Anin nodded happily, showing a sweet smile. Okay, let's make a deal. Then, Shin Shuling leaned close to Anin's ear, and they whispered for a while. When Wen Songbin came in with buns, they had already finished talking. Shin Shuling had already eaten breakfast, but she stayed to eat a bun with Anin. Anin and Wen Songbin finished the bone soup completely, and Anin ate a lot of meat, her stomach full and round. Dr. Su came in and smelled the strong aroma of bone broth. He had just eaten breakfast, but the smell made him swallow his saliva. Ahem, let's take the little girl for a checkup now. I've already prepared the order, Dr. Su said after glancing at the insulated container. Anin looked at Shin Shuling. Auntie, you can visit me again later. I need to go for the checkup now. She heard that pregnant women need to rest a lot, especially since her aunt was expecting twins. Shin Shuling smiled. I want to stay with you longer. The checkup will be quick. I'll wait here for you. Anin's eyes sparkled as she said, Auntie, if you're tired, you can rest on my bed. I can give you my bed to sleep on. She was also very reluctant to part with her aunt. Shin Shuling smiled and nodded. Soon, Dr. Su took Wen Songbin and Anin for a checkup. The military hospital has a relatively advanced dual-electrode EEG machine, but it is not very sensitive and not very useful for diagnosing epilepsy. Currently, most epilepsy diagnoses rely on the doctor's experience or auxiliary tests that induce seizures. Shin Shuling watched as Dr. Su led the father and daughter away, her expression thoughtful. Anin returned quickly, with Dr. Su and Wen Songbin following behind. The little girl immediately pulled Shin Shuling into the room and started talking nonstop about the checkup, looking very lively. When not having seizures, Anin seemed just like a normal child. Wen Songbin greeted Shin Shuling and then went to the corridor to talk with Dr. Su. Shin Shuling stayed in the room with Anin, but soon heard voices arguing in the corridor. Wen Songbin's restrained and helpless voice could be heard intermittently, and she could vaguely hear words like dangerous and no. It was Wen Songbin and Dr. Su arguing. Annie, please go see Dad. Tell him not to be too angry. Even if my illness can't be cured, I don't want to be sad. Anin tugged at Shin Shuling's sleeve, speaking cautiously. Dad treats her very well, and she hopes he won't be angry. Shin Shuling looked at Anin's small face and said, I'll go check on him. Stay here quietly and remember what I told you before. I'll remember. Anin hugged her doll tightly and nodded firmly. Shin Shuling got up and went to the corridor. This floor has only single rooms, and not many patients are admitted. The entire corridor only had Dr. Su and Wen Songbin. When Shin Shuling came out, she saw Wen Songbin with red eyes, looking helpless and conflicted. Wen Songbin's face was pained as he said, Dr. Su, is there really no other way? Anin has been having frequent seizures lately. If, as you suggest, we try to guide her to have another seizure for observation, I really don't want to do that. The more seizures she has, the worse it is for her health. Maybe one day, Anin will end up like Yuqin. According to Dr. Su, guiding her this way only helps us understand her condition. Whether medication can control her is still uncertain. Dr. Su sighed. Honestly, our country still doesn't know much about epilepsy. Treatment options are limited here, and we mostly rely on overseas experience. Comrade Wen Songbin, you're one of us, so I won't hide things from you. I really can't promise much about your daughter's illness. Whenever he said this, he felt sad. There are many areas where our country needs to improve, and he was worried about the slow progress. He had also been sent abroad to learn, and he knew that the Western medicines available here are few and outdated. Many medicines Western countries have stopped using are still in use here. These drugs often have big side effects and are not very effective. For example, phenytoin sodium, a drug for epilepsy, can cause drowsiness and gum swelling, and it's hard to get because supplies are tight. Hearing this, Wen Songbin felt hopeless. After closing his eyes for a moment, he asked, What about going to a hospital in Beijing? Dr. Su simply said, You can try. There are more skilled doctors there. Maybe they have a way. The patient is very young, and each seizure causes irreversible damage. With the recent increase in seizures, it's understandable that the family doesn't want to follow his advice. Wen Songbin stayed silent. Dr. Su patted his shoulder and then left. Shin Shuling, who had listened to everything, came to Wen Songbin and said, Brother Wen, if you trust me, I might be able to help find a way for Anin's illness. Wen Songbin remembered how Shin Shuling had skillfully given Anin acupuncture on the train. He suddenly looked at Shin Shuling and asked in a dry voice, Shin Shuling, do you really have a way? Earlier, Dr. Su had suggested surgery, but its success was uncertain, and recovery would take a long time. Anin is still so young. If this surgery causes irreversible harm, what will happen to her for the rest of her life? Brain surgery is not a small operation. Shin Shuling nodded and said, I can give it a try. The treatment uses traditional Chinese medicine, which is quite gentle. Even if it doesn't work, there won't be any serious side effects, just a bit of wasted time. If Anin has another episode during this time, I can use acupuncture to help control it. She didn't boast about her skills or make any promises. When Songbin looked conflicted and said, "Shuling, thank you. Please let me think about it a bit more." He wasn't sure which choice would be better for Anin, nor did he know how skilled Shuling really was. Shuling understood his hesitation. After agreeing softly, she returned to the ward to stay with Anin. She played with the little girl and her dolls for a while, then smiled and left when it was time. It had been several days since she last saw Auntie, so since she was already at the hospital, she decided to visit her as well. After Shuling left, Anin sweetly asked her father to read with her. She could already understand some picture books. When Songbin took out a book and sat on the bed with her, patiently explaining parts she didn't understand. After a while, Anin suddenly said, "Daddy, I don't want to go anywhere else. Let's stay here for treatment." When Songbin's heart tightened. "And did you overhear something just now?" "Daddy, I'm smart enough to tell without listening." "I could see it from your face," Anin said, shaking her head like a little grown-up. Then she added, "The doctor said my illness gets worse when I move to a new place. If we go somewhere else again, won't I get sick again? I think it's better to stay here. I like it here, this is our home, and Annie is here too. Everyone is so nice." Hearing his daughter's soft but thoughtful words, when Songbin finally nodded. "All right, Daddy will listen to you. We'll stay here for now." His little girl was truly understanding. Anin was happy that her father agreed with her. After lunch, when Anin had fallen asleep, when Songbin quietly left the ward and called his supervisor. He wanted to ask for help finding out how hospitals in the capital treated hereditary epilepsy. Although he had once had a disagreement with his boss, he had no one else to turn to now. When Songbin's leader is very willing to help. This is because they have already trained talented people in their factory area. When he helps now, the other party will work even harder. As a factory leader, they value technicians like Wen Songbin very much. Helping to solve family problems is only right. Only when problems are solved can Wen Songbin serve the country without worries. At the end of the phone call, Wen Songbin left the phone number of the military hospital. The factory leader didn't keep him waiting long. By noon the next day, he returned the call from the hospital. Wen Songbin hurriedly went to answer the phone. The leader's voice came from the other end. "Songbin, I asked about Jingqing Hospital. They think Anin is too young and don't recommend brain surgery. Conservative treatment is better. If you need any medicine, I can help you contact Jingqing Hospital again." This message was telling Wen Songbin that Jingqing's research on epilepsy is about the same as that of the Northwest Military District. Wen Songbin felt a bit disappointed. Although Dr. Su hinted at this yesterday, he still found it hard to accept when he heard it for real. After thanking the leader, he hung up the phone feeling very heavy. Before entering the ward, he took several deep breaths to compose himself and adjusted his expression before walking in. Meanwhile, in the military family courtyard. "Shuling, I heard from Aunt Nyo and the others while buying vegetables today that Ma Jinfeng was driven away by her husband. Zhuang Ying didn't come back to our courtyard on the day of the meeting, and both troublemakers have left. It's a pity Hu Qiuhua is still here." Chenju was holding vegetables at her own yard gate, speaking somewhat regretfully to Shuling sitting on a stone bench. Shuling smiled and said, "It's okay if she stays. Anyway, her days won't be better than before." "That's true." Chenju went into her yard. She took the vegetables into the kitchen, then came out and asked Shuling, "Sister, didn't you say last time that your mother-in-law was coming to see you?" She had heard Shuling mention this before. Shuling nodded. Chenju went to the fence between the 2 yards. After checking outside to make sure no one was passing by, she said, "Shuling, don't think I'm being nosy. Your mother-in-law is quite lazy and greedy. You're pregnant with twins. When she comes, don't just let her do whatever she wants. If anything happens, just come to me. I'll help you think of a way." She had seen Gao Yu several times. She was dressed very fashionably and looked younger than her. Could she really take good care of Shuling now? Her mother-in-law often criticized her. She knew this well because she was an example herself. Her mother-in-law was never satisfied with her, especially since she hadn't had children yet. Every time they met, she felt very upset. Her mother-in-law saw her as a useless hen that couldn't lay eggs. She always found faults with her. Luckily, after she married into the army, they saw each other less often. Zhou Baoguo thought his mother owed her, so he wasn't influenced by her opinions. Gradually, life became easier. Xu Ling listened to Qinju's words and immediately understood that she was trying to help her. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sister Chen. If I can't get along with her, I'll send her back." Her 2 babies inside her belly would be born soon. She wouldn't let herself or her babies suffer just to please others. "That's good to hear." Qinju relaxed and gave Xu Ling a thumbs up. After a few simple words, Qinju went into the kitchen to work. Xu Ling stood up and strolled slowly in the yard to stretch her legs. "Shun Mei," a familiar voice called. Xu Ling looked outside the yard and saw Wen Songbin coming over. She was a bit surprised and opened the yard gate. She asked, "Brother Wen, why are you here? Isn't it okay being alone in the hospital?" "Don't worry. I asked a nurse to help take care of her before I came. I want to talk to you about her treatment," Wen Songbin said. He had thought for a long time and asked Dr. Su. He learned that An's illness was very hard to treat or even control in the country. That's why he decided to come here. Xu Ling led Wen Songbin into the main room. She was about to pour him a glass of water, but was stopped. "Shin Mei, don't bother. I came to ask how we should treat Anin. Do I need to prepare anything on my side? And how will the treatment cost be calculated?" Since they were on good terms, Wen Songbin didn't beat around the bush. He was not the type to beat around the bush. He believed everything should be discussed clearly beforehand. When Xu Ling saw Wen Songbin outside the yard, she had already guessed what he was here for. Hearing his words now, she was not surprised. She smiled and said, "There's no need to prepare much. The Chinese medicine used isn't very expensive. It just has special requirements for mixing and dosage. When the time comes, just let Anin stay with me. I have a good connection with Anin, so I won't charge for the treatment. Having her here also makes me happy." When Songbin kept insisting, No, the treatment costs must be paid. Anin can't just stay with you. That's too much trouble for you. I'll take Anin to stay at the guest house. Shen Meizi is kind to Anin, but he can't take her kindness for granted, especially since Shen Meizi is pregnant now. Xu Ling thought for a moment and said, "All right, we can talk about the treatment costs after seeing some results. If you're willing to take Anin to stay at the guest house, that's fine. It's close to my place. The treatment involves 2 sessions, each lasting a month. The frequency can be adjusted based on her condition." She wasn't sure if Wen Songbin could stay that long with Anin, and if he had to go back to work, they could discuss it then. "No, Shen Meizi, I can't let you work for nothing." Wen Songbin refused outright. Seeing his attitude, Xu Ling said, "Since you don't want me to work for free, then promise me one thing." Wen Songbin looked puzzled. "Brother Wen, I need you and Anin to keep this a secret. I am a healer, and this must not be widely known. As for my mother-in-law, let Jinmo handle that. She couldn't just watch An's condition worsen." Over the past few days, she carefully studied the medical texts and was sure that if she didn't help treat Anin, her brain injury would get worse over time. Each seizure causes irreversible damage. Wen Songbin was confused by her request, but agreed, without much thought. "All right, Shin Meizi, I promise you. As long as there's hope to control An's condition, he was willing to do anything." After talking for a while, he hurriedly left. Although he asked the nurse to take care of Anin, he wanted to return quickly. That night, Xu Ling told Jinmo about An's treatment and mentioned that her mother-in-law should not find out when she arrives. Jinmo looked puzzled. To him, his wife clearly knew medicine, so why was she hiding this? Including the life-saving medicine he took during the last mission, he knew his wife made it, but why didn't she admit it? He couldn't hold back and asked her directly. Xu Ling didn't plan to hide anything from Jinmo. She simply said, "My uncle wants to go to Gangcheng because he heard some rumors. There might be new rules coming down, not just targeting people like him, but also some strange and tricky individuals." Jinmo's heart skipped a beat. Strange and tricky individuals? Are you referring to acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine? They are included. The news might not be completely accurate, but I think it's better to stay low-key, Shin Shuling said with a bitter smile. When her soul floated in the air, she also witnessed the darkness and chaos of that time. Just a few words made Jinmo feel heavy inside. Finally, he nodded. All right, when Mom comes, I will talk to her about this separately. His mother was also a hedonist. He thought she should be more discreet this time, or she might be labeled as someone who enjoys luxury and indulgence. He had noticed the recent changes in the situation, but he didn't expect it to involve so many people. The larger the scope, the greater the impact. This time, the couple finally opened up, and Shin Shuling felt a bit relieved. Jinmo, however, felt a little heavy-hearted. The next morning, when Songbin brought Anin to Shin Shuling's house. Shin Shuling just came out of her space when she heard Anin's voice. She quickly went to open the gate to let them in. Wow, Auntie, your house is so beautiful, and you even have flowers. Anin's words were very sweet, full of praise. The flowers by the wall had a few blooms, but they weren't particularly beautiful, just a bit more colorful than other yards. Shin Shuling smiled. Come inside and sit. She led the father and daughter into the house. Some passing military personnel looked over curiously into the yard. When Songbin and Anin were unfamiliar faces in the military compound. Shin Shuling went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water, spirit spring water from her space. Anin took a sip of the spirit spring water. Auntie, this water is so sweet. Children's taste buds are sensitive, and they can immediately tell the difference. Wen Songbin also thought the water here in Shin Shuling's place might taste better, but he didn't think it was as sweet as Anin said. Shin Shuling patted Anin's head and smiled, saying, If Anin thinks it's sweet, then drink this glass all up. Spring water is good for health, especially for someone like Anin who is sick. If she could drink spring water regularly, she might not need treatment, and her illness could get better on its own. But of course, that's not very realistic. After Anin finished drinking the spring water, Shin Shuling looked at Wen Songbin and said, Next, I will give Anin acupuncture. Brother Wen, you can watch from the side. Last night, she had already arranged a room with Jinmo to be used specifically for Anin's treatment. Wen Songbin felt a little nervous and asked, Shin girl, will the acupuncture hurt? Is there anything I should pay attention to? He was worried that Anin might feel pain. He then took out a few big white rabbit candies from his bag and handed them to Anin. No matter how much it hurts, I can endure it. Dad, you don't need to worry about me, Anin said, holding the candy with a brave face, even smiling. She thought she could tolerate pain well. No matter how painful the acupuncture was, it wouldn't be worse than when her grandma hit her. Her grandma used to poke her with needles too, and she only felt a quick pain. It made her feel even worse inside. But now, everything was different. Her aunt was doing it for her good, not because she disliked her. Seeing how brave Anin was, Shin Shuling couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her little head. Her tone was very gentle. Don't worry. Auntie's acupuncture doesn't hurt. It just feels a little full or swollen. Next, she took Anin and her father into the room prepared by Jinmo. The room was simple, a small bed, a table with 4 stools, and a wooden cabinet. It was neat and tidy. Shin Shuling asked Anin to take off her shoes and lie down. She moved a small stool to sit beside the bed, while Wen Songbin stood nearby, watching nervously. He trusted Shin Shuling, but seeing the fine needles still made him worry about Anin. I will first disinfect the needles, then insert them into Anin's head and body. The whole process from inserting to removing the needles will take about 20 minutes, Shin Shuling said as she took out the needles and disinfected them, explaining to Wen Songbin. Wen Songbin watched as she placed dozens of gold needles into a tray, then poured alcohol to disinfect them. He noticed that the needles varied in length, some as short as a thumb, others as long as an adult's palm. They also differed in thickness. The thickest was almost like a needle used for sewing sacks, which looked quite frightening. During that urgent train situation, he hadn't realized the needles were so thick and long. And when Songbin felt his heart ache painfully, he wished he could take her pain himself. Seeing her father's face turn pale, and blinked her big eyes and said, Dad, don't be scared. Auntie is very gentle. She's even received a banner for her skills. She's really good. If you're scared, you can wait outside the room. She looked worried about her father's nervous and scared expression. Shin Shuling almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw this. Brother Wen really is a girl's dad. Wen Tsongbin shook his head repeatedly when his daughter wanted him to leave. He said seriously, Dad will stay here with you. And don't be afraid. Dad is right here with you. An's little face showed a look of helplessness. Shin Shuling smiled and said, Brother Wen, you can sit on the bench nearby. After saying that, she put on gloves and focused entirely on helping in with the acupuncture. The gold needles pierced deep into the acupuncture points, breaking the skin. Besides the first needle, which made him look a little nervous, her expression remained calm for the rest. The feeling of acupuncture was indeed, as Annie said, full and slightly tight, but not painful at all. Soon, Anne's head was covered with needles, looking like a little hedgehog. A few needles were also inserted into her arms and legs, but not many. All the needles are in. And your head can't move now. Keep still for 15 minutes, then we'll remove the needles. Shin Shuling gently touched the soft little hand of the girl. When Tsongbin hurried over when he heard that the needles had been inserted. And does it hurt? His tone was full of concern and pain. Looking at the needles on her body, especially the few long gold needles on her head, which only had a small piece of the needle remaining after insertion, he felt very distressed. Anne's clear voice said, It doesn't hurt, Dad. I don't feel anything at all. She even felt a little comfortable. As soon as she finished speaking, Anne's eyes slowly closed, and she immediately fell asleep. Young sister Shin this. When Tsongbin looked at Anin, who was almost instantly asleep, feeling both surprised and a bit helpless. Shin Shuling smiled and said, This is normal. The places I inject in are mainly in the brain, along with a few special acupuncture points. These points can make people feel sleepy. Using fine needles to stimulate the brain points can directly reduce the number of seizures. When combined with the traditional medicine I prescribe, she should be cured in 2 months. When Songbin's eyes widened. Can she really recover in just 2 months? He found it hard to believe. The illness that even doctors in the country couldn't handle might be cured in 2 months under Shin Shuling's care? It's not that he didn't trust her, but the idea was too incredible. He had thought Anin's condition could only be controlled, not fully cured. After all, such illnesses usually can't be fully healed abroad either. They are only managed to reduce symptoms and seizure frequency, allowing a normal life. Seeing Wen Songbin's disbelief, Shin Shuling nodded with a smile. That's just my estimate. The actual results will depend on what happens in 2 months. She deliberately spoke cautiously. After completing the injections, she was confident that under her treatment, Anin could be cured, and it wouldn't even take 2 months. Wen Songbin was now very excited. From the town hospital to the military hospital, and even hospitals in Beijing, every doctor had been very pessimistic about Anin's illness, leaving him hopeless. What Shin Shuling said now was like a lifeline to him. All he could do was hold tightly to this hope. Big Brother Wen, you watch over Anin here. Be careful not to let her turn her head and press on the acupuncture needles. I'll go out to prepare the medicine, Shin Shuling instructed. Wen Songbin nodded repeatedly. He trusted Shin Shuling completely and saw her as his only hope. After Shin Shuling left the room, she went to her bedroom and took out the prepared traditional medicine from her space. These herbs had been soaked in spiritual spring water for 48 hours, then drained and dried. Their effects were much stronger than regular herbs. Besides the herbs, she also took out a thermos bottle filled with a full bottle of spiritual spring water. Using this water to brew the medicine would make it even more effective. She carefully wrapped the herbs in cowhide paper and then carried the thermos back to her room. Miss Shin, please give me the thermos. You are pregnant now and shouldn't carry heavy things. When Songbin quickly stepped forward to take the thermos from her hand, speaking softly. Shin Shuling smiled and said, I just brought it from the main room. Inside the cloth bag is traditional medicine, 1 packet a day. You just need to boil 3 bowls of herbal soup each time, using water from this thermos. When the water runs out, You can come back here to get more. She placed the herbal medicine on the table and explained to Wen Songbin how to prepare it. Wen Songbin nodded silently, remembering it in his mind. 15 minutes passed quickly. Shin Shuling put on gloves and carefully removed the acupuncture needles from Anin. The needles on her hands and feet were clean when taken out. However, Wen Songbin noticed that some of the needles in Anin's head, once removed, had blood on them. His expression immediately became tense. Miss Shin Shuling used a towel to wipe the blood off the needles and smiled. The bleeding at the needle points is normal. You don't need to worry. Wen Songbin nodded again. After all the needles were removed, Anin was still asleep, her face flushed pink, and she even turned over. Let her sleep. Brother Wen, you can ride your bike to the cafeteria to get some food. The three of us will eat together at noon, Shin Shuling said. She guessed that by the time Anin woke up, it would be mealtime. Wen Songbin quickly agreed, and pushed his bike out to go. Shin Shuling covered Anin with a thin blanket from the foot of the bed, then went to the kitchen. She took some eggs from her space and made a few meat patties. After lighting the fire, she beat the eggs into a porridge and steamed it. She also put the washed rice in to cook, having asked Wen Songbin earlier not to buy staple food. When Wen Songbin returned with a good variety of dishes and a soup, the rice in the pot was almost ready. Shin Shuling looked at the several meat dishes and the soup he brought back. There was too much for 3 people to finish. She thought for a moment and asked, Brother Wen, do you mind if I call someone to come and eat with us? Wen Songbin had no objection at all. Not at all. Miss Shin, feel free to invite anyone you want. The more, the merrier. Shin Shuling went next door and called Chinju. With Jinmo not at home, inviting another person to eat would also help dispel any rumors outside the military compound. Brother Wen is a gay man, and even within and around, it might cause some people to guess. She plans to have Brother Wen send Anin over tomorrow and then leave. Chinju had already heard noises from Shin Shuling's yard and was very curious. She had wanted to come over to see, but felt it might be a bit rude. Now that the other side invited her to lunch, she immediately carried over her pork and noodle stew she made today. Shin Shuling introduced herself to Chinju and Wen Songbin, and also talked about her relationship with the father and daughter, mentioning her own efforts to treat Anin's illness. She only said Anin was here at the military family compound for treatment and to see her baby in her belly. While setting the bowls she brought from the kitchen, Chinju sighed. It's really good to come and see. You all come from Shueisha City, and Anin and Shin girl get along well. It sounded like that little girl was sensible. Although Shin Shuling only mentioned a few words about her, Chinju, having experience herself, could guess how hard life must be for the girl after her mother passed away and her father was not around. At this moment, Anin ran out holding a doll. The little girl rubbed her eyes, her hair messy from sleep, her face rosy and adorable. Auntie, Dad, I woke up, she said softly, her voice sweet and tender, very cute. Then Anin saw Chinju standing nearby. She saw Chinju smiling at her, blinked her big eyes and asked, Who is this, Auntie? Will she eat with us? Auntie, I think you're very kind, like I've seen you somewhere before. Anin's ability to read people and sweet talk is very good. Chinju was amused by her words and couldn't help but laugh. She gently pulled her closer and softly asked, You little girl, you really know how to talk. If you think Auntie is kind, can you sit next to her during the meal? Yes, Auntie, Anin nodded immediately. Chinju thought Anin was just too adorable. No wonder Shin Shuling liked her. Chinju already liked children, especially such a sweet and cute kid like Anin. During the meal, Chinju was so amused she couldn't close her mouth. After eating, she even went home to bring Anin some cookies and fruit candies. Wen Songbin felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected Sister Chin to be so warm and friendly. Anin was eating fruit candies and waved to Chinju, saying, Aunt Chin, I will come again tomorrow. Chinju's heart melted with happiness. She happily took Anin to the military family residence gate. Anin held hands with Wen Songbin as they left, feeling a little reluctant to part. When she returned, she hurried over to Shin Shuling and sighed. Anin is such a good girl, a caring little girl. After saying that, her gaze fell on Shin Shuling's growing belly. You're about to give birth soon. The baby will surely be adorable. Oh, I wish I had a child too. Right now, she was dreaming of having a child, whether a boy or a girl. Shin Shuling paused while peeling an apple and casually asked, Sister Chen, is there a problem between you and Captain Zhou? Hearing this, Chinju forced a smile. It's because I can't have children. Then she explained the reason why she couldn't have children, revealing that it was all related to Chinju's mother-in-law. Chinju's marriage to Zhou Baogua was not arranged by matchmaking, so Chinju's mother-in-law was always dissatisfied with her. Their marriage was quite dramatic. Both families were from the same village. Zhou Baogua had joined the army early. Although he wasn't a battalion commander at the time, he worked hard and became a platoon leader. Ma Xiaoying thought Zhou Baogua was the pride of the Zhou family. Her successful son should marry a cultured girl. Not necessarily a college graduate, but at least someone who finished middle school. But before she could find a match, her talented son went to the river to save Chinju, a village girl who hadn't gone to school. In that era, a girl being pulled out of the river was considered to have lost her innocence. Ma Xiaoying almost fainted in shock when she found out. Many girls in the village looked up to her son Zhou, but in the end, he married Chinju, who hadn't even finished elementary school. She felt both resentful and unwilling, but since her son had saved her, the Zhou family could only accept it reluctantly. After Chinju moved in, Ma Xiaoying started to find fault everywhere. Sometimes she said Chinju's cooking was bad, other times she said her cleaning wasn't thorough, and even her drinking water was criticized for a long time. Chinju knew she had married into the Zhou family through her own effort. Zhou Baogua owed her a life-saving kindness. When facing her mother-in-law's picky attitude, she was always patient and tolerant. She worked hard around the house and never complained about the wind or rain. Zhou Baogua would return to the village during his days off. When he came back for the third time, Chinju was pregnant. At first, she didn't know, and it was a busy farming season. Since Zhou Baogua was not with her, she took care of her in-laws and worked in the fields. She remembers it was a cloudy afternoon. She had just harvested the wheat in the morning and planned to rest after eating. The weather that day was not suitable for drying wheat. But her mother-in-law, Ma Xiaoying, disagreed. She insisted on drying the wheat early so they could earn work points at the collective farm. She kept nagging during dinner until Chinju agreed to go dry the wheat after eating. While she was threshing the wheat, she felt a bit uncomfortable in her stomach, a dull, heavy pain. But she had to work quickly, so she gritted her teeth and finished threshing. Then she touched her uncomfortable belly and went inside to lie down. Not long after lying down, she heard Ma Xiaoying shouting in the yard. It had started to rain. Ma Xiaoying scolded her for not watching the weather and told her to quickly bring the wheat inside. Her stomach was getting worse. Since she had already harvested wheat in the morning, her whole body was sore, and she even felt dizzy. But the rain wouldn't wait. She struggled to her feet, feeling unwell, and hurriedly went outside with her in-laws to gather the wheat. Large raindrops pounded on her, making her feel cold all over. Ma Xiaoying kept scolding her. Feeling wronged but afraid to argue, Chinju packed the wheat into sacks. Ma Xiaoying looked at her with disapproval and pushed her hard. She already felt unwell. She lost her balance and fell down. Then she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Looking down, she saw bright red blood. Chinju would never forget that day. Later, she was taken to a town hospital. The doctor said she was pregnant, but due to overwork and falling, the baby was lost. The doctor also said she was badly injured and might have difficulty having children in the future. Lying on the hospital bed, tears streamed down her face. Her mother-in-law, Ma Xiaoying, stood by her bedside, criticizing her for being useless, saying she couldn't protect her own child, that her health was weak, and that Zhou family was unlucky to marry her. But her child was clearly lost because of Ma Xiaoying. She couldn't bear it anymore and argued directly with Ma Xiaoying. This was also the first time she had a serious disagreement with her mother-in-law. Her father-in-law saw her scolding his wife and stepped forward to slap her. She remembered that day for the rest of her life. Later, she returned to her parents' home until Zhou Baogua came back from the army to pick her up. He said he wanted to take her to the military camp with him. Zhou Baguo was just a platoon leader, so normally he wasn't allowed to bring his family along, but the leaders approved it after learning about her situation. She appreciated that Zhou Baguo was willing to stand by her, so she let go of the past. When she had health problems, even though she was unhappy, she had to accept it. Zhou Baguo promised her that whether or not they had children, they would be happy together. He also apologized to her on behalf of Ma Xiaoying. Since she moved to the military camp, life has become much better. Zhou Baguo kept all his salary for her. Without her in-laws nearby, she now lives happily. But when life gets better, she can't help but think about the child she lost before. Seeing the military wives in the military housing area all pregnant and having children makes her think more about it. She also wants to have her own children. She misses them so much that she likes Anin and other children very much. Shin Shuling listened to Chinju's words. She felt complicated inside, but didn't know how to comfort her. She could only say, "Big sister Chin, you're still young. There will be chances. If necessary, she could help a little, but now she couldn't say anything." Chinju was the first person in the military housing area to show her kindness. She was very kind and honest, so Shin Shuling thought there was no problem. Chinju smiled and waved her hand. "Oh, so many years have passed. I'm already almost 35. I know my situation well. Old Joe also said that if I really want children, I can adopt one later. There are often orphan soldiers in the army. When they find a suitable child, they plan to adopt." She and Old Joe both think this way. Shin Shuling listened to Chinju and nodded. Then she changed the subject and stopped talking about these heavy topics. At this moment, Su Shiyuan came over carrying a big bag of things, smiling. "Miss Shun, this is for you." Su Shiyuan handed her the items he had bought through someone. This contains items suitable for newborn babies, including clothes, socks, and even a can of formula. His mother said Shin Mei is expecting twins, so initially, the babies won't have enough to eat, and formula will be needed. He found this can of formula after searching for a long time. It's a gift from him to Shin Mei. Shin Shuling knew that Su Shiyuan was thanking her, and she didn't refuse. She simply took the bag. "How is Auntie doing? When can she leave the hospital?" she asked with a smile. Su Shiyuan looked relaxed and said, "The doctor said my mom can leave in a few days. Her wound is healing quickly. Now, he publicly calls Yi Yuzhen her godmother and even says he will take care of her in old age, following Shin Shuling's suggestion. This is the best plan for now." "Will Auntie also live in the military housing?" Chinju asked curiously.
Su Xuan not that.
"My mom has no other relatives. She saved my life, so I will take care of her and see her through old age." Chinju gave a thumbs up. She's a grateful person. Just then, a troublemaker came along, and good comrades said the military housing will only get better. Gu Jinmo had just finished preparing breakfast and hadn't gone out yet when Su Shiyuan arrived with a big bag of groceries. "Comrade Gu, this is for Shun Mei to help her regain strength," Su Shiyuan said sincerely. Since they are neighbors, he had wanted to bring food to Shin Mei earlier. Recently, his mother was unwell, his wife was pregnant and working, so he didn't have time. Now that his mother is almost better, and he has more free time, he came. Gu Jinmo looked at the big bag in Su Shiyuan's hands and frowned. "You just brought a bag of things yesterday, didn't you?" The items in that bag were also organized by him, including baby clothes, pants, and even bottles and formula. He had already prepared these things, with several cans of formula, and his wife had bought baby supplies from the Water City and sent them over. His family wasn't lacking these items. In fact, Yuan Xian's family was quite anxious. He didn't agree with Su Shiyuan's approach. His family also had a child to raise, and now he was bringing a lot of good things to his own home. What about his family? Su Shiyuan scratched his head and said, "I was thinking that Sister Shin's belly has gotten bigger now, and it's not easy for her to go shopping every day. From now on, I can just bring things over when I go out." Gu Jinmo asked, "What did you buy?" "Some lettuce, eggplants, a few pounds of ribs, and I also bought a chicken to help Sister Shin regain strength," Su Shiyuan said eagerly, full of gratitude. Gu Jinmo's face darkened at his words. He said seriously, "Keep the lettuce and eggplants. Take the rest back home." No more meat should be sent here. Your family has elders, children, and a pregnant woman. You should think more about your family. These meats are expensive. After they are sent here, Yuan Xian and Auntie won't have anything to eat. Su Shiyuan was a bit worried and said hurriedly, Captain Gu, this is my heartfelt gift. Not only mine, but also my wife's and my mother's. Sister Shen has helped our family so much. She deserves this. He even felt that these gifts weren't enough to show his thanks. Gratitude should be within your means. The army doesn't do these kinds of things. Do you think sending meat isn't a gift? Take everything back, Gu Jinmo ordered firmly. Su Shiyuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately saluted and said, Yes, Captain Gu. Obedience is a soldier's basic trait. Gu Jinmo's tone softened and he explained, although Auntie's injury is healed, it was close to damaging her internal organs. Your wife's belly is getting bigger every day. Take the ribs and chicken back and cook them for them. Let them recover well. Su Shiyuan nodded. He kept the lettuce and eggplants and then carried the chicken and ribs away. He felt guilty, but also thought Captain Gu was right. Since Captain Gu didn't want him to send things, he would come more often to help at Captain Gu's house. After all, their homes are close. Who just came earlier? Shin Shuling, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes and came out. Seeing his wife wake up, Gu Jinmo quickly stepped forward to support her. He spoke gently. It was Su Shiyuan again, bringing some vegetables and meat. I told him to leave the vegetables and take the meat back. Then the milk powder can also be sent back to Sister Xian later. Shin Shuling nodded, feeling that Su Shiyuan had brought too many things. At this time, no family was well off. Giving things to their family would make things tight for the Su family. There was no need for that. Gu Jinmo listened to Shin Shuling and felt that his wife was both beautiful and kind-hearted. He helped her sit down in the main room, then went to the kitchen to bring out the porridge and steamed eggs with mincemeat. Let the food cool a bit. I'll go get water for you to wash your face, Gu Jinmo said kindly. Now, taking care of Shin Shuling felt very natural to him. Shin Shuling replied, No need, I can do it myself. Just help me get the water. As she spoke, she stood up. Gu Jinmo stepped forward, worried, and gently supported her, looking serious. Her belly was getting bigger each day, but she didn't feel much different, nor did she feel very heavy. This was thanks to the spiritual spring water. However, she didn't stop Gu Jinmo from doing things for her. Doing more would help her get used to it, and getting used to it meant she would do it often. Gu Jinmo helped her wash her face and rinse her mouth. Then they returned to the main room to eat breakfast. Do you want to eat more? Shin Shuling held the minced meat and egg custard, eating small bites. She thought Gu Jinmo's cooking was getting better and better. The eggs were smooth and tender, with a meaty aroma. The porridge had chopped greens and pork fat mixed in, making it very tasty. Gu Jinmo blew on her porridge and said, I already ate earlier. It's enough if I eat with you. Shin Shuling didn't insist and comfortably finished her breakfast. She watched Gu Jinmo quickly tidy up the kitchen. If you're having Anin and her father for lunch, remember not to cook. Let Brother Wen buy food from the cafeteria, or I can ask Xiao Mao to bring some. I'll wash the dishes when I get back in the evening, Gu Jinmo reminded Shin Shuling before leaving. With worries, the usually stern leader also started to talk more. Shin Shuling smiled and agreed one by one. Not long after Gu Jinmo left, when Tsombin brought Anin over. They had stayed at the guest house yesterday and went to the cafeteria for breakfast this morning before coming here. This time, when Tsombin didn't enter the yard, he just watched Anin go inside and smiled, saying, Sister Shin, sorry for the trouble. I'll go back to boil medicine while you treat Anin. I'll come to pick her up at noon. He was still a man, and it was better for him to stay away when Leader Gu wasn't home. Shin Shuling replied, Brother Wen, come back in the evening. Remember to bring the boiled medicine. I'll keep Anin here for lunch and let her play. When Gu Jinmo comes back at night, you and Anin can have dinner here. Making Anin go back to the guest house early is fine, but there's only a small room there. It's better to let Anin stay in the military family compound, which is safer and also bigger. Okay, I want to stay with Auntie, Anin said happily. She liked it here and also liked having dinner with Auntie Chin yesterday. When Songbin saw how happy Anin was and couldn't refuse, he nodded and smiled, saying, "All right, I'll buy some vegetables tonight." "Sister Shun, don't buy vegetables. I'll show you my cooking skills then." He has learned how to cook now and thinks he's pretty good at it. Anin was very happy eating his food. When Songbin thought this in his mind and then left, Anin watched her dad walk away and quietly said to Shin Shuling, "Auntie, please don't let Dad cook." She knows her dad's cooking skills. Usually, she can eat simple food herself, but she doesn't want Annie to eat it because Auntie still has 2 younger brothers and sisters in her belly. Shin Shuling pinched An's little nose and said, "Okay, I'll let Uncle Gu cook. His food is very tasty." After saying that, she took the little girl into the room. Meanwhile, at the train station entrance, Gaoyu carried a delicate white leather bag on her shoulder and wore a sun hat. She held a big bag in one hand, filled with her luggage and milk powder for her grandchildren. She didn't tell her son that she was taking the train today. She thought that if she came to serve her daughter-in-law, she should show some attitude. She wanted her son and daughter-in-law to see her attitude. But her visit wasn't just about serving her daughter-in-law. She also wanted her daughter-in-law to stop acting like a wealthy lady and to live properly with Jinmo without thinking about unnecessary things. Gaoyu planned this and didn't feel wronged. As soon as she left the platform, she took a tractor straight to the army, skipping the bus altogether. Shin Shuling finished giving Anin the injection and then let her play by herself. She could play in the yard at home or go next door to Chinju's house. Today was the second time Anin came over. She was already familiar with everything and started playing happily. First, she played in the yard for a while, then went next door to find Chinju. Before leaving, Shin Shuling also put some fruit candies into her arms. When Songbin brought a lot of vegetables and meat in the evening, Anin was already having a great time playing in the residential area. Gu Jinmo also returned and was watering the vegetables and flowers in the yard. The 2 men went to the kitchen to cook, while Shin Shuling sat on a stone bench reading a book. These books were all chosen for her by Gu Jinmo. They were proper books, suitable to read even while exercising. Gaoyu arrived at the residential area and immediately attracted many people's attention because she was dressed very eye-catching and fashionable. She wore a white, flowing dress, high heels, and sunglasses on her nose. Her presence was definitely noticed. She didn't know where Gu Jinmo's house was, so she asked her way all the way here. Today, many people ate at Gu's house, including Chinju and her husband and Anin's father and daughter, making 6 people in total. Shin Shuling felt the main hall was too crowded, so she simply asked Gu Jinmo to set up a table in the yard, and everyone ate outside. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Gaoyu carried her luggage and came over. Seeing so many people eating in her son's yard, she instinctively puffed up her chest. Gaoyu was someone who liked to show off. She posed, took off her sunglasses, and called out to her son at the dining table through the fence, "Jinmo, Jinmo." There was no alcohol on the table. Although it was lively, it wasn't noisy. When Gaoyu spoke, everyone heard her. Shin Shuling sat facing the yard door. She looked up and saw a stylish middle-aged woman standing at the entrance, holding her head high. The middle-aged woman had a delicate face, and her clothes and hat looked expensive, very different from the simple style of the northwest residential area. Seeing Gaoyu dressed like that, Gu Jinmo felt a bit headache. Now, the trend was to be simple and practical, especially since they were in a military area, which didn't quite suit her style. He stood up, opened the yard door, took the luggage from Gaoyu, and said in a deep voice, "Mom, I'll take you inside." Gaoyu looked over the people at the table, finally settling her gaze on Shin Shuling's face. "Shuling, Mom came to see you," she said with a big, cheerful smile that was quite infectious. Shin Shuling was called by her mother-in-law's name. She stood up and said, "Mom." Her mother-in-law's appearance matched her vague memory, but she felt as if she was meeting her for the first time. Before her rebirth, her mother-in-law didn't seem so showy. What she didn't know was that the meeting was arranged by Gu Jinmo to leave her a good impression. He specifically told Gao Yuqian to be careful and asked Gu's father to watch over her. That's why Gao Yuqian was more low-key this time. Actually, Gao Yuqian wasn't always like this. She used to love beauty, but wasn't so showy. Since her eldest daughter-in-law, Lin Yan, moved in, she started to become more flamboyant for some reason. She wanted to show off wherever she went, hoping others would praise her for her fashionable dressing. "Oh my, is that Gao, Auntie? Your outfit looks so stylish, even more eye-catching than the actresses in Lushan Love. Those glasses must be expensive, right? Are they the kind with dark lenses?" Chunju exclaimed in admiration. She remembered how Gao Yuqian used to look, still fashionable, but not as flashy as now. "Auntie's dress looks like a big flower," Anin said softly and cutely. Gao Yuqian smiled politely and said, "My sunglasses and dress are imported. I look good wearing them." "Mom, put the things inside first." Gu Jima's voice came with a strange tone. Shu Ling had just told him a few days ago about what might happen next. Based on some subtle changes around her, he had already guessed. Now, seeing his mom dressed so extravagantly, he felt his heart sink. Gao Yuqian followed her son into the house. Shu Ling then invited everyone to continue eating. Since Gu Jinmo had already gone inside, as the host, she stayed at the table to keep the guests company. Because of Gao Yuqian's flashy outfit, everyone at the table was distracted. Her style was really out of place among the Northwest aristocratic ladies. "Cough cough, Sister Shin, if you need anything in the future, just come find me." Chenju gave Shin Shu Ling a meaningful look. Gao Yuqian's high-profile appearance was clearly meant to cause trouble. Shin Shu Ling also felt a bit helpless. Being so showy at this moment was just asking to be targeted. In her past life, she never saw her mother-in-law after she died. Her soul never went to Beijing, and Gu Jinmo hadn't returned there before he died. She wondered if her mother-in-law was also dressed so fashionable back then. The Gu family had 3 generations in the military, so her mother-in-law probably wouldn't have dressed like this. She nodded to Chinju and softly thanked her, understanding that her words came from concern. The young girl thought the woman just now was a bit strange and dressed oddly. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Anin is right. She is Uncle Gu's mother." Anin nodded thoughtfully. Soon, Gu Jinmo came out of the house with a serious look. Gao Yu, who had changed into a new outfit, also quickly appeared. This time, Gao Yu wore black shirt on top and black bell-bottom pants below. The colors were simple but still stylish. Jinmo asked her to change into normal clothes, but these were her usual clothes. She had brought only this kind. Everyone at the table was not blind. They had finished eating and started helping to clear the table and clean the kitchen. Chunju was quick. She first told Shin Shuling to sit aside, then she started helping when Songbin and Zhou Bao would clear the table. Anin also helped by moving chairs. Gu Jinmo went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Everyone was busy, except Shin Shuling and Gao Yu, who were free. Shin Shuling was pregnant, so she couldn't do much. Everyone agreed not to let her work. Gao Yu looked over, but didn't want to help. Instead, she went straight to Shin Shuling. "Shuling, I heard from Jinmo that you're having twins. Let me feel your belly," she said, reaching out to touch. Shin Shuling turned slightly and avoided her hand. "Grandma, you can't just touch a pregnant woman's belly. It's not good for the baby, and it's shy." Anin suddenly appeared, speaking seriously. She also stretched out her small, white finger and gently scratched her own soft cheek. Gao Yu was surprised. She looked at the cute little girl in front of her and felt a bit confused. "Little girl, you just called me Auntie earlier, but now you're calling me Grandma?" She felt old. Anin tilted her head and said seriously, "You are Uncle Gu's mother. According to our family rules, I should call you Grandma. Her dad said that family titles shouldn't be mixed up." Gao Yu pulled Anin closer and pinched her soft little face. "You little girl, you're quite good at teasing people." Though she said this, her face showed no anger. She wouldn't argue with a small child. Anin puffed out her cheeks. "If Grandma doesn't like it, I can still call you Auntie. Children are the most sensitive to adults' emotions." Just now, Anin thought Gao Yu's outstretched hand was meant to hurt Shin Shuling. Gao Yu found this little girl interesting. She pinched her small braid and said, "Call me Grandma, that way people will think I take good care of myself." "Grandma, Grandma," Anin sweetly called out. Her sweet words melted everyone's hearts. Gao Yu, interrupted by Anin, didn't mention touching Shin Shuling's belly anymore. Instead, she started teasing Anin. It was clear she liked Anin. Shin Shuling watched Gao Yu and Anin interact and found it a bit strange. She didn't think her mother-in-law came dressed like that just to get along with her. With Chun Ju and others helping, the yard and kitchen were quickly tidied up. They finished cleaning efficiently and then left. Shin Shuling and Gu Jinmo went to the door to see them off. "Brother Wen, please bring Anin here early tomorrow morning," Shin Shuling said to Wen Songbin. Wen Songbin didn't refuse. "Okay, I'll come to pick up Anin in the afternoon tomorrow. I won't eat at your place to avoid trouble. I'll just take Anin to the cafeteria." He thought that after Shin Shuling's mother-in-law arrived, they would need some time to get used to each other. The aunt might not want him and Anin to eat there. He and Anin had already caused Shin Shuling enough trouble. He didn't want to add more or make things difficult for her. Shin Shuling nodded and watched when Songbin and Anin, holding hands, leave. Gao Yu couldn't help but ask knowingly, "Shuling, are they your friends?" "Mom, they're friends I met on the train with Jinmo," Shin Shuling said. Then Gu Jinmo, standing beside her, helped her walk into the yard. Gu Jinmo didn't want to pay much attention to Gao Yu now. They had agreed he was here to help, but he hadn't helped at all. Gao Yu stood there, watching her son carefully support his wife into the house. She felt a strange, sour feeling inside. Her second son was never close to her and had never been so careful when supporting her. It seemed Yenner was right. This second daughter-in-law really knew how to win people's hearts. Before Gao Yu arrived, her eldest daughter-in-law, Lin Yan, had talked to her for a long time. She was worried about her, afraid that after she came to Jinmo's family, the second daughter-in-law might target her or make things difficult. Lin Yan said Shin Shuling was proud and outspoken, looking down on everyone and being hard to get along with. She actually thought the same way. When Shin Shuling first met Jinmo, she looked so proud and aloof, as if their family was lucky to have her. Later, when they got married, they didn't even serve tea to the elders. She felt Shin Shuling was very proud, and even looked down on the Gu family. This time, she came to serve Shin Shuling, but Yenner told her that while she should help, she also needed to support her son, and not let Shin Shuling bully Jinmo. Jinmo had begged Shin Shuling so much, but she refused to move with the army. She knew this made Jinmo very sad. Although Jinmo wasn't very close to her, she was still his real mother. She could see Jinmo's feelings clearly. Gao Yu decided to forget about serving her second daughter-in-law and instead focus on keeping the family peaceful. She agreed with Lin Yan that she should serve Shin Shuling but also make it clear that everything was under the Gu family's control, with Jinmo as the main person, not that Jinmo should be made to feel wronged or to revolve around her. For example, just now Jinmo was washing dishes and Shin Shuling was sitting nearby watching. Since she had just entered, she needed to do something. She couldn't do heavy work because of her pregnancy, but she could at least wipe the table, right? After understanding this, Gao Yu took a deep breath and went back to the yard. By then, it was completely dark outside. Shin Shuling was helped by Gu Jinmo to sit on the sofa in the main hall. "Just sit here. I'll go get water and wash your feet," the man said softly. Now, every day he brought water for Shuling to soak her feet. Dr. Yuan said it was good for pregnant women. Shin Shuling nodded and casually picked up the newspaper on the table to read. At this moment, Gao Yu came in. She hadn't been in the main hall before. The room where Gu Jinmo had taken her to put her luggage was next door, prepared in advance. Gao Yu wanted to ask about Shin Shuling's pregnancy, but as soon as she entered, her eyes were drawn to the bright banner on the wall. "You still have a banner like that." Gao Yu looked at the banner, and then at the pregnant Shin Shuling, feeling a bit surprised. In her mind, Shin Shuling was a woman who used her status to do as she pleased. How could she help others? The engagement between the two families was because of the life-saving grace of old Gu. They were quite far apart and hadn't interacted much. Shin Shuling glanced at Gao Yu, thinking her outfit looked even more like a capitalist. She smiled politely and said, "It's just a small favor." She keenly sensed that her mother-in-law's attitude had changed from before. Her eyes now held some hostility and confusion. Gao Yu nodded but didn't dwell on it. Instead, she was thinking about how to talk to her son about it. Although Shin Shuling was pregnant now, she wasn't sure if the other person truly cared for her son. She needed to be cautious. If she truly cared, she wouldn't have refused to follow the army earlier. At this moment, Jinmo came in carrying a basin of foot bath water. He knelt beside Shin Shuling, lifted her foot, took off her shoes and socks, and began to soak her feet. Shin Shuling's feet were still free of swelling. Whenever Jinmo had time, he would give her a foot bath every day, massaging her soles to help her relax. She knew he was being thoughtful, caring for her pregnancy, and trying to make her feel better. She felt happy inside. But Gao Yu didn't look pleased. "Jinmo, what are you doing?" Gao Yu stared in disbelief at her son kneeling on the ground washing his wife's feet. She never imagined her talented son would do such a thing for a woman. Her own husband had never even massaged her feet. People tend to compare unconsciously, especially those who like to show off. Jinmo glanced at Gao Yu, who looked shocked. He spoke calmly. "Shuling is pregnant with twins. The doctor said massaging her feet daily can improve blood circulation and prevent swelling.